a voyage to the Pacific Ocean undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779 and 1780. In 3 volumes, published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 1. Introduction. The spirit of discovery, which had long animated the European nations, having, after its arduous and successful exertions during the 15th and 16th centuries, gradually subsided and for a considerable time lain dormant, began to revive in Great Britain in the late reign, and recovered all its former activity under the cherishing influence and munificent encouragement of His present Majesty. Soon after his accession to the throne, having happily closed the destructive operations of war, he turned his thoughts to enterprises more humane but not less brilliant, adapted to the season of returning peace. While every liberal art and useful study flourished under his patronage at home, his superintending care was extended to such branches of knowledge as required distant examination and inquiry, and his ships, after bringing back victory and conquest from every quarter of the known world, were now employed in opening friendly communications with its hitherto unexplored recesses. In the prosecution of an object so worthy of the monarch of a great commercial people, one voyage followed another in close succession, and, we may add, in regular gradation. What Byron had begun, Wallis Plus and Carteret Plus soon improved. Their success gave birth to a far more extensive plan of discovery, carried into execution in 2 subsequent voyages conducted by Cook Section, and that nothing might be left unattempted, though much had been already done. The same commander, whose professional skill could only be equalled by the persevering diligence with which he had exerted it in the course of his former researches, was called upon, once more, to resume, or rather to complete, the survey of the globe. Accordingly, another voyage was undertaken in 1776, which, though last in the order of time, was far from being the least considerable with respect to the extent and importance of its objects, yet still far less fortunate than any of the former, as those objects were not accomplished, but at the expense of the valuable life of its conductor. When plans calculated to be of general utility are carried into execution with partial views and upon interested motives, it is natural to attempt to confine, within some narrow circle, the advantages which might have been derived to the world at large by an unreserved disclosure of all that had been effected. And upon this principle, it has too frequently been considered as sound policy, perhaps in this country, as well as amongst some of our neighbours, to affect to draw a veil of secrecy over the result of enterprises to discover and explore unknown quarters of the globe. It is to the honour of the present reign that more liberal views have been now adopted. Our late voyages, from the very extensive objects proposed by them, could not but convey useful information to every European nation, and indeed to every nation, however remote, which cultivates commerce and is acquainted with navigation, and that information has most laudably been afforded. The same enlarged and benevolent spirit which ordered these several expeditions to be undertaken has also taken care that the result of their various discoveries should be authentically recorded, and the transactions of the 5 first voyages round the world having in due time been communicated under the authority of His Majesty's Naval Minister. Those of the 6th, which, besides revisiting many of the former discoveries in the southern, carried its opera tie-ins into untrodden paths in the northern hemisphere, are, under the same sanction, now submitted to the public in these volumes. One great plan of nautical investigation having been pursued throughout, it is obvious that the several voyages have a close connection, and that an exact recollection of what had been aimed at and effected in those that preceded will throw considerable light on our period. With a view, therefore, to assist the reader in forming a just estimate of the additional information conveyed by this publication, it may not be improper to lay before him a short, though comprehensive, abstract of the principal objects that had been previously accomplished, arranged in such a manner as may serve to unite into one point of view the various articles which lie scattered through the voluminous journals already in the hands of the public, those compiled by Dr. Hawkesworth, and that which was written by Captain Cook himself. By thus showing what had been formerly done, how much still remained for subsequent examination will be more apparent. And it will be better understood on what grounds, though the ships of His Majesty had already circumnavigated the world 5 different times, in the course of about 10 years, another voyage should still be thought expedient. There will be a farther use in giving such an abstract a place in this introduction. The plan of discovery, carried on in so many successive expeditions, being now, we may take upon us to say, in a great measure completed, by summing up the final result, we shall be better able to do justice to the benevolent purposes it was designed to answer, and a solid foundation will be laid, on which we may build a satisfactory answer to a question sometimes asked by peevish refinement and ignorant malevolence. What beneficial consequences, if any, have followed, or are likely to follow, to the discoverers, or to the discovered, to the common interests of humanity, or to the increase of useful knowledge from all our boasted attempts to explore the distant recesses of the globe? The general object of the several voyages round the world, undertaken by the command of His Majesty, prior to that related in this work, was to search for unknown tracts of land that might exist within the bosom of the immense expanse of ocean that occupies the whole southern hemisphere. Within that space, so few researches had been made before our time, and those few researches had been made so imperfectly, that the result of them, as communicated to the world in any narration, had rather served to create uncertainty than to convey information. To deceive the credulous, rather than to satisfy the judicious inquirer. By blending the true geography of above half the superficies of the earth with an endless variety of plausible conjectures suggested by ingenious speculation, of idle tales handed down by obscure tradition, or of bold fictions invented by deliberate falsehood. It would have been very unfortunate indeed if 5 different circumnavigators of the globe, some of them, at least, if not all, in tracks little known and less frequented, had produced no discoveries, to reward the difficulties and perils unavoidably encountered. But the following review will furnish the most satisfactory proofs that His Majesty's instructions have been executed with ability, and that the repeated visits of his ships to the southern hemisphere have very considerably added to our stock of geographical knowledge. 1. The South Atlantic Ocean was the first scene of our operations. Falklands Islands had been hitherto barely known to exist, but their true position and extent, and every circumstance which could render their existence of any consequence, remained absolutely undecided till Byron visited them in 1764. And Captain McBride, who followed him thither 2 years after, having circumnavigated their coasts and taken a complete survey, a chart of Falklands Islands has been constructed with so much accuracy that the coasts of Great Britain itself are not more authentically laid down upon our maps. How little was really known of the islands in the South Atlantic. Even so late as the time of Lord Anson, we have the most remarkable proofs in the history of his voyage. Unavoidably led into mistake by the imperfect materials then in the possession of the world, he had considered Pepys's Island and Falkland Isles as distinct places, distant from each other about 5 degrees of latitude. Byron's researches have rectified this capital error, and it is now decided beyond all contradiction that future navigators will misspend their time if they look for Pepys's Island in latitude 47 degrees, it being now certain that Pepys's Island is no other than these islands of Falkland. Besides the determination of this considerable point, other lands situated in the South Atlantic have been brought forward into view. If the Isle of Georgia had been formerly seen by La Roche in 1675 and by Mr. Guyot in the ship Lion in 1756, which seems to be probable, Captain Cook in 1775 has made us fully acquainted with its extent and true position. And, in the same year, he added to the map of the world's Sandwich Land, hitherto not known to exist, and the most southern discovery that has been ever accomplished. 2. Though the Strait of Magalhães had been frequently visited and sailed through by ships of different nations before our time, a careful examination of its bays and harbours and headlands, of the numerous islands it contains, and of the coasts on both sides that enclose it, and an exact account of the tides and currents and soundings throughout its whole extent, was a task which, if Sir John Narborough and others had not totally omitted, they cannot be said to have recorded so fully as to preclude the utility of future investigation. This task has been ably and effectually performed by Byron, Wallis, and Carteret, whose transactions in this strait and the chart of it, founded on their observations and discoveries, are a most valuable accession to geography. 3. If the correct information thus obtained about every part of this celebrated strait should deter future adventurers from involving themselves in the difficulties and embarrassments of a labyrinth, now known to be so intricate and the unavoidable source of danger and delay, we have the satisfaction to have discovered that a safer and more expeditious entrance into the Pacific Ocean may be reasonably depended upon. The passage round Cape Horn has been repeatedly tried, both from the east and from the west, and stripped of its terrors. We shall, for the future, be less discouraged by the labours and distresses experienced by the squadrons of Lord Anson and Pizarro when we recollect that they were obliged to attempt the navigation of those seas at an unfavourable season of the year, and that there was nothing very formidable met with there when they were traversed by Captain Cook. To this distinguished navigator was reserved the honour of being the first, who, from a series of the most satisfactory observations, beginning at the west entrance of the Strait of Magalhães, and carried on with unwearied diligence round Tierra del Fuego through the Strait of Le Maire, has constructed a chart of the southern extremity of America, from which it will appear how much former navigators must have been at a loss to guide themselves, and what advantages will now be enjoyed by those who shall hereafter sail round Cape Horn. 4. As the voyages of discovery, undertaken by His Majesty's command, have facilitated the access of ships into the Pacific Ocean, they have also greatly enlarged our knowledge of its contents. Though the immense expanse usually distinguished by this appellation had been navigated by Europeans for near 2 centuries and a half, by far the greater part of it, particularly to the south of the equator, had remained during all this time unexplored. The great aim of Magalhães and of the Spaniards in general, its first navigators, being merely to arrive by this passage at the Moluccas and the other Asiatic Spice Islands, every intermediate part of the ocean that did not lie contiguous to their western track, which was on the north side of the equator, of course escaped due examination. And if Mendana and Quiros and some nameless conductors of voyages before them, plus, by deviating from this track and holding a westerly one from Callao within the southern tropic, were so fortunate as to meet with various islands there, and so sanguine as to consider those islands as marks of the existence of a neighbouring southern continent, in the exploring of which they flattered themselves they should rival the fame of Da Gama and Columbus. These feeble efforts never led to any effectual disclosure of the supposed hidden mine of the New World. On the contrary, their voyages being conducted without a judicious plan, and their discoveries being left imperfect without immediate settlement or subsequent examination, and scarcely recorded in any well-authenticated or accurate narrations, had been almost forgot, or were so obscurely remembered, as only to serve the purpose of producing perplexing debates about their situation and extents. if not to suggest doubts about their very existence. It seems indeed to have become a very early object of policy in the Spanish councils, to discontinue and to discourage any farther researches in that quarter. Already masters of a larger empire on the continent of America than they could conveniently govern, and of richer mines of the precious metals on that continent than they could convert into use, neither avarice nor ambition furnished reasons for aiming at a fresh accession of dominions. And thus, though settled all along the shores of this ocean, in a situation so commodious for prosecuting discoveries throughout its wide extent, the Spaniards remained satisfied with a coasting intercourse between their own ports, never stretching across the vast gulf that separates that part of America from Asia, but in an unvarying line of navigation, perhaps in a single annual ship between Acapulco and Manila. The tracks of other European navigators of the South Pacific Ocean were, in a great measure, regulated by those of the Spaniards, and consequently limited within the same narrow bounds. With the exception, perhaps, of two instances only, those of Le Maire and Roggeveen, no ships of another nation had entered this sea, through the Strait of Magalhães or round Cape Horn, but for the purposes of clandestine trade with the Spaniards or of open hostility against them. Purposes which could not be answered without precluding any probable chance of adding much to our stock of discovery. For it was obviously incumbent on all such adventurers to confine their cruises within a moderate distance of the Spanish settlements, in the vicinity of which alone they could hope to exercise their commerce or to execute their predatory and military operations. Accordingly, soon after emerging from the strait, or completing the circuit of Tierra del Fuego, they began to hold a northerly course to the uninhabited island of Juan Fernandez, their usual spot of rendezvous and refreshment. And, after ranging along the continent of America from Chile to California, they either reversed their course back to the Atlantic, or, if they ventured to extend their voyage by stretching over to Asia, they never thought of trying experiments in the unfrequented and unexplored parts of the ocean, but chose the beaten path, if the expression may be used, within the limits of which it was likely that they might meet with a Philippine galleon, to make their voyage profitable to themselves, but could have little prospect, if they had been desirous, of making it useful to the world by gaining any accession of new land to the map of the world. By the natural operation of these causes, it could not but happen that little progress should be made toward obtaining a full and accurate knowledge of the South Pacific Ocean. Something, however, had been attempted by the industrious and once enterprising Dutch, to whom we are indebted for 3 voyages, undertaken for the purposes of discovery, and whose researches in the southern latitudes of this ocean are much better ascertained than are those of the earlier Spanish navigators above mentioned. Le Maire and Schouten in 1616, and Roggeveen in 1722, wisely judging that nothing new could be gained by adhering to the usual passage on the north side of the line, traversed this ocean from Cape Horn to the East Indies, crossing the South Tropic, a space which had been so seldom and so ineffectually visited, though popular belief, fortified by philosophical speculation, expected there to reap the richest harvest Tasman in 1642 in his extensive circuit from Batavia through the South Indian Ocean, entered the South Pacific at its greatest distance from the American side, where it never had been examined before, and his range continued from a high southern latitude northward to New Guinea, and the islands to the east of it near the equator, produced intermediate discoveries that have rendered his voyage memorable in the annals of navigation. But still, upon the whole, what was effected in these 3 expeditions served only to show how large a field was reserved for future and more persevering examination. Their results had, indeed, enabled geographers to diversify the vacant uniformity of former charts of this ocean by the insertion of some new islands. But the number and the extent of these insertions were so inconsiderable that they may be said to appear rari, nante, ingurgite vasto, and if the discoveries were few, those few were made very imperfectly. Some coasts were approached, but not landed upon, and passed without waiting to examine their extent and connection with those that might exist at no great distance. If others were landed upon, the visits were, in general, so transient that it was scarcely possible to build upon a foundation so weakly laid any information that could even gratify idle curiosity, much less satisfy philosophical inquiry or contribute greatly to the safety or to the success of future navigation. Let us, however, do justice to these beginnings of discovery. To the Dutch, we must at least ascribe the merit of being our harbingers, though we afterward went beyond them in the road they had first ventured to tread. And with what success His Majesty's ships have, in their repeated voyages, penetrated into the obscurest recesses of the South Pacific Ocean, will appear from the following enumeration of their various and very extensive operations, which have drawn up the veil that had hitherto been thrown over the geography of so great a proportion of the globe. 1. The several lands, of which any account had been given, as seen by any of the preceding navigators, Spanish or Dutch, have been carefully looked for, and most of them, at least such as seem to be of any consequence, found out and visited, and not visited in a cursory manner, but every means used to correct former mistakes and to supply former deficiencies by making accurate inquiries ashore and taking skillful surveys of their coasts by sailing round them. Who has not heard or read of the boasted Tierra Australia del Espiritu Santo of Quiros? But its bold pretensions to be a part of a southern continent could not stand Captain Cook's examination, who sailed round it and assigned it its true position and moderate bounds in the archipelago of the New Hebrides. 2. Besides perfecting many of the discoveries of their predecessors, our late navigators have enriched geographical knowledge with a long catalogue of their own. The Pacific Ocean within the South Tropic, repeatedly traversed in every direction, was found to swarm with a seemingly endless profusion of habitable spots of land. Islands scattered through the amazing space of near 80 degrees of longitude, separated at various distances or grouped in numerous clusters, have, at their approach, as it were, started into existence. And such ample accounts have been brought home concerning them and their inhabitants as may serve every useful purpose of inquiry. And, to use Captain Cook's words, who bore so considerable a share in those discoveries, have left little more to be done in that part. 3rd. Byron, Wallis and Carteret had each of them contributed toward increasing our knowledge of the islands that exist in the Pacific Ocean within the limits of the southern tropic. But how far that ocean reached to the west, what lands bounded it on that side, and the connection of those lands with the discoveries of former navigators was still the reproach of geographers, and remained absolutely unknown, till Captain Cook, during his first voyage in 1770, brought back the most satisfactory decision of this important question. With a wonderful perseverance and consummate skill, amidst an uncommon combination of perplexities and dangers, he traced this coast near 2,000 miles from the 38th degree of south latitude, crossed the tropic, to its northern extremity, within 10 degrees and a half of the equinoctial, where it was found to join the lands already explored by the Dutch in several voyages from their Asiatic settlements, and to which they have given the name of New Holland. Those discoveries made in the last century before Tasman's voyage had traced the north and the west coasts of this land, and Captain Cook, by his extensive operations on its east side, left little to be done toward completing the full circuit of it. Between Cape Hicks, in latitude 38 degrees where his examination of this coast began, and that part of Van Diemen's Land, from whence Tasman took his departure, was not above 55 leagues. It was highly probable, therefore, that they were connected, though Captain Cook cautiously says that he could not determine whether his New South Wales, that is the east coast of New Holland, joins to Van Diemen's Land, or no pools. But what was thus left undetermined by the operations of his first voyage was, in the course of his second, soon cleared up. Captain Furneaux, in the Adventure, during his separation from the Resolution, a fortunate separation as it thus turned out, in 1773, having explored Van Diemen's Land from its southern point along the east coast, far beyond Tasman Station, and on to the latitude 38 degrees, where Captain Cook's examination of it in 1770 had commenced. It is no longer therefore a doubt that we have now a full knowledge of the whole circumference of this vast body of land, this fifth part of the world, if I may so speak, which our late voyages have discovered to be of so amazing a magnitude that, to use Captain Cook's words, it is of a larger extent than any other country in the known world that does not bear the name of a continent, ++. Fourth, Tasman, having entered the Pacific Ocean after leaving Van Diemen's Land, had fallen in with a coast to which he gave the name of New Zealand. The extent of this coast and its position in any direction but a part of its west side, which he sailed along in his course northward, being left absolutely unknown, it had been a favourite opinion amongst geographers since his time that New Zealand was a part of a southern continent, running north and south from the 33rd to the 64 degrees of south latitude, and its northern coast, stretching across the South Pacific to an immense distance, where its eastern boundary had been seen by Juan Fernandez half a century before. Captain Cook's voyage in the Endeavour has totally destroyed this supposition, though Tasman must still have the credit of having first seen New Zealand. To Captain Cook solely belongs that of having really explored it. He spent near 6 months upon its coasts in 1769 and 1770 Valsea, circumnavigated it completely, and ascertained its extent and division into 2 islands plus. Repeated visits since that have perfected this important discovery, which, though now known to be no part of a southern continent, will, probably, in all future charts of the world, be distinguished as the largest islands that exist in that part of the southern hemisphere. Whether New Holland did or did not join to New Guinea was a question involved in much doubt and uncertainty before Captain Cook, sailing between them through Endeavour Strait, decided it. We will not hesitate to call this an important acquisition to geography, for though the great sagacity and extensive reading of Mr. Dalrymple had discovered some traces of such a passage having been found before ++, yet these traces were so obscure and so little known in the present age that they had not generally regulated the construction of our charts. The President de Brosse, who wrote in 1756, and was well versed in geographical researches, had not been able to satisfy himself about them. And Monsieur de Bougainville, in 1768, who had ventured to fall in with the south coast of New Guinea, near 90 leagues to the westward of its southeast point, chose rather to work those 90 leagues directly to windward, at a time when his people were in such distress for provisions as to eat the seal skins from off the yards and rigging, than to run the risk of finding a passage, of the existence of which he entertained the strongest doubts, by persevering in his westerly course +. Captain Cook, therefore, in this part of his voyage, though he modestly disclaims all merit ++, has established beyond future controversy a fact of essential service to navigation, by opening, if not a new, at least an unfrequented and forgotten communication between the South Pacific and Indian Oceans. 6. One more discovery, for which we are indebted to Captain Carteret, as similar in some degree to that last mentioned, may properly succeed it in this enumeration. Dampier, in sailing round what was supposed to be part of the coast of New Guinea, discovered it to belong to a separate island, to which he gave the name of New Britain. But that the land which he named New Britain should be subdivided again into 2 separate large islands with many smaller intervening is a point of geographical information, which, if ever traced by any of the earliest navigators of the South Pacific, had not been handed down to the present age. And its having been ascertained by Captain Carteret deserves to be mentioned as a discovery, in the strictest sense of the word. A discovery of the utmost importance to navigation. St. George's Channel, through which his ship found a way, between New Britain and New Ireland, from the Pacific into the Indian Ocean, to use the captain's own words, is a much better and shorter passage, whether from the eastward or westward, than round all the islands and lands to the northward. 5. The voyages of Byron, Wallis and Carteret were principally confined to a favourite object of discovery in the South Atlantic, and though accessions to geography were procured by them in the South Pacific, they could do but little toward giving the world a complete view of the contents of that immense expanse of ocean, through which they only held a direct track on their way homeward by the East Indies. Cook, indeed, who was appointed to the conduct of the succeeding voyage, had a more accurate examination of the South Pacific entrusted to him. But as the improvement of astronomy went hand in hand, in his instructions with that of geography, the captain's solicitude to arrive at Tahiti time enough to observe the transit of Venus put it out of his power to deviate from his direct track in search of unknown lands that might lie to the southeast of that island. By this unavoidable attention to his duty, a very considerable part of the South Pacific, and that part where the richest mine of discovery was supposed to exist, remained unvisited and unexplored during that voyage in the Endeavour. To remedy this, and to clear up a point, which, though many of the learned were confident of, upon principles of speculative reasoning, and many of the unlearned admitted, upon what they thought to be credible testimony, was still held to be very problematical, if not absolutely groundless, by others who were less sanguine or more incredulous. His Majesty, always ready to forward every inquiry that can add to the stock of interesting knowledge in every branch, ordered another expedition to be undertaken. The signal services performed by Captain Cook during his first voyage, of which we have given the outlines, marked him as the fittest person to finish an examination which he had already so skillfully executed in part. Accordingly, he was sent out in 1772 with 2 ships, the Resolution and Adventure, upon the most enlarged plan of discovery known in the annals of navigation. For he was instructed not only to circumnavigate the whole globe, but to circumnavigate it in high southern latitudes, making such traverses from time to time into every corner of the Pacific Ocean not before examined, as might finally and effectually resolve the much agitated question about the existence of a southern continent in any part of the southern hemisphere accessible by navigation. The ample accessions to geography by the discovery of many islands within the tropic in the Pacific Ocean in the course of this voyage, which was carried on with singular perseverance between 3 and 4 years, have been already stated to the reader. But the general search now made throughout the whole southern hemisphere as being the principal object in view hath been reserved for this separate article. Here, indeed, we are not to take notice of lands that have been discovered, but of seas failed through, where lands had been supposed to exist. In tracing the route of the Resolution and Adventure throughout the South Atlantic, the South Indian and the South Pacific Oceans that environ the globe, and combining it with the route of the Endeavour, we receive what may be called ocular demonstration, that Captain Cook, in his persevering researches, failed over many an extensive continent, which, though supposed to have been seen by former navigators, at the approach of his ships, sunk into the bosom of the ocean, and, like the baseless fabric of a vision, left not a rack behind. It has been urged that the existence of a southern continent is necessary to preserve an equilibrium between the 2 hemispheres. But however plausible this theory may seem, at first sight, experience has abundantly detected its fallacy. In consequence of Captain Cook's voyage, now under consideration, we have a thorough knowledge of the state of the southern hemisphere, and can pronounce with certainty that the equilibrium of the globe is effectually preserved, though the proportion of sea actually sailed through leaves no sufficient space for the corresponding mass of land, which, on speculative arguments, had been maintained to be necessary. If former navigators have added more land to the known globe than Captain Cook, to him, at least, was reserved the honour of being foremost in disclosing to us the extent of sea that covers its surface. His own summary view of the transactions of this voyage will be a proper conclusion to these remarks. I had now made the circuit of the Southern Ocean in a high latitude and traversed it in such a manner as to leave not the least room for there being a continent unless near the pole and out of the reach of navigation. By twice visiting the tropical sea, I had not only settled the situation of some old discoveries, but made there many new ones, and left, I conceive, very little to be done, even in that part. Thus I flatter myself that the intention of the voyage has, in every respect, been fully answered, the southern hemisphere sufficiently explored, and a final end put to the searching after a southern continent, which has at times engrossed the attention of some of the maritime powers for near 2 centuries past, and been a favourite theory amongst the geographers of all ages. Thus far, therefore, the voyages to disclose new tracks of navigation and to reform old defects in geography appear to have been prosecuted with a satisfactory share of success. A perusal of the foregoing summary of what had been done will enable everyone to judge what was still wanting to complete the great plan of discovery. The southern hemisphere had, indeed, been repeatedly visited, and its utmost accessible extremities been surveyed. But much uncertainty and, of course, great variety of opinion subsisted as to the navigable extremities of our own hemisphere, particularly as to the existence, or at least as to the practicability of a northern passage between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, either by sailing eastward round Asia or westward round North America. It was obvious that if such a passage could be effected, voyages to Japan and China, and indeed to the East Indies in general, would be much shortened, and consequently become more profitable than by making the tedious circuit of the Cape of Good Hope. Accordingly, it became a favourite object of the English to effectuate this above 2 centuries ago, and, to say nothing of Cabot's original attempt in 1497, which ended in the discovery of Newfoundland and the Labrador coast, from Frobisher's first voyage to find a western passage in 1576 to those of James and of Fox. In 1631, repeated trials had been made by our enterprising adventurers. But though farther knowledge of the northern extent of America was obtained in the course of these voyages, by the discovery of Hudson's and Baffin's bays, the wished-for passage on that side into the Pacific Ocean was still unattained. Our countrymen and the Dutch were equally unsuccessful in various attempts to find this passage in an eastern direction. Wood's failure in 1676 seems to have closed the long lift of unfortunate northern expeditions in that century, and the discovery, if not absolutely despaired of, by having been so often missed, ceased for many years to be sought for. Mr. Dobbs, a warm advocate for the probability of a northwest passage through Hudson's Bay in our own time, once more recalled the attention of this country to that undertaking, and by his active zeal and persevering solicitation renewed the spirit of discovery. But it was renewed in vain. For Captain Middleton, sent out by government in 1741, and Captain Smith and Moore by a private society in 1746, though encouraged by an Act of Parliament passed in the preceding year, that annexed a reward of £20,000 to the discovery of a passage, returned from Hudson's Bay with reports of their proceedings, that left the accomplishment of this favourite object at as great a distance as ever. When researches of this kind, no longer left to the solicitation of an individual or to the subscriptions of private adventurers, became cherished by the royal attention in the present reign and warmly promoted by the minister at the head of the naval department, it was impossible, whilst so much was done toward exploring the remotest corners of the southern hemisphere, that the northern passage should not be attempted. Accordingly, while Captain Cook was prosecuting his voyage toward the South Pole, in 1773, Lord Mulgrave sailed with 2 ships to determine how far navigation was practicable toward the North Pole. And though his lordship met with the same insuperable bar to his progress which former navigators had experienced, the hopes of opening a communication between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans by a northerly course were not abandoned, and a voyage for that purpose was ordered to be undertaken. The operations proposed to be pursued were so new, so extensive, and so various that the skill and experience of Captain Cook, it was thought, would be requisite to conduct them. Without being liable to any charge of want of zeal for the public service, he might have passed the rest of his days in the command to which he had been appointed in Greenwich Hospital, there to enjoy the fame he had dearly earned in 2 circumnavigations of the world. But he cheerfully relinquished this honourable station at home, and happy that the Earl of Sandwich had not cast his eye upon any other commander, engaged in the conduct of the expedition, the history of which is presented to the public in these volumes. An expedition that would expose him to the toils and perils of a 3rd circumnavigation by a track hitherto unattempted. Every former navigator round the globe had made his passage home to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope. The arduous task was now assigned to Captain Cook of attempting it by reaching the high northern latitudes between Asia and America. So that the usual plan of discovery was reversed, and instead of a passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific, one from the latter into the former was to be tried. For it was wisely foreseen that whatever openings or inlets there might be on the east side of America, which lie in a direction which could give any hopes of a passage, the ultimate success of it would still depend upon there being an open sea between the west side of that continent and the extremities of Asia. Captain Cook, therefore, was ordered to proceed into the Pacific Ocean through the chain of his new islands in the southern tropic, and having crossed the equator into its northern parts, then to hold such a course as might probably fix many interesting points in geography and produce intermediate discoveries in his progress northward to the principal scene of his operations. But the plan of the voyage and the various objects it embraced will best appear from the instructions under which Captain Cook failed, and the insertion of them here will convey such authentic information as may enable the reader to judge with precision how far they have been carried into execution by the Commissioners for executing the office of Lord, High Admiral of Great Britain and Ireland, and so forth. Secret instructions for Captain James Cook, commander of His Majesty's sloop the Resolution. Whereas the Earl of Sandwich has signified to us His Majesty's pleasure that an attempt should be made to find out a northern passage by sea from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. And whereas we have, in pursuance thereof, caused His Majesty's sloops Resolution and Discovery to be fitted, in all respects, proper to proceed upon a voyage for the purpose above mentioned. And, from the experience we have bad of your abilities and good conduct in your late voyages, have thought fit to entrust you with the conduct of the present intended voyage, and with that view appointed you to command the first mentioned sloop, and directed Captain Clark, who commands the other, to follow your orders for his further proceedings. You are hereby required and directed to proceed with the said 2 sloops directly to the Cape of Good Hope, unless you shall judge it necessary to stop at Madeira, the Cape de Verde, or Canary Islands, to take in wine for the use of their companies, in which case you are at liberty to do so, taking care to remain there no longer than may be necessary for that purpose. On your arrival at the Cape of Good Hope, you are to refresh the sloops' companies and to cause the sloops to be supplied with as much provisions and water as they can conveniently slow. You are, if possible, to leave the Cape of Good Hope by the end of October or the beginning of November next, and proceed to the southward in search of same island said to have been lately seen by the French, in the latitude of 48 degrees 0 minutes south, and about the meridian of Mauritius. In case you find those islands, you are to examine them thoroughly for a good harbour, and upon discovering one, make the necessary observations to facilitate the finding it again, as a good port in that situation may hereafter prove very useful, although it should afford little or nothing more than shelter, wood, and water. You are not, however, to spend too much time in looking out for those islands or in the examination of them, if found, but proceed to Otabyte or the Society Isles, touching at New Zealand in your way thither, if you should judge it necessary and convenient, and taking care to arrive there time enough to admit of your giving the sloops' companies the refreshment they may stand in need of before you prosecute the farther object of these instructions. Upon your arrival at Otabaite or the Society Isles, you are to land Omiab at such of them as he may choose, and to leave him there. You are to distribute among the chiefs of those islands such part of the presents with which you have been supplied, as you shall judge proper, reserving the remainder to distribute among the natives of the countries you may discover in the northern hemisphere. And having refreshed the people belonging to the sloops under your command, and taken on board such wood and water as they may respectively stand in need of, you are to leave those islands in the beginning of February, or sooner if you shall judge it necessary, and then proceed in as direct a course as you can to the coast of New Albion, endeavouring to fall in with it in the latitude of 45 degrees north, and taking care, in your way thither, not to lose any time in search of new lands, or to flop at any you may fall in with, unless you find it necessary to recruit your wood and water. You are also, in your way thither, strictly enjoined not to touch upon any part of the Spanish dominions on the western continent of America, unless driven thither by some unavoidable accident. In which café you are to stay no longer there than shall be absolutely necessary, and to be very careful not to give any umbrage or offence to any of the inhabitants or subjects of His Catholic Majesty. And if, in your farther progress to the northward, as hereafter directed, you find any subjects of any European prince or state upon any part of the coast you may think proper to visit, you are not to disturb them or give them any just cause of offence, but, on the contrary, to treat them with civility and friendship. Upon your arrival on the coast of New Albion, you are to put into the first convenient port to recruit your wood and water, and procure refreshments, and then to proceed northward along the coast, as far as the latitude of 65 degrees, or farther, if you are not obstructed by lands or ice, taking care not to lose any time in exploring rivers or inlets, or upon any other account, until you get into the before-mentioned latitude of 65 degrees, where we could wish you to arrive in the month of June next. When you get that length, you are very carefully to search for and to explore such rivers or inlets as may appear to be of a considerable extent and pointing towards Hudson's or Baffin's bays. And if, from your own observations, or from any information you may receive from the natives, who, there is reason to believe, are the same race of people, and speak the same language, of which you are furnished with a vocabulary as the Eskimo, there shall appear to be a certainty, or even a probability, of a water passage into the aforementioned bays, or either of them, you are, in such café, to use your utmost endeavours to pass through with one or both of the sloops, unless you shall be of opinion that the passage may be effected with more certainty or with greater probability by smaller vessels. In which café you are to set up the frames of one or both the small vessels with which you are provided, and, when they are put together and are properly fitted, stored and victualled, you are to dispatch one or both of them under the care of proper officers, with a sufficient number of petty officers, men and boats, in order to attempt the said passage, with such instructions for their rejoining you if they should fail, or for their farther proceedings if they should succeed in the attempt, as you shall judge most proper. But nevertheless, if you shall find it more eligible to pursue any other measures than those above pointed out, in order to make a discovery of the before-mentioned passage, if any such there be, you are at liberty, and we leave it to your discretion, to pursue such measures accordingly. In case you shall be satisfied that there is no passage through to the above-mentioned bays, sufficient for the purposes of navigation, you are, at the proper season of the year, to repair to the port of St. Peter and St. Paul in Kamchatka, or wherever else you shall judge more proper, in order to refresh your people and pass the winter. And in the spring of the ensuing year, 1778, to proceed from thence to the northward, as far as, in your prudence, you may think proper, in further search of a northeast or northwest passage from the Pacific Ocean into the Atlantic Ocean or the North Sea. And if, from your own observation or any information you may receive, there shall appear to be a probability of such passage, you are to proceed as above directed. And, having discovered such passage, or failed in the attempt, make the best of your way back to England by such route as you may think best for the improvement of geography and navigation, repairing to Spithead with both sloops, where they are to remain till further order. At whatever places you may touch in the course of your voyage, where accurate observations of the nature hereafter mentioned have not already been made, you are, as far as your time will allow, very carefully to observe the true situation of such places, both in latitude and longitude. The variation of the needle, bearings of headlands, height, direction, and course of the tides and currents, depths and soundings of the sea, shoals, rocks, etc., and also to survey, make charts and take views of such bays, harbours, and different parts of the coast, and to make such notations thereon as may be useful either to navigation or commerce. You are also carefully to observe the nature of the soil and the produce thereof, the animals and fowls that inhabit or frequent it, the fishes that are to be found in the rivers or upon the coast, and in what plenty, and, in case there are any peculiar to such places, to describe them as minutely, and to make as accurate drawings of them as you can. And if you find any metals, minerals, or valuable stones, or any extraneous fossils, you are to bring home specimens of each. As also of the seeds of such trees, shrubs, plants, fruits, and grains, peculiar to those places, as you may be able to collect and to transmit them to our secretary, that proper examination and experiments may be made of them. You are likewise to observe the genius, temper, disposition, and number of the natives and inhabitants, where you find any, and to endeavour by all proper means to cultivate a friendship with them, making them presents of such trinkets as you may have on board, and they may like best, inviting them to traffic, and showing them every kind of civility and regard, but taking care, nevertheless, not to suffer yourself to be surprised by them, but to be always on your guard against any accidents. You are also, with the consent of the natives, to take possession, in the name of the King of Great Britain, of convenient situations in such countries as you may discover that have not already been discovered or visited by any other European power, and to distribute among the inhabitants such things as will remain as traces and testimonies of your having been there. But if you find the countries so discovered are uninhabited, you are to take possession of them for His Majesty by setting up proper marks and inscriptions as first discoverers and possessors. But forasmuch as, in undertakings of this nature, several emergencies may arise not to be foreseen, and therefore not particularly to be provided for by instructions beforehand, you are, in all such cases, to proceed as you shall judge most advantageous to the service on which you are employed. You are, by all opportunities, to send to our secretary, for our information, accounts of your proceedings, and copies of the surveys and drawings you shall have made. And upon your arrival in England, you are immediately to repair to this office, in order to lay before us a full account of your proceedings in the whole course of your voyage, taking care, before you leave the sloop, to demand from the officers and petty officers the logbooks and journals they may have kept, and to seal them up for our inspection, and enjoining them and the whole crew not to divulge where they have been until they shall have permission so to do, and you are to direct Captain Clark to do the same with respect to the officers, petty officers, and crew of the Discovery. If any accident should happen to the Resolution in the course of the voyage so as to disable her from proceeding any farther, you are, in such case, to remove yourself and her crew into the Discovery and to prosecute your voyage in her, her commander being hereby strictly required to receive you on board and to obey your orders, the same in every respect as when you were actually on board the Resolution. And, in case of your inability, by sickness or otherwise, to carry these instructions into execution, you are to be careful to leave them with the next officer in command, who is hereby required to execute them in the best manner be can. Given under our hands the 6th day of July, 1776, Sandwich, C. Spencer, H. Palliser, by command of their lordships, P. H. Stevens. Besides ordering Captain Cook to fail on this important voyage, Government, in earnest about the object of it, adopted a measure, which, while it could not but have a powerful operation on the crews of the Resolution and Discovery by adding the motives of interest to the obligations of duty, at the same time encouraged all His Majesty's subjects to engage in attempts toward the proposed discovery. By the Act of Parliament passed in 1745, a reward of £20,000 had been held out. But it had been held out only to the ships belonging to any of His Majesty's subjects, exclusive of His Majesty's own ships. The Act had a still more capital defect. It held out this reward only to such ships as should discover a passage through Hudson's Bay, and, as we shall soon take occasion to explain, it was by this time pretty certain that no such passage existed within those limits. Effectual care was taken to remedy both these defects by passing a new law, which, after reciting the provisions of the former, proceeds as follows. And whereas many advantages both to commerce and science may be also expected from the discovery of any northern passage for vessels by sea between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, be it enacted that if any ship belonging to any of His Majesty's subjects or to His Majesty shall find our and fail through any passage by sea between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in any direction or parallel of the northern hemisphere to the northward of the 52nd degree of northern latitude, the owners of such ships, if belonging to any of His Majesty's subjects, or the commander, officers and seamen of such ship belonging to His Majesty, shall receive as a reward for such discovery the sum of £20,000. And whereas ships employed, both in the Spitzbergen seas and in Davis's Straits, have frequent opportunities of approaching the North Pole, though they have not time, during the course of one summer, to penetrate into the Pacific Ocean, and whereas such approaches may greatly tend to the discovery of a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, as well as be attended with many advantages to commerce and science, etc., be it enacted that if any ship shall approach to within 1 degree of the North Pole, the owner and so approaching shall receive as a reward for such first approach the sum of £5,000. That nothing might be omitted that could facilitate the success of Captain Cook's expedition, some time before he failed, in the beginning of the summer of 1776, Lieutenant Pickersgill, appointed commander of His Majesty's armed brig the Lion, was ordered to proceed to Davis's Straits for the protection of the British whale fishers, and that first object being secured, he was then required and directed to proceed up Baffin's Bay and explore the coasts thereof, as far as in his judgment the same could be done without apparent risk, taking care to leave the above-mentioned bay so timely as to secure his return to England in the fall of the year. And it was farther enjoined to him to make nautical remarks of every kind, and to employ Mr. Lane, master of the vessel under his command, in surveying, making charts, and taking views of the several bays, harbours, and different parts of the coasts which he might visit, and in making such notations thereon as might be useful to geography and navigation plus. Pickersgill, we fee, was not to attempt the discovery of the passage. He was directed to explore the coasts of Baffin's Bay, with a view only to bring back the same year some information, which might be an useful direction toward planning an intended voyage into that bay the ensuing summer, to try for the discovery of a passage on that fide, with a view to cooperate with Captain Cook, who, it was supposed, from the tenor of his instructions, would be trying for this passage about the same time from the opposite side of America. Pickersgill, obeying his instructions, at least in this instance, did return that year, but there were sufficient reasons for not sending him out again, and the command of the next expedition into Baffin's Bay was conferred on Lieutenant Young, whose instructions, having an immediate connection with our voyage, are here inserted. Extract of instructions to Lieutenant Young, commanding the lion-armed vessel, dated 13th March, 1777. Whereas, in pursuance of the King's pleasure, signified to us by the Earl of Sandwich, His Majesty's sloops named in the margin have been sent out under the command of Captain Cook, in order, during this and the ensuing year, to attempt a discovery of a northern passage, by sea, from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean, and for that purpose to run up as high as the latitude of 65 degrees north, where it is hoped he will be able to arrive in the month of June next. And there, and as much further to the northward as in his prudence he shall think proper, very carefully to search for and explore such rivers or inlets as may appear to be of a considerable extent, and pointing to Hudson's or Baffin's bays, or the North Sea, and upon finding any passage, through sufficient for the purposes of navigation to attempt such passage with one or both of the sloops, or if they are judged to be too large, with smaller vessels, the frames of which have been sent out with him for that purpose. And whereas, in pursuance of his Majesty's further pleasure, signified as aforesaid, the armed vessel under your command, Bath, been fitted in order to proceed to Baffin's Bay, with a view to explore the western parts thereof, and to endeavour to find a passage on that side, from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, and we have thought fit to entrust you with the conduct of that voyage. You are therefore hereby required and directed to put to sea in the said armed vessel, without a moment's loss of time, and make the best of your way into Baffin's Bay, and so use your best endeavours to explore the western shores thereof, as far as in your judgment the same can be done, without apparent risque, and to examine such considerable rivers or inlets as you may discover. And in case you find any, through which there may be a probability of passing into the Pacific Ocean, you are to attempt such passage, and if you succeed in the attempt, and shall be able to repass it again, so as to return to England this year, you are to make the best of your way to Spithead, or the Nore, and remain there until you receive further order, sending us an account of your arrival and proceedings. But if you shall succeed in the attempt, and shall find the season too far advanced for you to return the same way, you are then to look out for the most convenient place to winter in, and to endeavour to return by the said passage as early in the next year as the season will admit, and then to make the best of your way to England, as above directed. In case, however, you should not find, or should be satisfied there is not any probability of finding, any such passage, or, finding it, you should not be able to get through in the vessel you command, you are then to return to England, as before mentioned, unless you shall find any branch of the sea leading to the westward, which you shall judge likely to afford a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, and which you shall not be able to explore in the course of this year, it being in that case left to your discretion to stay the winter in the most commodious situation you can find, in order to pursue the discovery next year, if you shall find it advisable so to do. And, having discovered such passage, or not succeeded in the attempt, you are to make the best of your way to England, as above directed. It was natural to hope that something would have been done in one or other, or in both these voyages of the Lion, that might have opened our views with regard to the practicability of a passage from this side of America. But unfortunately, the execution did not answer the expectations conceived. Pickersgill, who had acquired professional experience when acting under Captain Cook, justly merited the censure he received for improper behaviour when entrusted with command in Davis's Straits, and the talents of Young, as it afterward appeared, were more adapted to contribute to the glory of a victory as commander of a line of battleship than to add to geographical discoveries by encountering mountains of ice and exploring unknown coasts. Both Pickersgill and Young having been ordered to proceed into Baffin's Bay, and Captain Cook being directed not to begin his search till he should arrive in the latitude of 65 degrees, it may not be improper to say something here of the reasons which weighed with those who planned the voyages and framed the instructions to carry their views so far northward as the proper situation, where the passage, if it existed at all, was likely to be attempted with success. It may be asked, why was Hudson's Bay neglected on our side of America, and why was not Captain Cook ordered to begin his search on its opposite side in much lower latitudes? Particularly, why not explore the strait leading into the western sea of John de Fuca, between the latitudes of 47 degrees and 48 degrees, the archipelago of St. Lazarus of Admiral de Fonte, between 50 degrees and 55 degrees, and the rivers and lakes through which he found a passage north-eastward, till he met with a ship from Boston? as to the pretended discoveries of de Fuca, the Greek pilot, or of de Fonte, the Spanish admiral, though they have sometimes found their way into fictitious maps or have been warmly contended for by the espousers of fanciful systems, to have directed Captain Cook to spend any time in tracing them would have been as wise a measure as if he had been directed to trace the situation of Lilliput or Brobdingnag. The latter are, indeed, confessedly mere objects of imagination, and the former, destitute of any sufficient external evidence, bear so many striking marks of internal absurdity as warrant our pronouncing them to be the fabric of imposture. Captain Cook's instructions were founded on an accurate knowledge of what had been already done and of what still remained to do, and this knowledge pointed out the inutility of beginning his search for a passage till his arrival in the latitude of 65 degrees, of which every fair and capable inquirer will be abundantly convinced by an attention to the following particulars. Middleton, who commanded the expedition in 1741 and 1742 into Hudson's Bay, had proceeded farther north than any of his predecessors in that navigation. But though, from his former acquaintance with that bay, to which he had frequently sailed in the service of the company, he had entertained hopes of finding out a passage through it into the Pacific Ocean, the observations which he was now enabled to make induced him to change his opinion, and on his return to England he made an unfavourable report. Mr. Dobbs, the patron of the enterprise, did not acquiesce in this, and, fortified in his original idea of the practicability of the passage by the testimony of some of Middleton's officers, he appealed to the public, accusing him of having misrepresented facts and of having, from interested motives, in concert with the Hudson's Bay Company, decided against the practicability of the passage, though the discoveries of his own voyage had put it within his reach. He had, between the latitude of 65 degrees and 66 degrees, found a very considerable inlet running westward, into which he entered with his ships, and, after repeated trials of the tides and endeavours to discover the nature and course of the opening for 3 weeks successively, he found the flood constantly to come from the eastward, and that it was a large river he had got into, to which he gave the name of Waiga River. The accuracy, or rather the fidelity of this report was denied by Mr. Dobbs, who contended that this opening is a strait and not a fresh water river, and that Middleton, if he had examined it properly, would have found a passage through it to the western American Ocean. The failure of this voyage, therefore, only served to furnish our zealous advocate for the discovery with new arguments for attempting it once more. And he had the good fortune, after getting the reward of £20,000 established by Act of Parliament, to prevail upon a society of gentlemen and merchants to fit out the Dobbs and California, which ships, it was hoped, would be able to find their way into the Pacific Ocean by the very opening which Middleton's voyage had pointed out, and which he was believed to have misrepresented. This renovation of hope only produced fresh disappointment, for it is well known that the voyage of the Dobbs and California, instead of confuting, strongly confirmed all that Middleton had asserted. The supposed strait was found to be nothing more than a freshwater river, and its utmost western navigable boundaries were now ascertained by accurate examination. But though Waiga's Strait had thus disappointed our hopes, as had also done Rankin's Inlet, which was now found to be a close bay, and though other arguments, founded on the supposed course of the tides in Hudson's Bay, appeared to be groundless, such is our attachment to an opinion once adopted, that even after the unsuccessful issue of the voyage of the Dobbs and California, a passage through some other place in that bay was by many considered as attainable, and particularly Chesterfield's, formerly called Bowden's Inlet, lying between latitude 63 degrees and 64 degrees, succeeded Waiga's Strait, in the sanguine expectations of those who remained unconvinced by former disappointments. Mr. Ellis, who was on board the ships and who wrote the history of the voyage, holds up this as one of the places where the passage may be sought for upon very rational grounds, and with very good effects. He also mentions Repulse Bay, nearly in latitude 67 degrees, but as to this he speaks less confidently, only saying that by an attempt there we might probably approach nearer to the Discovery Plus. He had good reason for thus guarding his expression, for the committee who directed this voyage, admitting the impracticability of effecting a passage at Repulse Bay, had refused allowing the ships to go into it, being satisfied as to that place. Setting Repulse Bay, therefore, aside, within which we have no reason for believing that any inlet exists, there remained no part of Hudson's Bay to be searched, but Chesterfield's inlet and a small track of coast between the latitude 62 degrees and what is called the south point of Maine, which had been left unexplored by the Dobbs and California. But this last gleam of hope has now disappeared. The aversion of the Hudson's Bay Company to contribute anything to the discovery of a Northwest Passage had been loudly reported by Mr. Dobbs, and the public seemed to believe that the charge was well founded. But still, in justice to them, it must be allowed that in 1720 they had sent Messrs. Knight and Barlow in a sloop on this very discovery. But these unfortunate people were never more heard of. Mr. Scroggs, who failed in search of them in 1722, only brought back proofs of their shipwreck, but no fresh intelligence about a passage which he was also to look for. They also sent a sloop and a shallop to try for this discovery in 1737, but to no purpose. If obstructions were thrown in the way of Captain Middleton and of the commanders of the Dobbs and California, the governor and committee of the Hudson's Bay Company, since that time, we must acknowledge, have made amends for the narrow prejudices of their predecessors, and we have it in our power to appeal to facts, which abundantly testify that everything has been done by them that could be required by the public toward perfecting the search for a Northwest Passage. In the year 1761, Captain Christopher sailed from Fort Churchill in the sloop Churchill, and his voyage was not quite fruitless, for he sailed up Chesterfield's Inlet, through which a passage had, by Mr. Ellis's account of it, been so generally expected. But when the water turned brackish, which marked that he was not in a strait but in a river, he returned. To leave no room for a variety of opinion, however, he was ordered to repeat the voyage the ensuing summer in the same sloop, and Mr. Norton, in a cutter, was appointed to attend him. By the favour of the governor and committee of the company, the journals of Captain Christopher and of Mr. Norton and Captain Christopher's chart of the inlet have been readily communicated. From these authentic documents, it appears that the search and examination of Chesterfield's Inlet was now completed. It was found to end in a fresh water lake at the distance of about 170 miles from the sea. This lake was found also to be about 21 leagues long and from 5 to 10 broad, and to be completely closed up on every side except to the west, where there was a little rivulet, to survey the state of which Mr. Norton and the crew of the cutter, having landed and marched up the country, saw that it soon terminated in 3 falls, one above another, and not water for a small boat over them, and ridges, mostly dry from side to side, for 5 or 6 miles higher. Thus ends Chesterfield's Inlet, and all Mr. Ellis's expectations of a passage through it to the Western Ocean. The other part of the coast, from latitude 62 degrees to the south point of Maine, within which limits hopes were also entertained of finding a passage, have of late years been thoroughly explored. It is here that Pistol Bay is situated, which the author who has writ last in this country on the probability of a Northwest Passage, speaks of as the only remaining part of Hudson's Bay where this western communication may exist. But this has been also examined, and, on the authority of Captain Christopher, we can assure the reader that there is no inlet of any consequence in all that part of the coast. Nay, he has, in an open boat, sailed round the bottom of what is called Pistol Bay, and instead of a passage to a western sea, found it does not run above 3 or 4 miles inland. Besides these voyages by sea, which satisfy us that we must not look for a passage to the south of 67 degrees of latitude, we are indebted to the Hudson's Bay Company for a journey by land, which has thrown much additional light on this matter by affording what may be called demonstration, how much farther north, at least in some part of their voyage, ships must hold their course before they can pass from one side of America to the other. The northern Indians who come down to the company's forts for trade had brought to the knowledge of our people the existence of a river, which, from copper abounding near it, This river in Mr. Dobbs's publications, and he considers the Indian accounts of it as favourable to his system. The company, being desirous of examining the matter with precision, ordered their governor of Prince of Wales's fort to send a proper person to travel by land, under the escort of some trusty northern Indians, with orders to proceed to this famous river, to take an accurate survey of its course, and to trace it to the sea into which it empties itself. Mr. Hearn, a young gentleman in their service, who, having been an officer in the Navy, was well qualified to make observations for fixing the longitude and latitude, and make drawings of the country he should pass through, and of the river which he was to examine, was appointed for this service. Accordingly, he set out from Fort Prince of Wales on Churchill River in latitude 58 degrees 50 minutes on the 7th of December 1770. And the whole of his proceedings, from time to time, are faithfully preserved in his written journal. The publication of this would not be an unacceptable present to the world, as it draws a plain, artless picture of the savage modes of life, the scanty means of subsistence, and indeed of the singular wretchedness, in every respect, of the various tribes, who, without fixed habitations, pass their miserable lives, roving throughout the dreary deserts, and over the frozen lakes of the immense tract of continent through which Mr. Hearn passed, and which he may be said to have added to the geography of the globe. His general course was to the northwest. In the month of June, 1771, being then at a place called Kongjekatawachaga, he had, to use his own words, 2 good observations, both by meridian and double altitudes, the mean of which determines this place to be in latitude 68 degrees 46 minutes north, and, by account, in longitude 24 degrees 2 minutes, west of Churchill River. On the 13th of July, having left Kongjekathawachaga on the 2nd, and travelling still to the west of north, he reached the Coppermine River, and was not a little surprised to find it differ so much from the descriptions given of it by the natives at the fort. For, instead of being likely to be navigable for a ship, it is, at this part, scarcely navigable for an Indian canoe, 3 falls being in sight, at one view, and being choked up with shoals and stony ridges. Here Mr. Hearn began his survey of the river. This he continued till he arrived at its mouth, near which his northern Indians massacred 21 Eskimo, whom they surprised in their tents. We shall give Mr. Hearn's account of his arrival at the sea in his own words. After the Indians had plundered the tents of the Eskimo of all the copper, etc., they were then again ready to assist me in making an end to the survey. The sea then in fight from the northwest by west to the northeast, distant about 8 miles. It was then about 5 in the morning of the 17th, when I again proceeded to survey the river to the mouth, still found, in every respect, no ways likely or a possibility of being made navigable, being full of shoals and falls, and, at the entrance, the river emptying itself over a dry flat of the shore. For the tide was then out, and seemed by the edges of the ice to flow about. 12 or 14 feet, which will only reach a little within the river's mouth. That being the case, the water in the river had not the least brackish taste. But I am sure of its being the sea, or some part thereof, by the quantity of whalebone and seal skins the Eskimo had at their tents, as also the number of seals which I saw upon the ice. The sea, at the river's mouth, was full of islands and shoals, as far as I could see, by the assistance of a pocket telescope, and the ice was not yet broken up, only thawed away about 3/4 of a mile from the shore, and a little way round the islands and shoals. By the time I had completed this survey, it was about 1 in the morning of the 18th. But in these high latitudes, and this time of the year, the fun is always a good height above the horizon. It then came on a thick drizzling rain with a thick fog, and as finding the river and sea, in every respect, not likely to be of any utility, I did not think it worth while to wait for fair weather, to determine the latitude exactly by an observation. But, by the extraordinary care I took in observing the courses and distances walked from Congacathawachaga, where I had 2 good observations, the latitude may be depended on within 20 miles at farthest. From the map which Mr. Hearn constructed of the country through which he passed, in this singular journey, and which we have been permitted to copy upon our general chart, it appears that the mouth of the Coppermine River lies in the latitude 72 degrees and above 25 degrees west longitude from the fort, from whence he took his departure. The consequences resulting from this extensive discovery are obvious. We now see that the continent of North America stretches from Hudson's Bay so far to the northwest that Mr. Hearn had travelled near 1,300 miles before he arrived at the sea. His most western distance from the coast of Hudson's Bay was near 600 miles, and that his Indian guides were well apprised of a vast tract of continent stretching farther on in that direction is certain from many circumstances mentioned in his journal. One of which, as besides establishing this fact, it presents us with a very striking picture of savage life, has been transcribed in the following note. What is now for the first time authentically laid before the public, with regard to the discoveries made by the Hudson's Bay Company, was well known to the noble lord who presided at the Board of Admiralty when this voyage was undertaken. And the intimate connection of those discoveries with the plan of the voyage, of course, regulated the instructions given to Captain Cook. And now, may we not take it upon us to appeal to every candid and capable inquirer, whether that part of the instructions which directed the captain not to lose time in exploring rivers or inlets, or upon any other account, till he got into the latitude of 65 degrees, was not framed judiciously, as there were such indubitable proofs that no passage existed so far to the south as any part of Hudson's Bay, and that, if a passage could be effected at all, part of it, at least, must be traversed by the ships as far to the northward as the latitude 72 degrees, where Mr. Hearn arrived at the sea. We may add as a farther consideration in support of this article of the instructions that Bering's Asiatic discoveries in 1728, having traced that continent to the latitude of 67 degrees, Captain Cook's approach toward that latitude was to be wished for, that he might be enabled to bring back more authentic information than the world had hitherto obtained about the relative situation and vicinity of the 2 continents, which was absolutely necessary to be known before the practicability of failing between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans in any northern direction could be ascertained. After all, that search in a lower latitude, which they who give credit, if any such there now be, to the pretended discoveries of De Fonte, affect to wish had been recommended to Captain Cook, has, if that will cure them of their credulity, been satisfactorily made. The Spaniards, roused from their lethargy by our voyages, and having caught a spark of enterprise from our repeated visits to the Pacific Ocean, have followed us more than once into the line of our discoveries within the southern tropic, and have also fitted out expeditions to explore the American continent to the north of California. It is to be lamented that there should be any reasons why the transactions of those Spanish voyages have not been fully disclosed with the same liberal spirit of information which other nations have adopted. But fortunately, this excessive caution of the Court of Spain has been defeated, at least in one instance, by the publication of an authentic journal of their last voyage of discovery upon the coast of America in 1775, for which the world is indebted to the Honourable Mr. Daines Barrington. This publication, which conveys some information of real consequence to geography, and has therefore been referred to more than once in the following work, is particularly valuable in this respect, that some parts of the coast which Captain Cook, in his progress northward, was prevented by unfavourable winds from approaching, were seen and examined by the Spanish ships who preceded him. And the perusal of the following extract from their journal may be recommended to those, if any such there be, who would represent it as an imperfection in Captain Cook's voyage that he had not an opportunity of examining the coast of America in the latitude assigned to the discoveries of Admiral Fonte. We now attempted to find out the straits of Admiral Fonte, though as yet we had not discovered the archipelago of St. Lazarus, through which he is said to have failed. With this intent, we searched every bay and recess of the coast, and failed round every headland, lying to in the night, that we might not lose fight of this entrance. After theft pains taken, and being favoured by a northwest wind, it may be pronounced that no such straits are to be found. In this journal, the Spaniards boast of having reached so high a latitude as 58 degrees, beyond what any other navigators had been able to effect in those seas, plus. Without diminishing the merit of their performance, we may be permitted to say that it will appear very inconsiderable, indeed, in comparison of what Captain Cook effected, in the voyage of which an account is given in these volumes. Besides exploring the land in the South Indian Ocean, of which Kerguelen, in 2 voyages, had been able to obtain but a very imperfect knowledge, adding also many considerable accessions to the geography of the Friendly Islands, and discovering the noble group, now called Sandwich Islands, in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, of which not the faintest trace can be met with in the account of any former voyage. Besides these preliminary discoveries, the reader of the following work will find that in one summer our English navigator discovered a much larger proportion of the northwest coast of America than the Spaniards, though settled in the neighbourhood, had in all their attempts for above 200 years been able to do. That he has put it beyond all doubt that Bering and Cherikov had really discovered the continent of America in 1741, and has also established the prolongation of that continent westward opposite Kamchatka, which speculative writers, wedded to favourite systems, had affected so much to disbelieve, and which, though admitted by Müller, had, since he wrote, been considered as disproved by later Russian discoveries. That, besides ascertaining the true position of the western coasts of America with some inconsiderable interruptions, from latitude 44 degrees up to beyond the latitude 70 degrees, he has also ascertained the position of the northeastern extremity of Asia by confirming Bering's discoveries in 1728 and adding extensive accessions of his own. That he has given us more authentic information concerning the islands lying between the 2 continents than the Kamchatka traders, ever since Bering first taught them to venture on this sea, had been able to procure, plus that by fixing the relative situation of Asia and America and discovering the narrow bounds of the strait that divides them, he has thrown a blaze of light upon this important part of the geography of the globe and solved the puzzling problem about the peopling of America by tribes destitute of the necessary means to attempt long navigations, and, lastly, that, though the principal object of the voyage failed, the world will be greatly benefited even by the failure, as it has brought us to the knowledge of the existence of the impediments which future navigators may expect to meet with in attempting to go to the East Indies through Bering's Strait. The extended review we have taken of the preceding voyages and the general outline we have sketched out of the transactions of the last, which are recorded at full length in these volumes, will not, it is hoped, be considered as a prolix or unnecessary detail. It will serve to give a just notion of the whole plan of discovery executed by His Majesty's commands. And it appearing that much was aimed at, and much accomplished, in the unknown parts of the globe, in both hemispheres, there needs no other consideration to give full satisfaction to those who possess an enlarged way of thinking, that a variety of useful purposes must have been effected by these researches. But there are others, no doubt, who, too diffident of their own abilities, or too indolent to exert them, would wish to have their reflections assisted, by pointing out what those useful purposes are. For the use of such, the following enumeration of particulars is entered upon. And if there should be any who affect to undervalue the plan or the execution of our voyages, what shall now be offered, if it do not convince them, may, at least, check the influence of their unfavourable decision. 1. It may be fairly considered as one great advantage accruing to the world from our late surveys of the globe, that they have confuted fanciful theories, too likely to give birth to impracticable undertakings. After Captain Cook's persevering and fruitless traverses through every corner of the southern hemisphere, who, for the future, will pay any attention to the ingenious reveries of Campbell, de Brosses, and de Buffon, or hope to establish an intercourse with such a continent as Maupertuis's fruitful imagination had pictured? A continent equal, at least in extent, to all the civilized countries in the known northern hemisphere, where new men, new animals, new productions of every kind might be brought forward to our view, and discoveries be made, which would open inexhaustible treasures of commerce. We can now boldly take it upon us to discourage all expeditions formed on such reasonings of speculative philosophers into a quarter of the globe, where our persevering English navigator, instead of this promised fairyland, found nothing but barren rocks, scarcely affording shelter to penguins and seals, and dreary seas, and mountains of ice, occupying the immense space allotted to imaginary paradises, and the only treasures there to be discovered, to reward the toil and to compensate the dangers of the unavailing search. Or if we carry our reflections into the northern hemisphere, could Mr. Dobbs have made a single convert? Much less could he have been the successful solicitor of 2 different expeditions, and have met with encouragement from the first legislature with regard to his favourite passage through Hudson's Bay, if Captain Christopher had previously explored its coasts, and if Mr. Hearn had walked over the immense continent behind it. Whether, after Captain Cook's and Captain Clark's discoveries on the west side of America and their report of the state of Bering's Strait, there can be sufficient encouragement to make future attempts to penetrate into the Pacific Ocean in any northern direction, is a question for the decision of which the public will be indebted to this work. 2. But our voyages will benefit the world not only by discouraging future unprofitable searches, but also by lessening the dangers and distresses formerly experienced in those seas, which are within the line of commerce and navigation now actually subsisting. In how many instances have the mistakes of former navigators in fixing the true situations of important places been rectified? What accession to the variation chart? How many nautical observations have been collected and are now ready to be consulted in directing a ship's course along rocky shores, through narrow straits, amidst perplexing currents and dangerous shoals? But above all, what numbers of new bays and harbours and anchoring places are now, for the first time, brought forward, where ships may be sheltered and their crews find tolerable refreshments? To enumerate all these would be to transcribe great part of the journals of our several commanders, whose labours will endear them to every navigator, whom trade or war may carry into their tracks. Every nation that sends a ship to sea will partake of the benefit. But Great Britain herself, whose commerce is boundless, must take the lead in reaping the full advantage of her own discoveries. In consequence of all these various improvements, lessening the apprehensions of engaging in long voyages, may we not reasonably indulge the pleasing hope that fresh branches of commerce may, even in our own time, be tempted and successfully carried on? Our hardy adventurers in the whale fishery have already found their way, within these few years, into the South Atlantic. And who knows what fresh sources of commerce may still be opened if the prospect of gain can be added to keep alive the spirit of enterprise. If the situation of Great Britain be too remote, other trading nations wild assuredly avail themselves of our discoveries. We may soon expect to hear that the Russians, now instructed by us where to find the American continent, have extended their voyages from the Fox Islands to Cook's River and Prince William's Sound. And if Spain itself, should not be tempted to trade from its most northern Mexican ports by the fresh mine of wealth discovered in the furs of King George's Sound, which they may transport in their Manila ships as a favorite commodity for the Chinese market. That market may probably be supplied by a direct trade to America from Canton itself, with those valuable articles which the inhabitants of China have hitherto received only by the tedious and expensive circuit of Kamchatka and Kiachta. These and many other commercial improvements may reasonably be expected to result from the British discoveries even in our own times. But if we look forward to future ages and to future changes in the history of commerce by recollecting its various past revolutions and migrations, we may be allowed to please ourselves with the idea of its finding its way, at last, throughout the extent of the regions with which our voyages have opened an intercourse, and there will be abundant reason to subscribe to Captain Cook's observation with regard to New Zealand, which may be applied to other tracts of land explored by him, that, although they be far remote from the present trading world, we can by no means tell what use future ages may make of the discoveries made by the present. In this point of view, surely the utility of the late voyages must stand confessed, and we may be permitted to say that the history of their operations, which will be completed in these volumes, has the justest pretensions to be called Greek phrase, as it will convey to latest posterity a treasure of interesting information. Third, admitting, however, that we may have expressed too sanguine expectations of commercial advantages, either within our own reach or gradually to be unfolded at some future period as the result of our voyages of discovery, we may still be allowed to consider them as a laudable effort to add to the stock of human knowledge with regard to an object which cannot but deserve the attention of enlightened man, to exert our faculties in devising ingenious modes of satisfying ourselves about the magnitude and distance of the sun, to extend our acquaintance with the system to which that luminary is the common centre by tracing the revolutions of a new planet or the appearance of a new comet, to carry our bold researches through all the immensity of space, where world beyond world rises to the view of the astonished observer. These are employments which none but those incapable of pursuing them can depreciate, and which everyone capable of pursuing them must delight in as a dignified exercise of the powers of the human mind. But while we direct our studies to distant worlds, which, after all our exertions, we must content ourselves with having barely discovered to exist, it would be a strange neglect indeed, and would argue a most culpable want of rational curiosity, if we did not use our best endeavours to arrive at a full acquaintance with the contents of our own planet, of that little spot in the immense universe on which we have been placed, and the utmost limits of which, at least its habitable parts, we possess the means of ascertaining and describing by actual examination. So naturally doth this reflection present itself, that to know something of the terraqueous globe is a favourite object with everyone who can taste the lowest rudiments of learning. Let us not therefore think so meanly of the times in which we live, as to suppose it possible that full justice will not be done to the noble plan of discovery, so steadily and so successfully carried on, since the accession of His Majesty, which cannot fail to be considered in every succeeding age as a splendid period in the history of our country, and to add to our national glory by distinguishing Great Britain as taking the lead in the most arduous undertakings for the common benefit of the human race. Before these voyages took place, nearly half the surface of the globe we inhabit was hid in obscurity and confusion. What is still wanting to complete our geography may justly be termed the minutio of that science. Let us now carry our thoughts somewhat farther. It is fortunate for the interests of knowledge that acquisitions in any one branch generally, and indeed unavoidably, lead to acquisitions in other branches, perhaps of still greater consequence, and that we cannot even gratify mere curiosity without being rewarded with valuable instruction. This observation applies to the subject before us. Voyages in which new oceans have been traversed and in which new countries have been visited can scarcely ever be performed without bringing forward to our view fresh objects of science. Even when we are to take our report of what was discovered from the mere sailor, whose knowledge scarcely goes beyond the narrow limits of his own profession and whose inquiries are not directed by philosophical discernment, it will be unfortunate indeed if something hath not been remarked by which the scholar may profit and useful accessions be made to our old flock of information. And if this be the café in general, how much more must be gained by the particular voyages now under consideration? Besides, naval officers equally skilled to examine the coasts they might approach, as to delineate them accurately upon. Their charts, artists, were engaged, who by their drawings might illustrate what could only be imperfectly described. Mathematicians, plus, who might treasure up an extensive series of scientific observations, and persons versed in the various departments of the history of nature, who might collect or record all that they should find new and valuable throughout the wide extent of their researches. But while most of these associates of our naval discoverers were liberally rewarded by the public, there was one gentleman who, thinking it the noblest reward he could receive, to have an opportunity of making the ample fortune he inherited from his ancestors, subservient to the improvement of science, stepped forward of his own accord, and submitting to the hardships and dangers of a circumnavigation of the globe, accompanied Captain Cook in the endeavour. The learned world, I may also say the unlearned, will never forget the obligations which it owes to Sir Joseph Banks. What real acquisitions have been gained by this munificent attention to science cannot be better expressed than in the words of Mr. Wales, who engaged in one of these voyages himself and contributed largely to the benefits derived from them. That branch of natural knowledge which may be called nautical astronomy was undoubtedly in its infancy when these voyages were first undertaken. Both instruments and observers which deserved the name were very rare. And so late as the year 1770, it was found necessary in the appendix to Meyer's tables, published by the Board of Longitude, to state facts, in contradiction to the assertions of so celebrated an astronomer as the Abbé de la Caille, that the altitude of the sun at noon, the easiest and most simple of all observations, could not be taken with certainty to a less quantity than 5, 6, 7, or even 8 minutes. But those who will give themselves the trouble to look into the astronomical observations made in Captain Cook's last voyage will find that there were few, even of the petty officers, who could not observe the distance of the moon from the sun, or a star, the most delicate of all observations, with sufficient accuracy. It may be added that the method of making and computing observations for finding the variation of the compass is better known and more frequently practiced by those who have been on these voyages than by most others. Nor is there perhaps a person who ranks as an officer and has been concerned in them, who would, nor, whatever his real skill may be, feel ashamed to have it thought that he did not know how to observe for and compute the time at sea. Though, but a short while before these voyages were set on foot, such a thing was scarcely ever heard of amongst seamen, and even first-rate astronomers doubted the possibility of doing it with sufficient exactness. The number of places at which the rise and times of flowing of tides have been observed in these voyages is very great, and hence an important article of useful knowledge is afforded. In these observations, some very curious and even unexpected circumstances have offered themselves to our consideration. It will be sufficient to instance the exceedingly small height to which the tide rises in the middle of the great Pacific Ocean, where it falls short, 2/3 at least, of what might have been expected from theory and calculation. The direction and force of currents at sea make also an important object. These voyages will be found to contain much useful information on this head, as well relating to seas nearer home, and which, in consequence, are navigated every day as to those which are more remote, but where, notwithstanding, the knowledge of these things may be of great service to those who are destined to navigate them hereafter. To this head also we may refer the great number of experiments which have been made for inquiring into the depth of the sea, its temperature and saltness at different depths, and in a variety of places and climates. An extensive foundation has also been laid for improvements in magnetism, for discovering the cause and nature of the polarity of the needle, and a theory of its variations, by the number and variety of the observations and experiments which have been made, both on the variation and dip, in almost all parts of the world. Experiments also have been made, in consequence of the late voyages, on the effects of gravity in different and very distant places, which may serve to increase our stock of natural knowledge. From the same source of information we have learned that the phenomenon, usually called the aurora borealis, is not peculiar to high northern latitudes, but belongs equally to all cold climates, whether they be north or south. But perhaps no part of knowledge has been so great a gainer by the late voyages as that of botany. We are told that at least 1,200 new plants have been added to the known system, and that very considerable additions have been made to every other branch of natural history by the great skill and industry of Sir Joseph Banks and the other gentlemen plus who have accompanied Captain Cook for that purpose. To our naval officers in general, or to their learned associates in the expeditions, all the foregoing improvements of knowledge may be traced. But there is one very singular improvement indeed still behind, for which, as we are solely indebted to Captain Cook, let us slate it in his own words. Whatever may be the public judgment about other matters, it is with real satisfaction, and without claiming any merit, but that of attention to my duty, that I can conclude this account with an observation which facts enable me to make, that our having discovered the possibility of preserving health amongst a numerous ship's company for such a length of time, in such varieties of climate, and amidst such continued hardships and fatigues, will make this voyage remarkable in the opinion of every benevolent person, when the disputes about a southern continent shall have ceased to engage the attention, and to divide the judgment of philosophers. 5. But while our late voyages have opened so many channels to an increase of knowledge in the several articles already enumerated, while they have extended our acquaintance with the contents of the globe, while they have facilitated old tracks and have opened new ones for commerce, while they have been the means of improving the skill of the navigator and the science of the astronomer, while they have procured to us so valuable accessions in the several departments of natural history and furnished such opportunities of teaching us how to preserve the healths and lives of seamen, let us not forget another very important object of study, for which they have afforded to the speculative philosopher ample materials. I mean the study of human nature in various situations, equally interesting as they are uncommon. However remote or secluded from frequent intercourse with more polished nations the inhabitants of any parts of the world be, if history or our own observation should make it evident that they have been formerly visited, and that foreign manners and opinions and languages have been blended with their own, little use can be made of what is observed amongst such people toward drawing a real picture of man in his natural, uncultivated state. This seems to be the situation of the inhabitants of most of the islands that lie contiguous to the continent of Asia, and of whose manners and institutions the Europeans, who occasionally visit them, have frequently given us accounts. But the islands which our enterprising discoverers visited in the centre of the South Pacific Ocean, and are indeed the principal scenes of their operations, were untrodden ground. The inhabitants, as far as could be observed, were unmixed with any different tribe by occasional intercourse subsequent to their original settlement there, left entirely to their own powers for every art of life, and to their own remote traditions for every political or religious custom or institution, uninformed by science, unimproved by education. In short, a fit soil from whence a careful observer could collect facts for forming a judgment, how far unassisted human nature will be apt to degenerate, and in what respects it can ever be able to excel. Who could have thought that the brutal ferocity of feeding upon human flesh and the horrid superstition of offering human sacrifices should be found to exist amongst the natives lately discovered in the Pacific Ocean, who, in other respects, appear to be no strangers to the fine feelings of humanity, to have arrived at a certain stage of social life and to be habituated to subordination and government, which tend so naturally to repress the ebullitions of wild passion and expand the latent powers of the understanding. Or, if we turn from this melancholy picture, which will suggest copious matter for philosophical speculation, can we, without astonishment, observe to what a degree of perfection the same tribe, and indeed we may here join, in some of those instances, the American tribes visited in the course of the present voyage, have carried their favourite amusements, the plaintive songs of their women, their dramatic entertainments, their dances, their Olympian games, as we may call them, the orations of their chiefs, the chants of their priests, the solemnity of their religious processions, their arts and manufactures, their ingenious contrivances to supply the want of proper materials and of effective tools and machines, and the wonderful productions of their persevering labour under a complication of disadvantages, their cloth and their mats, their weapons, their fishing instruments, their ornaments, their utensils, which in design and in execution may vie with whatever modern Europe or classical antiquity can exhibit. It is a favourite study with the scholar to trace the remains of Grecian or Roman workmanship. He turns over his Montfaucon with learned satisfaction, and he gazes with rapture on the noble collection of Sir William Hamilton. The amusement is rational and instructive. But will not his curiosity be more awakened? Will he not find even more real matter for important reflection by passing an hour in surveying the numerous specimens of the ingenuity our newly discovered friends brought from the utmost recesses of the globe to enrich the British Museum and the valuable repository of Sir Ashton Lever? If the curiosities of Sir Acton's sandwich room alone were the only acquisition gained by our visits to the Pacific Ocean, who that has taste to admire or even eyes to behold could hesitate to pronounce that Captain Cook had not sailed in vain? The expense of his 3 voyages did not perhaps far exceed that of digging out the buried contents of Herculaneum. And we may add that the novelties of the Society or Sandwich Islands seem better calculated to engage the attention of the studious in our times than the antiquities, which exhibit proofs of Roman magnificence. The grounds for making this remark cannot be better explained than in the words of a very ingenious writer. In an age, says Mr. Wharton *, advanced to the highest degree of refinement, that species of curiosity commences, which is busied in contemplating the progress of social life, in displaying the gradation of society, and in tracing the gradations from barbarism to civility. That these speculations should become the favourite topics of such a period is extremely natural. We look back on the savage condition of our ancestors with the triumph of superiority and are pleased to mark the steps by which we have been raised from rudeness to elegance, and our reflections on this subject are accompanied with a conscious pride, arising, in a great measure, from a tacit comparison of the infinite disproportion between the feeble efforts of remote ages and our present improvements in knowledge. In the meantime, the manners, monuments, customs, practices and opinions of antiquity, by forming so strong a contrast with those of our own times, and by exhibiting human nature and human inventions in new lights, in unexpected appearances, and in various forms, are objects which forcibly strike a feeling imagination. Nor does this spectacle afford nothing more than a fruitless gratification to the fancy. It teaches us to set a just estimation on our own acquisitions, and encourages us to cherish that cultivation, which is so closely connected with the existence and the exercise of every social virtue. We need not here observe that the manners, monuments, customs, practices, and opinions of the present inhabitants of the Pacific Ocean or of the west side of North America form the strongest contrast with those of our own time in enlightened Europe, and that a feeling imagination will probably be more struck with the narration of the ceremonies of a Natchez at Tonga Taboo than of a Gothic tournament at London, with the contemplation of the colossuses of Easter Island than of the mysterious remains of Stonehenge. Many singularities respecting what may be called the natural history of the human species in different climates will, on the authority of our late navigators, open abundant sources for philosophical discussion. One question of this sort, in particular, which had formerly divided the opinions of the inquisitive as to the existence, if not of giants on the earth, at least of a race, inhabiting a district bordering on the north feed of the Strait of Magalhães, whose stature considerably exceeds that of the bulk of mankind, will no longer be doubted or disbelieved. And the ingenious objections of the sceptical author of Recherches sur les Américains will weigh nothing in the balance against the concurrent and accurate testimony of Byron, Wallace, and Carteret. Perhaps there cannot be a more interesting inquiry than to trace the migrations of the various families or tribes that have peopled the globe. And in no respect have our late voyages been more fertile in curious discoveries. It was known in general, and I shall use the words of Kempfer Plus, that the Asiatic nation called Malayans, in former times, had by much the greatest trade in the Indies and frequented with their merchant ships not only all the coasts of Asia, but ventured even over to the coasts of Africa, particularly to the great island of Madagascar. The title which the king of the Malayans assumed to himself of Lord of the Winds and Seas to the east and to the west is an evident proof of this. But much more the Malayan language, which spread most all over the east, much after the same manner as formerly the Latin, and of late the French, did all over Europe. Thus far, I say, was known. But that from Madagascar to the Marquises and Easter Island, that is, nearly from the east side of Africa, till we approach toward the west side of America, a space including above half the circumference of the globe, the same tribe or nation, the Phoenicians, as we may call them, of the Oriental world, should have made their settlements, and founded colonies throughout almost every intermediate stage of this immense tract, in islands at amazing distances from the mother continent, and ignorant of each other's existence. This is an historical fact which could be but very imperfectly known before Captain Cook's 2 first voyages discovered so many new inhabited spots of land lurking in the bosom of the South Pacific Ocean. And it is a fact which does not rest solely on similarity of customs and institutions, but has been established by the most satisfactory of all proofs that drawn from affinity of language. Mr. Marsden, who seems to have considered this curious subject with much attention, says that the links of the latitudinal chain remain yet to be traced. The discovery of the Sandwich Islands. In this last voyage has added some links to the chain, but Captain Cook had not an opportunity of carrying his researches into the more westerly parts of the North Pacific. The reader, therefore, of the following work will not perhaps think that the editor was idly employed when he subjoined some notes, which contain abundant proof that the inhabitants of the Ladrones, or Marianne Islands, and those of the Carolines are to be traced to the same common source with those of the islands visited by our ships, with the like view of exhibiting a striking picture of the amazing extent of this Oriental language, which marks, if not a common original, at least an intimate intercourse between the inhabitants of places so very remote from each other. He has inserted a comparative table of their numerals upon a more enlarged plan than any that has hitherto been executed. Our British discoverers have not only thrown a blaze of light on the migrations of the tribe which has so wonderfully spread itself throughout the islands in the 18th century Eastern Ocean, but they have also favoured us with much curious information concerning another of the families of the earth, whose lot has fallen in less hospitable climates. We speak of the Eskimo, hitherto only found seated on the coasts of Labrador and Hudson's Bay, and who differ in several characteristic marks from the inland inhabitants of North America. that the Greenlanders and they agree in every circumstance of customs and manners and language, which are demonstrations of an original identity of nation, had been discovered about 20 years ago. Mr. Hearn, in 1772, traced this unhappy race farther back toward that part of the globe from whence they had originally coasted along in their skin boats, having met with some of them at the mouth of the Coppermine River, in the latitude of 72 degrees, and near 500 leagues farther west than Pickersgill's most westerly station in Davis's Strait. There being the same tribe who now actually inhabit the islands and coasts on the west side of North America, opposite Kamchatka, was a discovery, the completion of which was reserved for Captain Cook. The reader of the following work will find them at Norton Sound and at Unalashka and Prince William's Sound. That is, near 1,500 leagues distant from their stations in Greenland and on the Labrador coast. And lest similitude of manners should be thought to deceive us, a table exhibiting proofs of affinity of language, which was drawn up by Captain Cook and is inserted in this work plus, will remove every doubt from the mind of the most scrupulous inquirer after truth. There are other doubts of a more important kind, which, it may be hoped, will now no longer perplex the ignorant, or furnish matter of cavil to the ill-intentioned. After the great discovery, or at least the full confirmation of the great discovery of the vicinity of the two continents of Asia and America, we trust that we shall not be any more ridiculed for believing that the former could easily furnish its inhabitants to the latter. And thus, to all the various good purposes already enumerated as answered by our late voyages, we may add this last, though not the least important, that they have done service to religion, by robbing infidelity of a favourite objection to the credibility of the Mosaic account of the peopling of the earth. Sixthly, hitherto we have considered our voyages as having benefited the discoverers. But it will be asked, have they conveyed, or are they likely ever to convey, any benefit to the discovered? It would afford exquisite satisfaction to every benevolent mind to be instructed in facts which might enable us, without hesitation, to answer this question in the affirmative. And yet, perhaps we may indulge the pleasing hope that even in this respect our ships have not failed in vain. Other discoveries of new countries have in effect been wars, or rather massacres. Nations have been no sooner found out than they have been extirpated, and the horrid cruelties of the conquerors of Mexico and Peru can never be remembered without blushing for religion and human nature. But when the recesses of the globe are investigated, not to enlarge private dominion, but to promote general knowledge, when we visit new tribes of our fellow creatures as friends, and wish only to learn that they exist in order to bring them within the pale of the offices of humanity, and to relieve the wants of their imperfect state of society, by communicating to them our superior attainments. Voyages of discovery planned with such benevolent views by George III and executed by Cook have not, we trust, totally failed in this respect. Our repeated visits and long-continued intercourse with the natives of the Friendly Society and Sandwich Islands cannot but have darted some rays of light on the infant minds of those poor people. The uncommon objects they have thus had opportunities of observing and admiring will naturally tend to enlarge their stock of ideas and to furnish new materials for the exercise of their reason. Comparing themselves with their visitors, they cannot but be struck with the deepest conviction of their own inferiority, and be impelled by the strongest motives to strive to emerge from it, and to rise nearer to a level with those children of the sun who deigned to look upon them, and left behind so many specimens of their generous and humane attention. The very introduction of our useful animals and vegetables, by adding fresh means of subsistence, will have added to their comforts of life and immediate enjoyments. And if this be the only benefit they are ever to receive, who will pronounce that much has not been gained? But may we not carry our wishes and our hopes still farther? Great Britain itself, when first visited by the Phoenicians, was inhabited by painted savages, not perhaps blessed with higher attainments than are possessed by the present natives of New Zealand, certainly less civilized than those of Tonga Tabou or Otaheite. Our having opened an intercourse with them is the first step toward their improvement. Who knows, but that our late voyages may be the means appointed by Providence of spreading, in due time, the blessings of civilization amongst the numerous tribes of the South Pacific Ocean, of abolishing their horrid repasts and their horrid rites, and of laying the foundation for future and more effectual plans to prepare them for holding an honourable station amongst the nations of the earth. This, at least, is certain, that our having, as it were, brought them into existence by our extensive researches will suggest to us fresh motives of devout gratitude to the Supreme Being for having blessed us with advantages hitherto withheld from so great a proportion of the human race, and will operate powerfully to incite us to persevere in every feasible attempt to be his instruments in rescuing millions of fellow creatures from their present state of humiliation. The several topics which occurred as suitable to this general introduction being now discussed, nothing remains but to state a few particulars about which the reader of these volumes has a right to expect some information. Captain Cook, knowing before he sailed upon this last expedition that it was expected from him to relate as well as to execute its operations, had taken care to prepare such a journal as might be made use of for publication. This journal, which exists in his own handwriting, has been faithfully adhered to. It is not a bare extract from his logbooks, but contains many remarks which, it appears, had not been inserted by him in the nautical register. And it is also enriched with considerable communications from Mr. Anderson, surgeon of the Resolution. The confessed abilities and great assiduity of Mr. Anderson in observing everything that related either to natural history or to manners and language, and the desire which, it is well known, Captain Cook on all occasions showed to have the assistance of that gentleman, stamped a great value on his collections. That nothing, therefore, might be wanting to convey to the public the best possible account of the transactions of the voyage, his journal, by the order of Lord Sandwich, was also put into the hands of the editor, who was authorized and directed to avail himself of the information it might be found to contain about matters imperfectly touched or altogether omitted in Captain Cook's manuscript. This task has been executed in such a manner that the reader will scarcely ever be at a loss to distinguish in what instances recourse has been had to Mr. Anderson, to preclude, if possible, any mistake. The copy of the first and second volumes, before it went to the printer, was submitted to Captain King, and after it had been read over and corrected by one so well qualified to point out any inaccuracies, the Earl of Sandwich had the goodness to give it a perusal. As to the third volume, nothing more need be said than that it was completely prepared for the press by Captain King himself. All that the editor of the work has to answer for are the rotes occasionally introduced in the course of the 2 volumes, contributed by Captain Cook. And this introduction, which was intended as a kind of epilogue to our voyages of discovery, he must be permitted, however, to say that he considers himself as entitled to no inconsiderable share of candid indulgence from the public, having engaged in a very tedious and troublesome undertaking upon the most disinterested motives, his only reward being the satisfaction he feels in having been able to do an essential service to the family of our great navigator, who had honoured him, in the journal of this voyage, with the appellation of friend. They who have repeatedly asked why this publication has been so long delayed need only look at the volumes and their attendant illustrations and ornaments to be satisfied that it might, with at least equal reason, be wondered at that it has not been delayed longer. The journal of Captain Cook, from the first moment that it came into the hands of the editor, had been ready for the press, and Captain King had left with him his part of the narrative, so long ago as his departure for the West Indies, when he commanded the resistance man of war. But much besides remained to be done. The charts, particularly the general one, were to be prepared by Mr. Roberts, who gives an account of his work in the note asterisk. the very numerous and elegant drawings of. Mr. Webber were to be reduced by him to the proper size. Artists were next to be found out who would undertake to engrave them. The prior engagements of those artists were to be fulfilled before they could begin. The labour and skill to be exerted in finishing many of them rendered this a tedious operation. Paper fit for printing them upon was to be procured from abroad. And after all these various and unavoidable difficulties were surmounted, much time was necessarily required for executing a numerous impression of the long list of plates with so much care as might do justice both to Mr. Webber and to his several engravers. When all these circumstances are taken into consideration, we trust that we shall hear no more of the delay, and only be grateful to that munificent patron of science, who not only directed the history of the voyage to be published, but to be published with such a splendid train of ornaments at the public expense as will still add to the merit of having ordered the voyage itself to be undertaken. And here it seems to be incumbent upon us to add, as another instance of munificent attention, that care has been taken to mark, in the most significant manner, the just sense entertained of the humane and liberal relief afforded to our ships in Kamchatka. Colonel Baim, the commandant of that province, has not been rewarded merely by the pleasure which a benevolent mind feels in reflecting upon the blessings it confers, but has been thanked in a manner equally consistent with the dignity of his own sovereign and of ours, to whose subjects he extended protection. A magnificent piece of plate was presented to him with an inscription worthy of a place in the same book where the history of his humanity to our countrymen is recorded, and which, while it does honour to our national gratitude, deserves also to be preserved as a monument of our national taste for elegant composition. It is as follows: Viro egregio magno de Baim, qui imperatricis Augustissim Catherine auspiciis summaque animi benignitate, seva, quibus praerat, Kamchatka litera, navibus nautisque Britannicis, hospita prebui, cosque, in terminis quiescent imperio russico, frustra explorandis, mala multa perpessos, iterata vice excepit, refecit, recreavit, et comeatu omni cumulate auctos dimisit. Eri navalis Britannicae septemviri, in aliquam benevolenti etam insignis memoriam, amicissimo, gratissimoque animo, suo, patrieque nomine DDD. This public testimony of gratitude reminds the editor that there are similar calls upon himself. He owes much to Captain King for his advice and direction in a variety of instances where Captain Cook's journal required explanation, for filling up several blanks with the proper longitude and latitude, and for supplying deficiencies in the tables of astronomical observations. Lieutenant Roberts was also frequently consulted and was always found to be a ready and effectual assistant when any nautical difficulties were to be cleared up. But particular obligations are due to Mr. Wales, who, besides the valuable communications which have been adopted in this introduction, seconded most liberally the editor's views of serving Mrs. Cook by cheerfully taking upon himself the whole trouble of digesting, from the logbooks, the tables of the route of the ships, which add so greatly to the intrinsic merit of this publication. Mr. Wegg, besides sharing in the thanks so justly due to the committee of the Hudson's Bay Company for their unreserved communications, was particularly obliging to the editor by giving him repeated opportunities of conversing with Governor Hearn and Captain Christopher. The Honourable Mr. Daines Barrington had the goodness to interest himself, with his usual zeal for every work of public utility, in procuring some necessary information and suggesting some valuable hints which were adopted. It would be great injustice not to express our acknowledgments to Mr. Pennant, who, besides enriching the third volume with references to his Arctic zoology, the publication of which will be an important accession to natural history, also communicated some very authentic and satisfactory manuscript accounts of the Russian discoveries. The vocabularies of the Friendly and Sandwich Islands and of the natives of Nootka had been furnished to Captain Cook by his most useful associate in the voyage, Mr. Anderson, and a fourth, in which the language of the Eskimo is compared with that of the Americans on the opposite side of the continent, had been prepared by the captain himself. but the comparative table of numerals, which is marked number. Second in the appendix was very obligingly drawn up at the request of the editor by Mr. Bryant, who in his study has followed Captain Cook and, indeed, every traveller and historian of every age into every part of the globe. The public will consider this table as a very striking illustration of the wonderful migrations of a nation, about whom so much additional information has been gained by our voyages, and be ready to acknowledge it as a very useful communication. One more communication remains to be not only acknowledged, but to be inserted at the close of this introduction. The testimonies of learned contemporaries in commendation of a deceased author are frequently displayed in the front of his book. It is with the greatest propriety, therefore, that we prefix to this posthumous work of Captain Cook the testimony of one of his own profession, not more distinguished by the elevation of rank than by the dignity of private virtues. As he wishes to remain concealed, perhaps this allusion, for which we entreat his indulgence, may have given too exact direction to the eyes of the public where to look for such a character. Let us, however, rest satisfied with the intrinsic merit of a composition, conveyed under the injunction of secrecy, and conclude our long preliminary dissertation with expressing a wish, or rather a well-grounded hope, that this volume may not be the only place where posterity can meet with a monumental inscription, commemorative of a man, in recounting and applauding whose services the whole of enlightened Europe will equally concur with Great Britain. To the memory of Captain James Cook, the ablest and most renowned navigator this, or any country, hath produced. He raised himself solely by bis merit from a very obscure birth to the rank of post-captain in the Royal Navy, and was unfortunately killed by the savages of the island Oahe on the 14th of February 1779, which island he had not long before discovered when prosecuting his third voyage round the globe. He possessed, in an eminent degree, all the qualifications requisite for his profession and great undertakings, together with the amiable and worthy qualities of the best men. Cool and deliberate in judging, sagacious in determining, active in executing, steady and persevering in enterprising from vigilance and unremitting caution, unsubdued by labour, difficulties and disappointments, fertile in expedients, never wanting presence of mind, always possessing himself and the full use of a found understanding. Mild, just but exact in discipline. B was a father to his people, who were attached to him from affection and obedient from confidence. His knowledge, his experience, bis sagacity, rendered him so entirely master of his subject that the greatest obstacles were surmounted and the most dangerous navigations became easy and almost safe under his direction. He explored the southern hemisphere to a much higher latitude than had ever been reached, and with fewer accidents than frequently befall those who navigate the coasts of this island. By his benevolent and unabating attention to the welfare of his ship's company, be discovered and introduced a system for the preservation of the health of seamen in long voyages, which has proved wonderfully efficacious. For in his second voyage round the world, which continued upwards of 3 years, he lost only 1 man by distemper, of 118, of which his company consisted. The death of this eminent and valuable man was a loss to mankind in general, and particularly to be deplored by every nation that respects useful accomplishments, that honours science, and loves the benevolent and amiable affections of the heart. It is still more to be deplored by this country, which may justly boast of having produced a man hitherto unequalled for nautical talents. And that sorrow is farther aggravated by the reflection that his country was deprived of this ornament by the enmity of a people, from whom, indeed, it might have been dreaded, but from whom it was not deserved. For, actuated always by the most attentive care and tender compassion for the savages in general, this excellent man was ever assiduously endeavouring by kind treatment to dissipate their fears and court their friendship. overlooking their thefts and treacheries and frequently interposing at the hazard of his life to protect them from the sudden resentment of his own injured people. The object of his last mission was to discover and ascertain the boundaries of Asia and America, and to penetrate into the Northern Ocean by the northeast cape of Asia. Traveller, contemplate, admire, revere, and emulate this great master in his profession, whose skill and labours have enlarged natural philosophy, have extended nautical science, and have disclosed the long concealed and admirable arrangements of the Almighty in the formation of this globe, and at the same time the arrogance of mortals in presuming to account, by their speculations, for the laws by which He was pleased to create it. It is now discovered beyond all doubt that the same great being who created the universe by his fiat, by the same ordained our earth to keep a just poise without a corresponding southern continent, and it does so. He stretches out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Job 26:7. If the arduous but exact researches of this extraordinary man have not discovered a new world, they have discovered seas unnavigated and unknown before. They have made us acquainted with islands, people, and productions of which we bad no conception. And if B has not been so fortunate as Americus to give his name to a continent, his pretensions to such a distinction remain unrivalled, and he will be revered while there remains a page of his own modest account of his voyages, and as long as mariners and geographers shall be instructed by his new map of the southern hemisphere to trace the various courses and discoveries he has made, if public services merit public acknowledgments. If the man who adorned and raised the same of his country is deserving of honours, then Captain Cook deserves to have a monument raised to his memory by a generous and grateful nation. Virtutis uberimum alimentum est honos. A voyage to the Pacific Ocean, undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark, and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779 and 1780, in 3 volumes published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Volume 1 by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 1. Various preparations for the voyage. Omai's behaviour on embarking. Observations for determining the longitude of Sheerness and the North Foreland. Passage of the Resolution from Deptford to Plymouth. Employments there, compliments of the crews of both ships, and names of the officers. Observations to 6 the longitude of Plymouth. Departure of the Resolution. Having, on the 9th day of February 1776, received a commission to command His Majesty's sloop the Resolution, I went on board the next day, hoisted the pendant, and began to enter men. At the same time, the Discovery, of 300 tons burthen, was purchased into the service, and the command of her given to Captain Clark, who had been my second lieutenant on board the Resolution in my second voyage round the world, from which we had lately returned. These 2 ships were, at this time, in the dock at Deptford, under the hands of the shipwrights, being ordered to be equipped to make farther discoveries in the Pacific Ocean, under my direction. On the 9th of March, the Resolution was hauled out of dock into the river, where we completed her rigging, and took on board the stores and provisions requisite for a voyage of such duration. Both ships, indeed, were supplied with as much of every necessary article as we could conveniently flow, and with the best of every kind that could be procured. And, besides this, everything that had been found, by the experience acquired during our former extensive voyages, to be of any utility in preserving the health of seamen, was supplied in abundance. It was our intention to have failed to Long Reach on the 6th of May, when a pilot came on board to carry us thither, but it was the 29th before the wind would permit us to move, and the 30th before we arrived at that station where our artillery, powder, shot and other ordnance stores were received. While we lay in Longreach, thus employed, the Earl of Sandwich, Sir Hugh Palliser and others of the Board of Admiralty, as the last mark of the very great attention they had all along shown to this equipment, paid us a visit on the 8th of June to examine whether everything had been completed conformably to their intentions and orders and to the satisfaction of all who were to embark in the voyage. They, and several other noblemen and gentlemen their friends, honoured me with their company at dinner on that day. And on their coming on board, and also on their going ashore, we saluted them with 17 guns and 3 cheers. With the benevolent view of conveying some permanent benefit to the inhabitants of Tahiti and of the other islands in the Pacific Ocean, whom we might happen to visit, His Majesty having commanded some useful animals to be carried out, we took on board on the 10th a bull, 2 cows with their calves, and some sheep with hay and corn for their subsistence, intending to add to these other useful animals when I should arrive at the Cape of Good Hope. I was also, from the same laudable motives, furnished with a sufficient quantity of such of our European garden seeds as could not fail to be a valuable present to our newly discovered islands, by adding fresh supplies of food to their own vegetable productions. Many other articles, calculated to improve the condition of our friends in the other hemisphere in various ways, were at the same time delivered to us by order of the Board of Admiralty. And both ships were provided with a proper assortment of iron tools and trinkets, as the means of enabling us to traffic and to cultivate a friendly intercourse with the inhabitants of such new countries as we might be fortunate enough to meet with. The same humane attention was extended to our own wants. Some additional clothing, adapted to a cold climate, was ordered for our crews, and nothing was denied to us that could be supposed in the least conducive to health or even to convenience. Nor did the extraordinary care of those at the head of the Naval Department stop here. They were equally solicitous to afford us every assistance towards rendering our voyage of public utility. Accordingly, we received on board next day several astronomical and nautical instruments, which the Board of Longitude entrusted to me and to Mr. King, my second lieutenant. We having engaged to that board to make all the necessary observations during the voyage for the improvement of astronomy and navigation, and by our joint labours to supply the place of a professed observator. Such a person had been originally intended to be sent out in my ship. The board likewise put into our possession the same watch or timekeeper which I had carried out in my last voyage and had performed its part so well. It was a copy of Mr. Harrison's, constructed by Mr. Kendall. This day at noon it was found to be too slow for mean time at Greenwich by 3 minutes, 31 seconds, 890, and by its rate of going it lost on mean time 1 second, 209 per day. Another timekeeper and the same number and sort of instruments for making observations were put on board the Discovery under the care of Mr. William Bailey, who, having already given satisfactory proofs of his skill and diligence as an observator while employed in Captain Furneaux's ship during the late voyage, was engaged a second time in that capacity to embark with Captain Clark. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, who, to skill in his immediate profession, added great proficiency in natural history, was as willing as he was well qualified to describe everything in that branch of science which should occur worthy of notice. As he had already visited the South Sea Islands in the same ship and been of singular service by enabling me to enrich my relation of that voyage with various useful remarks on men and things. I reasonably expected to derive considerable assistance from him in recording our new proceedings. I had several young men amongst my sea officers who, under my direction, could be usefully employed in constructing charts, in taking views of the coasts and headlands near which we should pass, and in drawing plans of the bays and harbours in which we should anchor. A constant attention to this I knew to be highly requisite if we would render our discoveries profitable to future navigators. and that we might go out with every help that could serve to make the result of our voyage entertaining to the generality of readers, as well as instructive to the sailor and scholar, Mr. Webber was pitched upon and engaged to embark with me for the express purpose of supplying the unavoidable imperfections of written accounts by enabling us to preserve and to bring home such drawings of the most memorable scenes of our transactions as could only be executed by a professed and skillful artist. Every preparation being now completed, I received an order to proceed to Plymouth and to take the Discovery under my command. I accordingly gave Captain Clark 2 orders, one to put himself under my command and the other to carry his ship round to Plymouth. On the 15th, the Resolution failed from Long Reach with the Discovery in company, and the same evening they anchored at the Nore. Next day, the Discovery proceeded, in obedience to my order, but the Resolution was ordered to remain at the Nore till I should join her, being at this time in London. As we were to touch at Otaheite and the Society Islands in our way to the intended scene of our fresh operations, it had been determined not to omit this opportunity, the only one ever likely to happen, of carrying Omai back to his native country. Accordingly, everything being ready for our departure, he and I set out together from London on the 24th at 6 o'clock in the morning. We reached Chatham between 10 and 11 o'clock, and after dining with Commissioner Proby, he very obligingly ordered his yacht to carry us to Sheerness, where my boat was waiting to take us on board. Omai left London with a mixture of regret and satisfaction. When we talked about England and about those who, during his stay, had honoured him with their protection or friendship, I could observe that his spirits were sensibly affected, and that it was with difficulty he could refrain from tears. But the instant the conversation turned to his own islands, his eyes began to sparkle with joy. He was deeply impressed with a sense of the good treatment he had met with in England and entertained the highest ideas of the country and of the people. But the pleasing prospect he now had before him of returning home, loaded with what, he well knew, would be esteemed invaluable treasures there, and the flattering hope which the possession of these gave him of attaining to a distinguished superiority amongst his countrymen, were considerations which operated by degrees to suppress every uneasy sensation, and he seemed to be quite happy when he got on board the slip. He was furnished by His Majesty with an ample provision of every article which, during our intercourse with his country, we had observed to be in any estimation there, either as useful or as ornamental. He had, besides, received many presents of the same nature from Lord Sandwich, Mr. Banks, and several other gentlemen and ladies of his acquaintance. In short, every method had been employed, both during his abode in England and at his departure, to make him the instrument of conveying to the inhabitants of the islands of the Pacific Ocean the most exalted opinion of the greatness and generality of the British nation. While the Resolution lay at the Nore, Mr. King made several observations for finding the longitude by the watch. The mean of them all gave 0 degrees 44 minutes 0 seconds for the longitude of the ship. This, reduced to Sheerness by the bearing and estimated distance, will make that place to be 0 degrees 37 minutes 0 seconds east of Greenwich, which is more by 7 miles than Mr. Lyons made it by the watch which Lord Mulgrave had with him on his voyage towards the North Pole. Whoever knows anything of the distance between Sheerness and Greenwich will be a judge which of these 2 observations is nearest the truth. The variation of the needle here, by a mean of different sets, taken with different compasses, was 20 degrees 37 minutes west. On the 25th, about noon, we weighed anchor and made sail for the Downs, through the Queen's Channel, with a gentle breeze at northwest by west. At 9 in the evening we anchored, with the North Foreland bearing south by east, and Margate Point southwest by south. Next morning at 2 o'clock, we weighed and stood round the Foreland, and when it bore north, allowing for the variation of the compass, the watch gave 1 degree 24 minutes east longitude, which reduced to the Foreland will be 1 degree 21 minutes east. Lunar observations made the preceding evening sixed it at 1 degree 20 minutes east. At 8 o'clock the same morning, we anchored in the Downs. 2 boats had been built for us at Deal, and I immediately sent on shore for them. I was told that many people had assembled there to see Omai, but, to their great disappointment, he did not land. Having received the boats on board and a light breeze at south-southeast springing up, we got under fail the next day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But the breeze soon died away, and we were obliged to anchor again till 10 o'clock at night. We then weighed with the wind at east and proceeded down the channel. On the 30th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we anchored in Plymouth Sound, where the Discovery had arrived only 3 days before. I saluted Admiral Amherst, whose flag was flying on board the Ocean, with 13 guns, and be returned the compliment with 11. It was the first object of our care, on arriving at Plymouth, to replace the water and provisions that we had expended, and to receive on board a supply of port wine. This was the employment which occupied us on the 1st and 2nd of July. During our stay here, the crews were served with fresh beef every day. And I should not do justice to Mr. Omanay, the agent victualler, if I did not take this opportunity to mention that he showed a very obliging readiness to furnish me with the best of everything that lay within his department. I had been under the like obligations to him on my setting out upon my last voyage. Commissioner Oury, with equal zeal for the service, gave us every assistance that we wanted from the naval yard. It could not but occur to us as a singular and affecting circumstance that at the very instant of our departure upon a voyage, the object of which was to benefit Europe by making fresh discoveries in North America, there should be the unhappy necessity of employing others of His Majesty's ships and of conveying numerous bodies of land forces to secure the obedience of those parts of that continent which had been discovered and settled by our countrymen in the last century. On the 6th, His Majesty's ships Diamond, Ambuscade and Unicorn, with a fleet of transports consisting of 62 sail, bound to America, with the last division of the Hessian troops and some horse, were forced into the Sound by a strong northwest wind. On the 8th, I received by express my instructions for the voyage and an order to proceed to the Cape of Good Hope with the Resolution. I was also directed to leave an order for Captain Clark to follow us as soon as he should join his ship, he being at this time detained in London. Our first discoverers of the New World and navigators of the Indian and Pacific Oceans were justly thought to have exerted such uncommon abilities and to have accomplished such perilous enterprises that their names have been handed down to posterity as so many Argonauts. Nay, even the hulks of the ships that carried them, though not converted into constellations in the heavens, used to be honoured and visited as sacred reliques upon earth. We, in the present age of improved navigation, who have been instructed by their labours and have followed them as our guides, have no such claim to fame. Some merit, however, being still in the public opinion considered as due to those who sail to unexplored quarters of the globe, in conformity to this favourable judgment, I prefixed to the account of my last voyage the names of the officers of both my ships and a table of the number of their respective crews. The like information will be expected from me at present. The Resolution was fitted out with the same complement of officers and men she had before, and the Discovery's establishment varied from that of the Adventure in the single instance of her having no marine officer on board. This arrangement was to be finally completed at Plymouth, and, on the 9th, we received the party of Marines allotted for our voyage. Colonel Bell, who commanded the division at this port, gave me such men for the detachment as I had reason to be satisfied with, and the supernumerary seamen, occasioned by this reinforcement, being turned over into the ocean man of war, our several complements remained fixed, as represented in the following table. Table omitted. On the 10th, the Commissioner and pay clerks came on board and paid the officers and crew up to the 30th of last month. The petty officers and seamen had, besides, 2 months' wages in advance. Such indulgence to the latter is no more than what is customary in the Navy. but the payment of what was due to the superior officers was humanely ordered by the Admiralty in consideration of our peculiar situation, that we might be better able to disray the very great expense of furnishing ourselves with a stock of necessaries for a voyage which, probably, would be of unusual duration, and to regions where no supply could be expected. Nothing now obstructing my departure but a contrary wind, which blew strong at southwest, in the morning of the 11th, I delivered into the hands of Mr. Burney, First Lieutenant of the Discovery, Captain Clark's sailing orders, a copy of which I also left with the officer, commanding His Majesty's slips at Plymouth to be delivered to the captain immediately on his arrival. In the afternoon, the wind moderating, we weighed with the ebb and got farther out beyond all the shipping in the Sound, where, after making an unsuccessful attempt to get to sea, we were detained most of the following day, which was employed in receiving on board a supply of water, and, by the same vessel that brought it, all the empty casks were returned. As I did not imagine my stay at Plymouth would have been so long as it proved, we did not get our instruments on shore to make the necessary observations for ascertaining the longitude by the watch. For the same reason, Mr. Bailey did not set about this till he found that the Discovery would, probably, be detained some days after us. He then placed his quadrant upon Drake's Island, and had time, before the Resolution sailed, to make observations sufficient for the purpose we had in view. Our watch made the island to lie 4 degrees 14 minutes, and his 4 degrees 13½ minutes west of Greenwich. Its latitude, as found by Messrs. Wales and Bailey on the last voyage, is 50 degrees 21 minutes 30 seconds north. We weighed again at 8 in the evening, and stood out of the Sound with a gentle breeze at northwest by west. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 2, Passage of the Resolution to Teneriffe, Reception there, Description of Santa Cruz Road, Refreshments to be met with, Observations for fixing the longitude of Teneriffe, Some account of the island, Botanical observations, Cities of Santa Cruz and Laguna, Agriculture, Air and climate, Commerce, Inhabitants. We had not been long out of Plymouth Sound before the wind came more westerly and blew fresh, so that we were obliged to ply down the channel. And it was not till the 14th, at 8 in the evening, that we were off the Lizard. On the 16th at noon, St. Agnes's lighthouse on the LSLEs of Scilly bore northwest by west, distant 7 or 8 miles. Our latitude was now 49 degrees 53 minutes 30 seconds north, and our longitude by the watch 6 degrees 11 minutes west. Hence, I reckon that St. Agnes's lighthouse is in 49 degrees 57 minutes 30 seconds north latitude, and in 6 degrees 20 minutes of west longitude. On the 17th as an 18th we were off Ushant, and found the longitude of the island to be, by the watch, 5 degrees 18 minutes 37 seconds west. The variation was 23 degrees 0 minutes 50 seconds in the same direction. With a strong gale at south, on the 19th, we stood to the westward till 8 o'clock in the morning, when, the wind shifting to the west and northwest, we tacked and stretched to the southward. At this time, we saw 9 fail of large ships, which we judged to be French men of war. They took no particular notice of us, nor we of them. At 10 o'clock in the morning of the 22nd, we saw Cape Ortegal, which at noon bore southeast, half south, about 4 leagues distant. At this time we were in the latitude of 44 degrees 6 minutes north, and our longitude by the watch was 8 degrees 23 minutes west. After 2 days of calm weather, we passed Cape Finisterre on the afternoon of the 24th with a fine gale at north-northeast. The longitude of this cape, by the watch, is 9 degrees 29 minutes west, and by the mean of 41 lunar observations made before and after we passed it, and reduced to it by the watch, the result was 9 degrees 19 minutes 12 seconds. On the 30th, at 6 minutes and 38 seconds past 10 o'clock at night, apparent time I observed with a night telescope, the moon totally eclipsed. By the ephemeris, the same happened at Greenwich at 9 minutes past 11 o'clock. The difference being 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 22 seconds, or 15 degrees 35 minutes 30 seconds of longitude. The watch, for the same time, gave 15 degrees 26 minutes 45 seconds longitude west, and latitude 31 degrees 10 minutes north. No other observation could be made on this eclipse, as the moon was hid behind the clouds the greater part of the time, and in particular when the beginning and end of total darkness and the end of the eclipse happened. Finding that we had not hay and corn sufficient for the subsistence of the stock of animals on board till our arrival. At the Cape of Good Hope, I determined to touch at Teneriffe to get a supply of these and of the usual refreshments for ourselves, thinking that island for such purposes better adapted than Madeira. At 4 in the afternoon of the 31st, we saw Teneriffe and steered for the eastern part. At 9, being near it, we hauled up and stood off and on during the night. At daylight, on the morning of the 1st of August, we failed round the east point of the island, and about 8 o'clock anchored on the southeast side of it in the road of Santa Cruz in 23 fathoms water, the bottom, sand and ows. Punta de Nago, the east point of the road, bore north 64 degrees east. St. Francis's Church, remarkable for its high steeple, west-southwest. The Pic, south 65 degrees west, and the southwest point of the road, on which stands a fort or castle, south 39 degrees west. In this situation, we moored northeast and southwest, with a cable each way, being near half a mile from the shore. We found, riding in this road, La Boussole, a French frigate, commanded by the Chevalier de Borda, 2 brigantines of the same nation, an English brigantine from London bound to Senegal, and 14 sail of Spanish vessels. No sooner had we anchored than we were visited by the master of the port, who satisfied himself with asking the ship's name. Upon his leaving us, I sent an officer ashore to present my respects to the governor, and to ask his leave to take in water and to purchase such articles as we were in want of. All this he granted with the greatest politeness, and soon after sent an officer on board to compliment me on my arrival. In the afternoon, I waited upon him in person, accompanied by some of my officers, and before I returned to my ship, bespoke some corn and straw for the live flock, ordered a quantity of wine from Mr. McCarrick, the contractor, and made an agreement with the master of a Spanish boat to supply us with water, as I found that we could not do it ourselves. The road of Santa Cruz is situated before the town of the same name, on the southeast side of the island. It is, as I am told, the principal road of Teneriffe, for shelter, capacity, and the goodness of its bottom. It lies entirely open to the southeast and south winds, but these winds are never of long continuance, and they say there is not an instant's time of a ship driving from her anchors on shore. This may, in part, be owing to the great care they take in mooring them, for I observed that all the ships we met with there had 4 anchors out, 2 to the northeast and 2 to the southwest, and their cables buoyed up with casks. Ours suffered a little by not observing this last precaution. At the southwest part of the road, a stone pier runs out into the sea from the town for the convenience of loading and landing of goods. To this pier, the water that supplies the shipping is conveyed. This, as also what the inhabitants of Santa Cruz use, is derived from a rivulet that runs from the hills, the greatest part of which comes into the town in wooden spouts or troughs that are supported by slender posts, and the remainder doth not reach the sea, though it is evident from the size of the channel that sometimes large torrents rush down. At this time these troughs were repairing, so that fresh water, which is very good here, was scarce. Were we to judge from the appearance of the country in the neighbourhood of Santa Cruz, it might be concluded that Teneriffe is a barren spot, insufficient to maintain even its own inhabitants. The ample supplies, however, which we received, convinced us that they had enough to spare for visitors. Besides wine, which is the chief produce of the island, beef may be had at a moderate price. The oxen are small and bony, and weigh about 90 pounds a quarter. The meat is but lean, and was at present sold for half a bit, 3 pence sterling a pound. I, unadvisedly, bought the bullocks alive, and paid considerably more. Hogs, sheep, goats and poultry are likewise to be bought at the same moderate rate, and fruits are in great plenty. At this time we had grapes, figs, pears, mulberries, plantains and musk melons. There is a variety of other fruits produced here, though not in season at this time. Their pumpkins, onions and potatoes are exceedingly good of their kind, and keep better at sea than any I ever before met with. The Indian corn, which is also their produce, cost me about 3 shillings and 6 a bushel, and the fruits and roots were in general very cheap. They have not any plentiful supply of fish from the adjoining sea, but a very considerable fishery is carried on by their vessels upon the coast of Barbary, and the produce of it sells at a reasonable price. Upon the whole, I found Teneriffe to be a more eligible place than Madeira for ships bound on long voyages to touch at. Though the wine of the latter, according to my taste, is as much superior to that of the former as strong beer is to small. To compensate for this, the difference of prices is considerable, for the best Teneriffe wine was now sold for £12 a pipe, whereas a pipe of the best Madeira would have cost considerably more than double that sum. The Chevalier de Borda, commander of the French frigate now lying in Santa Cruz Road, was employed in conjunction with Mr. Varela, a Spanish gentleman, in making astronomical observations for ascertaining the going of 2 timekeepers, which they had on board their ship. For this purpose, they had a tent pitched on the pier head, where they made their observations, and compared their watches every day at noon with the clock on shore, by signals. These signals the Chevalier very obligingly communicated to us, so that we could compare our watch at the same time. But our stay was too short to profit much by his kindness. The 3 days' comparisons which we made assured us that the watch had not materially, if at all, altered her rate of going, and gave us the same longitude within a very few seconds that was obtained by finding the time from observations of the sun's altitude from the horizon of the sea. The watch, from a mean of these observations on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of August, made the longitude 16 degrees 31 minutes west, and in like manner the latitude was found to be 28 degrees 30 minutes 11 seconds north. Mr. Varela informed us that the true longitude was 18 degrees 35 minutes 30 seconds from Paris, which is only 16 degrees 16 minutes 30 inches from Greenwich, less than what our watch gave by 14 feet 30 inches. But far from looking upon this as an error in the watch, I rather think it a confirmation of its having gone well, and that the longitude by it may be nearer the truth than any other. It is farther confirmed by the lunar observations that we made in the road, which gave 16 degrees 37 minutes 10 seconds. Those made before we arrived and reduced to the road by the watch gave 16 degrees 33 minutes 30 seconds, and those made after we left it and reduced back in the same manner gave 16 degrees 28 minutes. The mean of the 3 is 16 degrees 30 minutes 40 seconds. To reduce these several longitudes and the latitude to the Pic of Teneriffe, one of the most noted points of land with geographers, to obtain the true situation of which I have entered into this particular discussion, I had recourse to the bearing, and a few hours of the ship's run after leaving Santa Cruz Road, and found it to be 12 feet 11 inches south of the road, and 29 feet 30 inches of longitude west of it. As the base, which helped to determine this, was partly estimated, it is liable to some error, but I think I cannot be much mistaken. Dr. Kerguelen, in his British Mariner's Guide, places the pick in the latitude of 28 degrees 12 minutes 54 seconds. This, with the bearing from the road, will give the difference of longitude 43 minutes, which considerably exceeds the distance they reckon the pick to be from Santa Cruz. I made the latitude of the pick to be 28 degrees 18 minutes north. Upon that supposition, its longitude will be as follows. Observations omitted. Some of Mr. Anderson's remarks on the natural appearances of Teneriffe and its productions, and what he observed himself or learnt by information about the general state of the island, will be of use, particularly in marking what changes may have happened there since Mr. Glass visited it. They here follow in his own words. While we were standing in for the land, the weather being perfectly clear, we had an opportunity of seeing the celebrated pick of Teneriffe. But I own, I was much disappointed in my expectation with respect to its appearance. It is certainly far from equalling the noble figure of Pico, one of the Western Isles which I have seen, though its perpendicular height may be greater. This circumstance perhaps arises from its being surrounded by other very high hills, whereas Pico stands without a rival. Behind the city of Santa Cruz, the country rises gradually and is of a moderate height. Beyond this, to the southwestward, it becomes higher and continues to rise towards the pick, which, from the road, appears but little higher than the surrounding hills. From thence, it seems to decrease, though not suddenly, as far as the eye can reach. From a supposition that we should not stay above 1 day, I was obliged to contract my excursions into the country. Otherwise, I had proposed to visit the top of this famous mountain. To the eastward of Santa Cruz, the island appears perfectly barren. Ridges of hills run towards the sea, between which ridges are deep valleys, terminating at mountains or hills that run across, and are higher than the former. Those that run towards the sea are marked by impressions on their sides, which make them appear as a succession of conic hills, with their tops very rugged. The higher ones that run across are more uniform in their appearance. In the forenoon of the 1st of August, after we had anchored in the road, I went on shore to one of these valleys, with an intention to reach the top of the remoter hills, which seemed covered with wood, but time would not allow me to get farther than their foot. After walking about 3 miles, I found no alteration in the appearance of the lower hills, which produce great quantities of the Euphorbia canariensis. It is surprising that this large succulent plant should thrive on so burnt-up a soil. When broken, which is easily done, the quantity of juice is very great, and it might be supposed that, when dried, it would shrivel to nothing. Yet it is a pretty tough, though soft and light. Wood. The people here believe its juice to be so caustic as to erode the skin. But I convinced them, though with much difficulty, to the contrary, by thrusting my finger into the plant full of it, without afterwards wiping it off. They break down the bushes of euphorbia and, suffering them to dry, carry them home for fuel. I met with nothing else growing there but 2 or 3 small shrubs and a few fig trees near the bottom of the valley. The basis of the hills is a heavy, compact, bluish stone mixed with some shining particles, and on the surface, large masses of red friable earth or stone are scattered about. I also often found the same substance disposed in thick strata, and the little earth, strewed here and there, was a blackish mould. There were likewise some pieces of flag, one of which, from its weight and smooth surface, seemed almost wholly metalline. The mouldering state of these hills is, doubtless, owing to the perpetual action of the sun, which calcines their surface. This moulded part being afterwards washed away by the heavy rains, perhaps is the cause of their sides being so uneven, for, as the different substances of which they are composed are more or less easily affected by the sun's heat, they will be carried away in the like proportions. Hence, perhaps, the tops of the hills, being of the hardest rock, have stood, while the other parts, on a declivity, have been destroyed. As I have usually observed, that the tops of most mountains that are covered with trees have a more uniform appearance, I am inclined to believe that this is owing to their being shaded. The city of Santa Cruz, though not large, is tolerably well built. The churches are not magnificent without, but within are decent and indifferently ornamented. They are inferior to some of the churches at Madeira. But I imagine this rather arises from the different disposition of the people than from their inability to support them better. For the private houses and dress of the Spanish inhabitants of Santa Cruz are far preferable to those of the Portuguese at Madeira, who perhaps are willing to strip themselves that they may adorn their churches. Almost facing the stone pier at the landing place is a handsome marble column lately put up, ornamented with some human figures that do no discredit to the artist, with an inscription in Spanish to commemorate the occasion of the erection and the date. In the afternoon of the 2nd, 4 of us hired mules to ride to the city of Laguna, so called from an adjoining lake, about 4 miles from Santa Cruz. We arrived there between 5 and 6 in the evening, but found a fight of it very unable to compensate for our trouble, as the road was very bad and the mules but indifferent. The place is indeed pretty extensive, but scarcely deserves to be dignified with the name of city. The disposition of its streets is very irregular, yet some of them are of a tolerable breadth and have some good houses. In general, however, Laguna is inferior in appearance to Santa Cruz, though the latter is but small, if compared with the former. We were informed likewise that Laguna is declining fast, there being at present some vineyards where houses formerly stood, whereas Santa Cruz is increasing daily. The road leading from Santa Cruz to Laguna runs up a steep hill, which is very barren, but lower down we saw some fig trees and several cornfields. These are but small and not thrown into ridges, as is practiced in England. Nor does it appear that they can raise any corn here without great labour, as the ground is so encumbered with stones that they are obliged to collect and lay them in broad rows or walls at small distances. The large hills that run to the southwest appeared to be pretty well furnished with trees. Nothing else worth noticing presented itself during this excursion, except a few aloe plants in flower near the side of the road, and the cheerfulness of our guides, who amused us with songs by the way. Most of the laborious work in this island is performed by mules, horses being to appearance scarce, and chiefly reserved for the use of the officers. They are of a small size, but well-shaped and spirited. Oxen are also employed to drag their casks along upon a large clumsy piece of wood, and they are yoked by the head, though it doth not seem that this has any peculiar advantage over our method of fixing the harness on the shoulders. In my walks and excursions I saw some hawks, parrots, which are natives of the island, the sea swallow or tern, seagulls, partridges, wagtails, swallows, martins, blackbirds, and canary birds in large flocks. There are also lizards of the common, and another sort, some insects as locusts, and 3 or 4 sorts of dragonflies. I had an opportunity of conversing with a sensible and well-informed gentleman residing here, and whose veracity I have not the least reason to doubt. From him I learnt some particulars, which, during the short stay of 3 days, did not fall within my own observation. He informed me that a shrub is common here, agreeing exactly with the description given by Tournefort and Linnaeus of the tea shrub as growing in China and Japan. It is reckoned a weed, and he roots out thousands of them every year from his vineyards. The Spaniards, however, of the island sometimes use it as tea, and ascribe to it all the qualities of that imported from China. They also give it the name of tea, but what is remarkable, they say it was found here when the islands were first discovered. Another botanical curiosity mentioned by him is what they call the impregnated lemon. It is a perfect and distinct lemon, enclosed within another, differing from the outer one only in being a little more globular. The leaves of the tree that produces this sort are much longer than those of the common one, and it was represented to me as being crooked and not equal in beauty. From him I learnt also that a certain fort of grape growing here is reckoned an excellent remedy in phthisical complaints, and the air and climate in general are remarkably healthful and particularly adapted to give relief in such diseases. This he endeavoured to account for by its being always in one's power to procure a different temperature of the air by residing at different heights in the island, and he expressed his surprise that the English physicians should never have thought of sending their consumptive patients to Teneriffe instead of Nice or Lisbon. How much the temperature of the air varies here, I myself could sensibly perceive only in riding from Santa Cruz up to Ayaguna, and you may ascend till the cold becomes intolerable. I was assured that no person can live comfortably within a mile of the perpendicular height of the Pic after the month of August. Although some smoke constantly issues from near the top of the Pic, they have had no earthquake or eruption of a volcano since 1704, when the port of Garachica, where much of their trade was formerly carried on, was destroyed. Their trade indeed must be considered as very considerable, for they reckon that 40,000 pipes of wine are annually made, the greatest part of which is either consumed in the island or made into brandy and sent to the Spanish West Indies plus. About 6,000 pipes were exported every year to North America. White, the trade with it, was uninterrupted. At present, they think not above half the quantity. The corn they raise is, in general, insufficient to maintain the inhabitants, but the deficiency used to be supplied by importation from the North Americans, who took their wines in return. They make a little silk, but unless we reckon the filtering stones brought in great numbers from Gran Canary, the wine is the only considerable article of the foreign commerce of Teneriffe. None of the race of inhabitants found here when the Spaniards discovered the Canaries now remain a distinct people, having intermarried with the Spanish settlers. But their descendants are known, from their being remarkably tall, large-boned and strong. The men are, in general, of a tawny colour, and the women have a pale complexion, entirely destitute of that bloom which distinguishes our northern beauties. The Spanish custom of wearing black clothes continues amongst them, but the men seem more indifferent about this, and in some measure dress like the French. In other respects, we found the inhabitants of Teneriffe to be a decent and very civil people, retaining that grave caste which distinguishes those of their country from other European nations. Although we do not think that there is a great similarity between our manners and those of the Spaniards, it is worth observing that Omai did not think there was much difference. He only said that they seemed not so friendly as the English, and that in their persons they approached those of his countrymen. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 3. Departure from Teneriffe, danger of the ship near Bonavista, Isle of Mayo, Port Praya, precautions against the rain and sultry weather in the neighbourhood of the equator, position of the coast of Brazil, arrival at the Cape of Good Hope, transactions there, function of the Discovery, Mr. Anderson's Fawney up the country, astronomical observations, nautical remarks on the passage from England to the Cape, with regard to the currents and the variation. Having completed our water and got on board every other thing we wanted at Teneriffe, we weighed anchor on the 4th of August and proceeded on our voyage with a fine gale at northeast. At 9 o'clock in the evening on the 10th, we saw the island of Bonavista bearing south, distant little more than a league, though at this time we thought ourselves much farther off, but this proved a mistake. For after hauling to the eastward till 12 o'clock, to clear the sunken rocks that lie about a league from the southeast point of the island, we found ourselves at that time close upon them, and did but just weather the breakers. Our situation for a few minutes was very alarming. I did not choose to found, as that might have heightened the danger without any possibility of lessening it. I make the north end of the island of Bonavista to lie in the latitude of 16 degrees 17 minutes north and in the longitude of 22 degrees 59 minutes west. As soon as we were clear of the rocks, we steered south-southwest till daybreak next morning, and then hauled to the westward to go between Bonavista and the Isle of Mayo, intending to look into Port Praya for the Discovery, as I had told Captain Clark that I should touch there, and did not know how soon he might fail after me. At 1 in the afternoon, we saw the rocks that lie on the southwest side of Bonavista, bearing southeast, distant 3 or 4 leagues. Next morning, at 6 o'clock, the Isle of Mayo bore southeast, distant about 5 leagues. In this situation we founded, and found ground at 60 fathoms. At the same time, the variation, by the mean of several azimuths taken with 3 different compasses, was 9 degrees 32.5 minutes west. At 11 o'clock, one extreme of Mayo bore east by north, and the other southeast by south. In this position, 2 roundish hills appeared near its northeast part. Farther on, a large and higher hill, and at about 2/3 of its length, a single one that is peaked. At the distance, we now saw this island, which was 3 or 4 miles. There was not the least appearance of vegetation, nor any relief to the eye from that lifeless brown which prevails in countries under the torrid zone that are unwooded. Here I cannot help remarking that Mr. Nicholson, in his preface to sundry remarks and observations made in a voyage to the East Indies, tells us that with 8 degrees west variation or anything above that, you may venture to fail by the Cape de Verde Islands night or day, being well assured with that variation that you are to the eastward of them. Such an assertion might prove of dangerous consequence, were there any that would implicitly trust to it. We also tried the current, and found one setting southwest by west, something more than half a mile an hour. We had reason to expert this, from the differences between the longitude given by the watch and dead reckoning, which since our leaving Teneriffe amounted to 1 degree. While we were amongst these islands, we had light breezes of wind, varying from the southeast to east, and some calms. This shows that the Cape de Verde Islands are either extensive enough to break the current of the trade wind, or that they are situated just beyond its verge, in that space where the variable winds found on getting near the line begin. The first supposition, however, is the most probable, as Dampier Plus found the wind westerly here in the month of February, at which time the trade wind is supposed to extend farthest towards the equinoctial. The weather was hot and sultry, with some rain, and for the most part, a dull whiteness prevailed in the sky that seems a medium between fog and clouds. In general, the tropical regions seldom enjoy that clear atmosphere observable where variable winds blow, nor does the sun shine with such brightness. This circumstance, however, seems an advantage, for otherwise perhaps the rays of the sun, being uninterrupted, would render the heat quite unsupportable. The nights are, nevertheless, often clear and serene. At 9 o'clock in the morning of the 13th, we arrived before Port Praya, in the island of St. Jago, where we saw 2 Dutch East India ships and a small brigantine at anchor. As the Discovery was not there, and we had expended but little water in our passage from Teneriffe, I did not think proper to go in, but stood to the southward. Some altitudes of the sun were now taken to ascertain the true time. The longitude by the watch, deduced therefrom, was 23 degrees 48 minutes west. The little island in the bay bore west-northwest, distant near 3 miles, which will make its longitude 23 degrees 51 minutes. The same watch, on my late voyage, made the longitude to be 23 degrees 30 minutes west, and we observed the latitude to be 14 degrees 53 minutes 30 seconds north. The day after we left the Cape de Verde Islands, we lost the northeast trade wind, but did not get that which blows from the southeast till the 30th, when we were in the latitude of 2 degrees north and in the 25th degree of west longitude during this interval. The wind was mostly in the southwest quarter. Sometimes it blew fresh and in squalls, but for the most part, a gentle breeze. The calms were few and of short duration. Between the latitude of 12 degrees and of 7 degrees north, the weather was generally dark and gloomy, with frequent rains, which enabled us to save as much water as filled most of our empty casks. These rains, and the close sultry weather accompanying them, too often bring on sickness in this passage. Every bad consequence, at least, is to be apprehended from them, and commanders of ships cannot be too much upon their guard by purifying the air between decks with fires and smoke, and by obliging the people to dry their clothes at every opportunity. These precautions were constantly observed on board the Resolution and Discovery, and we certainly profited by them, for we had now fewer sick than on either of my former voyages. We had, however, the mortification to find our ship exceedingly leaky in all her upper works. The hot and sultry weather we had just passed through had opened her seams, which had been badly caulked at first, so wide that they admitted the rainwater through as it fell. There was hardly man that could lie dry in his bed, and the officers in the gunroom were all driven out of their cabins by the water that came through the sides. The fails in the fail room got wet, and before we had weather to dry them, many of them were much damaged, and a great expense of canvas and of time became necessary to make them in some degree serviceable. Having experienced the same defect in our sail rooms on my late voyage, it had been represented to the yard officers, who undertook to remove it. But it did not appear to me that anything had been done to remedy the complaint. To repair these defects, the caulkers were set to work, as soon as we got into fair settled weather, to caulk the decks and inside weatherworks of the ship, for I would not trust them over the sides while we were at sea. On the 1st of September, we crossed the equator in the longitude of 27 degrees 38 minutes west, with a fine gale at southeast by south. And notwithstanding my apprehensions of falling in with the coast of Brazil in stretching to the southwest, I kept the ship a full point from the wind. However, I found my fears were ill-grounded, for on drawing near that coast, we met with the wind more and more easterly, so that by the time we were in the latitude of 10 degrees south, we could make a southeasterly course good. On the 8th, we were in the latitude of 8 degrees 57 minutes south, which is a little to the southward of Cape St. Augustine on the coast of Brazil. Our longitude, deduced from a very great number of lunar observations, was 34 degrees 16 minutes west, and by the watch, 34 degrees 47 minutes. The former is 1 degree 43 minutes, and the latter 2 degrees 14 minutes more westerly than the island of Fernando de Noronha, the situation of which was pretty well determined during my late voyage. Hence I concluded that we could not now be farther from the continent than 20 or 30 leagues at most, and perhaps not much less, as we neither had foundings nor any other signs of land. Dr. Halley, however, in his voyage published by Mr. Dalrymple, tells us plus that he made no more than 102 miles, meridian distance from the island, Fernando de Noronha, to the coast of Brazil, and seems to think that currents could not be the whole cause of his making so little. But I rather think that he was mistaken, and that the currents had hurried him far to the westward of his intended course. This was in some measure confirmed by our own observations, for we had found, during 3 or 4 days preceding the 8th, that the current set to the westward, and during the last 24 hours it had set strong to the northward, as we experienced a difference of 29 miles between our observed latitude and that by dead reckoning. Upon the whole, till some better astronomical observations are made on shore on the eastern coast of Brazil, I shall conclude that its longitude is 35 degrees and a half or 36 degrees west at most. We proceeded on our voyage without meeting with anything of note till the 6th of October. Being then in the latitude of 35 degrees 15 minutes south, longitude 7 degrees 45 minutes west, we met with light airs and calms by turns for 3 days successively. We had, for some days before, seen albatrosses, pintados and other petrels, and here we saw 3 penguins which occasioned us to found, but we found no ground with a line of 150 fathoms. We put a boat in the water and shot a few birds, one of which was a black petrel about the size of a crow, and except as to the bill and feet, very like one. It had a few white feathers under the throat, and the underside of the quill feather were of an ash colour. All the other feathers were jet black, as also the bill and legs. On the 8th, in the evening, one of those birds which failers call noddies settled on our rigging and was caught. It was something larger than an English blackbird and nearly as black, except the upper part of the head, which was white, looking as if it were powdered. The whitest feathers growing out from the base of the upper bill, from which they gradually assumed a darker colour, to about the middle of the upper part of the neck, where the white shade was lost in the black, without being divided by any line. It was web-footed, had black legs and a black bill, which was long, and not unlike that of a curlew. It is said these birds never fly far from land. We knew of none nearer the station we were in than Guffs or Richmond Island, from which our distance could not be less than 100 leagues. But it must be observed that the Atlantic Ocean, to the southward of this latitude, has been but little frequented, so that there may be more islands there than we are acquainted with. We frequently in the night saw those luminous marine animals mentioned and described in my first voyage. Some of them seemed to be considerably larger than any I had before met with, and sometimes they were so numerous that hundreds were visible at the same moment. This calm weather was succeeded by a fresh gale from the northwest, which lasted 2 days. Then we had again variable light airs for about 24 hours. When the northwest wind returned and blew with such strength that on the 17th we had sight of the Cape of Good Hope, and the next day anchored in Table Bay in 4 fathoms water, with the church bearing southwest 1/4 south and Green Point northwest 1/4 west. As soon as we had received the usual visit from the master attendant and the surgeon, I sent an officer to wait on Baron Plettenberg, the governor, and, on his return, saluted the garrison with 13 guns, which compliment was returned with the same number. We found in the bay 2 French East India ships, the one outward and the other homeward bound. And 2 or 3 days before our arrival, another homeward-bound ship of the same nation had parted from her cable and been driven on shore at the head of the bay, where they was lost. The crew were saved, but the greatest part of the cargo shared the same fate with the ship, or, which amounted to the same, was plundered and stolen by the inhabitants, either out of the ship, or ask was driven or carried on shore. This is the account the French officers gave to me, and the Dutch themselves could not deny the fact. But, by way of excusing themselves from being guilty of a crime disgraceful to every civilized state, they endeavoured to lay the whole blame on the French captain for not applying in time for a guard. As soon as we had saluted, I went on shore, accompanied by some of my officers, and waited on the governor, the lieutenant governor, the fiscal, and the commander of the troops. These gentlemen received me with the greatest civility, and the governor in particular promised me every assistance that the place afforded. At the same time, I obtained his leave to set up our observatory on any spot I should think most convenient, to pitch tents for the sailmakers and coopers, and to bring the cattle on shore to graze near our encampment. Before I returned on board, I ordered soft bread, fresh meat and greens to be provided every day for the ship's company. On the 22nd, we set up the tents and observatory and began to send the several articles out of the ship which I wanted on shore. This could not be done sooner, as the militia of the place were exercising on or near the ground which we were to occupy. The next day we began to observe equal altitudes of the sun in order to ascertain the rate of the watch, or, which is the same thing, to find whether it had altered its rate. These observations were continued every day, whenever the weather would permit, till the time of our departure drew near. But before this, the caulkers had been set to work to caulk the ship, and I had concerted measures with Messrs. Brandt and Chiron for supplying both ships with such provisions as I should want. Bakers, likewise, had been ordered, immediately after our arrival, to bake such a quantity of bread as I thought would be requisite. Fast as the several articles destined for the Resolution were got ready, they were carried on board. On the 26th, the French ship failed for Europe, and by her we sent letters to England. The next day, the Hampshire East India ship from Kerguelen anchored in the bay and saluted us with 13 guns, which we returned with 11. Nothing remarkable happened till the evening of the 31st, when it came on to blow excessively hard at southeast and continued for 3 days, during which time there was no communication between the ship and the shore. The Resolution was the only ship in the bay that rode out the gale without dragging her anchors. We felt its effects as sensibly on shore. Our tents and observatory were torn to pieces, and our astronomical quadrant narrowly escaped irreparable damage. On the 3rd of November the storm ceased, and the next day we resumed our different employments. On the 6th, the Hampshire India ship failed for England. In her, I sent home an invalid, whom Captain Trimble was so obliging as to receive on board. I was afterwards sorry that I had not availed myself of this opportunity to part with 2 or 3 more of my crew, who were troubled with different complaints, but at this time there was some hope of their health being re-established. In the morning of the 10th, the Discovery arrived in the bay. Captain Clark informed me that he had failed from Plymouth on the 1st of August, and should have been with us here a week sooner if the late gale of wind had not blown him off the coast. Upon the whole, he was 7 days longer in his passage from England than we had been. He had the misfortune to lose one of his marines by falling overboard, but there had been no other mortality amongst his people, and they now arrived well and healthy. Captain Clark having represented to me that his ship was in want of caulking, that no time might be lost in repairing this defect, next day I sent all my workmen on board her, having already completed this service on board the Resolution. I lent every other assistance to the captain to expedite his supply of provisions and water, having given him an order to receive on board as much of both articles as he could conveniently stow. I now found that the bakers had failed in baking the bread I had ordered for the Discovery. They pretended a want of flour, but the truth was they were doubtful of her coming and did not care to begin till they saw her at anchor in the bay. Thursday, 14. I have before made mention of our getting our cattle on shore. The bull and 2 cows with their calves were sent to graze along with some other cattle, but I was advised to keep our sheep, 16 in number, close to our tents, where they were penned up every night. During the night preceding the 14th, some dogs having got in amongst them, forced them out of the pen, killing 4 and dispersing the rest. 6 of them were recovered the next day, but the 2 rams and 2 of the finest ewes in the whole flock were amongst those miffing. Baron Plettenberg being now in the country, I applied to the Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Hemy, and to the Fiscal. Both these gentlemen promised to use their endeavours for the recovery of the lost sheep. The Dutch, we know, boast that the police at the Cape is so carefully executed that it is hardly possible for a slave, with all his cunning and knowledge of the country, to effectuate his escape. Yet my sheep evaded all the vigilance of the Fiscal's officers and people. However, after much trouble and expense, by employing some of the meanest and lowest scoundrels in the place, who, to use the phrase of the person who recommended this method to me, would, for a ducatoon, cut their master's throat, burn the house over his head, and bury him and the whole family in the ashes, I recovered them all but the 2 ewes. Of these I never could hear the least tidings, and I gave over all inquiry after them when I was told that since I had got the 2 rams, I might think myself very well off. One of these, however, was so much hurt by the dogs that there was reason to believe he would never recover. Mr. Hemy very obligingly offered to make up this loss by giving me a Spanish ram out of some that he had sent for from Lisbon. But I declined the offer, under a persuasion that it would answer my purpose full as well to take with me some of the Cape rams. The event proved that I was under a mistake. This gentleman has taken some pains to introduce European sheep at the Cape, but his endeavours, as he told me, have been frustrated by the obstinacy of the country people who hold their own breed in greater estimation on account of their large tails, of the fat of which they sometimes make more money than of the whole carcass besides, and think that the wool of European sheep will by no means make up for their deficiency in this respect. Indeed, I have heard some sensible men here make the same observation, and there seems to be foundation for it. For admitting that European sheep were to produce wool of the same quality here as in Europe, which experience has shown not to be the case, the Dutch have not hands at the Cape of Good Hope to spare for the manufacturing even their own clothing. It is certain that were it not for the continual importation of slaves, this settlement would be thinner of people than any other inhabited part of the world. While the ships were getting ready for the prosecution of our voyage, some of our officers made an excursion to take a view of the neighbouring country. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, who was one of the party, gave me the following relation of their proceedings. On the 16th, in the forenoon, I set out in a wagon, with 5 more, to take a view of some part of the country. We crossed the large plain that lies to the eastward of the town, which is entirely a white sand, like that commonly found on beaches, and produces only heath and other small plants of various sorts. At 5 in the afternoon, we passed a large farmhouse with some cornfields and pretty considerable vineyards situated beyond the plain, near the foot of some low hills where the soil becomes worth cultivating. Between 6 and 7, we arrived at Stellenbosch, the colony next to that of the Cape for its importance. The village does not consist of more than 30 houses and stands at the foot of the range of lofty mountains, above 20 miles to the eastward of the Cape Town. The houses are neat, and with the advantage of a rivulet which runs near and the shelter of some large oaks planted at its first settling, forms what may be called a rural prospect in this desert country. There are some vineyards and orchards about the place, which from their thriving appearance seem to indicate an excellent soil, though perhaps they owe much to climate, as the air here has an uncommon serenity. I employed the next day in searching for plants and insects about Stellenbosch, but had little success. Few plants are in flower here at this season, and insects but scarce. I examined the soil in several places and found it to consist of yellowish clay mixed with a good deal of sand. The sides of the low hills, which appear brown, seem to be constituted of a fort of stone marl. We left Stellenbosch next morning and soon arrived at the house we had passed on Saturday, the owner of which, Mr. Cloder, had sent us an invitation the evening before to visit him. This gentleman entertained us with the greatest hospitality, and in a manner very different from what we expected. He received us with music, and a band also played while we were at dinner, which, considering the situation of the place, might be reckoned elegant. He showed us his wine cellars, his orchards and vineyards, all which, I must own, inspired me with a wish to know in what manner these industrious people could create such plenty in a spot where, I believe, no other European nation would have attempted to settle. In the afternoon we crossed the country and passed a few plantations, one of which seemed very considerable and was laid out in a taste somewhat different from any other we saw. In the evening we arrived at a farmhouse, which is the first in the cultivated tract called the Pearl. We had at the same time a view of Drakenstein, the 3rd colony of this country, which lies along by the foot of the lofty hills already mentioned, and contains several farms or plantations not very extensive. I went, on the 19th in the forenoon, in quest of plants and insects, which I found almost as scarce as at Stellenbosch. But I met with more shrubs or small trees, naturally produced in the valleys, than in any part of the country I had hitherto seen. In the afternoon, we went to see a stone of a remarkable size, called by the inhabitants the Tower of Babylon, or the Pearl Diamond. It lies, or stands, upon the top of some low hills, at the foot of which our farmhouse was situated, and though the road to it is neither very steep nor rugged, we were above an hour and a half in walking to it. It is of an oblong shape, rounded on the top, and lies nearly south and north. The east and west sides are steep and almost perpendicular. The south end is likewise steep, and its greatest height is there, from whence it declines gently to the north part, by which we ascended to its top, and had an extensive view of the whole country. Its circumference, I think, must be at least 1/2 mile, as it took us above 1/2 hour to walk round it, including every allowance for the bad road, and flopping a little. At its highest part, which is the south end, comparing it with a known object, it seems to equal the dome of St. Paul's Church. It is one uninterrupted mass or stone, if we accept some fissures, or rather impressions, not above 3 or 4 feet deep, and a vein which runs across near its north end. It is of that fort of stone called by mineralogists saxum conglutinatum, and consists chiefly of pieces of coarse quartz and glimmer, held together by a clayey cement. But the vein which crosses it, though of the same materials, is much compacter. This vein is not above a foot broad or thick, and its surface is cut into little squares or oblongs, disposed obliquely, which makes it look like the remains of some artificial work. But I could not observe whether it penetrated far into the large rock, or was only superficial. In descending, we found at its foot a very rich black mould, and on the sides of the hills some trees of a considerable size, natives of the place, which are a species of olea. In the morning on the 20th, we set out from the Pearl, and going a different road from that by which we came, passed through a country wholly uncultivated, till we got to the Tiger Hills, when some tolerable cornfields appeared. At noon, we flopped in a hollow for refreshment, but in walking about here, were plagued with a vast number of mosquitoes or sandflies, which were the first I saw in the country. In the afternoon, we set out again, and in the evening arrived at the Cape Town, tired with the jolting wagon. On the 23rd, we got on board the observatory, clock and see. By a mean of the several results of the equal altitudes of the sun, taken with the astronomical quadrant, the astronomical clock was found to lose on sidereal time, 1 minute 8 seconds 368 thousandths each day. The pendulum was kept at the same length as at Greenwich, where the daily loss of the clock on sidereal time was 4 seconds. The watch, by the mean of the results of 15 days' observations, was found to be losing 2 minutes and 21 seconds on mean time each day, which is 1 minute and 52 seconds more than at Greenwich. And on the 21st, at noon, she was too slow for mean time by 1 hour. 20 feet 57 inches, 66. From this, 6 feet 48 inches, 956, is to be subtracted for what she was too slow on the 11th of June at Greenwich and her daily rate since. And the remainder, viz. the 1 hour, 14 feet, 08, 704, or 18 degrees 32 minutes 10 seconds, will be the longitude of the Cape Town by the watch. Its true longitude, as found by Messrs. Mason and Dixon, is 18 degree 23 நிமிடம் 15 வினாடி. As our observations were made about half a 1776 mile to the east of theirs, the error of the watch in longitude is no more than 8 feet 25 inches. Hence we have reason to conclude that they had gone well all the way from England, and that the longitude thus given may be nearer the truth than any other. If this be admitted, it will, in a great measure, enable me to find the direction and strength of the currents we met with on this passage from England. For, by comparing the latitude and longitude by dead reckoning with those by observation and the watch, we shall from time to time have, very accurately, the error of the ship's reckoning be the cause what it will. But as all imaginable care was taken in heaving and keeping the log, and every necessary allowance made for leeway, heave of the sea and other such circumstances, I cannot attribute those errors that did happen to any other cause but currents, but more particularly when the error was constantly the same way for several days successively. On the contrary, if we find the ship ahead of the reckoning on one day and astern of it on another, we have reason to believe that such errors are owing to accidental causes and not to currents. This seems to have been the café in our passage between England and Teneriffe. But from the time of our leaving that island till the 15th of August, being then in the latitude of 12 degrees north and longitude 24 degrees west, the ship was carried 1 degree 20 minutes of longitude to the westward of her reckoning. At this station, the currents took a contrary direction and set to east-southeast at the rate of 12 or 14 miles a day or 24 hours till we arrived into the latitude of 5 degrees north and longitude of 20 degrees west, which was our mast easterly situation after leaving the Cape de Verde Islands till we got to the southward. For in this situation the wind came southerly, and we tacked and stretched to the westward, and for 2 or 3 days could not find that our reckoning was affected by any current. So that, I judged, we were between the current that generally, if not constantly, sets to the east upon the coast of Guinea and that which sets to the west towards the coast of Brazil. This westerly current was not considerable till we got into 2 degrees north and 25 degrees west. From this station to 3 degrees south and 30 degrees west, the ship, in the space of 4 days, was carried 115 miles in the direction of southwest by west, beyond her reckoning, an error by far too great to have any other cause but a strong current running in the same direction. Nor did its strength abate here, but its course was, afterward, more westerly and to the north of west, and off Cape Augustine north, as I have already mentioned. But this northerly current did not exist at 20 or 30 leagues to the southward of that cape, nor any other that I could perceive in the remaining part of the passage. The little difference we afterward found between the reckoning and observations might very well happen without the assistance of currents, as will appear by the table of days' works. In the account of my last voyage, I remarked that the currents one meets with in this passage generally balance each other. It happened so then, because we crossed the line about 20 degrees more to the eastward than we did now, so that we were, of consequence, longer under the influence of the easterly current, which made up for the westerly one. And this, I apprehend, will generally be the case if you cross the line 10 degrees or 15 degrees to the east of the meridian of St. Jago. From these remarks I shall draw the following conclusion, that, after passing the Cape de Verde Island, if you do not make above 4 degrees or 5 degrees easting, and cross the line in, or to the westward of, the meridian of St. Jago, you may expect to find your ship 3 degrees or 4 degrees to the westward of her reckoning by the time you get into the latitude of 10 degrees south. If, on the other hand, you keep well to the east and cross the line 15 degrees or 20 degrees to the east of St. Jago, you will be then as much to the east of your reckoning, and the more you keep to the eastward, the greater will be your error, as has been experienced by some India ships whose people have found themselves close upon the coast of Angola when they thought its distance was above 200 leagues. During the whole of our passage from England, no opportunity was omitted of observing, with all the attention and accuracy that circumstances would permit, the variation of the compass, which I have inserted in a table with the latitude and longitude of the ship at the time of observation. As the longitude may be depended upon, to a quarter or half a degree at most, this table will be of use to those navigators who correct their reckoning by the variation. It will also enable Mr. Dunn to correct his new variation chart, a thing very much wanted. It seems strange to me that the advocates for the variation should not agree amongst themselves. We find one of them telling us, as I have already observed, that with 8 degrees west variation, or anything above that, you may venture to sail by the Cape de Verde Islands by night or day, being well assured, with that variation, that you are to the eastward of them. Another, in his chart Macy, lays down this variation 90 leagues to the westward of them. Such a disagreement as this is a strong proof of the uncertainty of both. However, I have no doubt the former found here, as well as in other places, the variation he mentions. But he should have considered that at sea, nay, even on land, the results of the most accurate observations will not always be the same. Different compasses will give different variations, and even the same compass will differ from itself 2 degrees without our being able to discover, much less to remove, the cause. Whoever imagines he can find the variation within a degree will very often see himself much deceived. For besides the imperfection which may be in the construction of the instrument or in the power of the needle, it is certain that the motion of the ship or attraction of the ironwork or some other cause not yet discovered will frequently occasion far greater errors than this. That the variation may be found with a share of accuracy more than sufficient to determine the ship's course is allowed, but that it can be found so exactly as to fix the longitude within a degree or 60 miles, I absolutely deny. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 4. The 2 ships leave the Cape of Good Hope, 2 Easons, named Prince Edward's, seen, and their appearance described. Kerguelen's land visited. Arrival in Christmas Harbour, occurrences there, description of it. After the disaster which happened to our sheep, it may be well supposed I did not trust those that remained long on shore, but got them, and the other cattle, on board as fast as possible. I also added to my original stock by purchasing 2 young bulls, 2 heifers, 2 young stone horses, 2 mares, 2 rams, several ewes and goats, and some rabbits and poultry. All of them were intended for New Zealand, Tahiti, and the neighbouring islands, or any other places in the course of our voyage where there might be a prospect that the leaving any of them would be useful to posterity. Towards the latter end of November, the caulkers had finished their work on board the Discovery, and she had received all her provisions and water. Of the former, both ships had a supply sufficient for 2 years and upwards. And every other article we could think of necessary for such a voyage that could be had at the Cape was procured, neither knowing when nor where we might come to a place where we could furnish ourselves so well. Having given Captain Clark a copy of my instructions and an order directing him how to proceed in case of separation, in the morning of the 30th we repaired on board. At 5 in the afternoon, a breeze sprung up at southeast, with which we weighed and flood out of the bay. At 9 it fell calm, and we anchored between Penguin Island and the east shore, where we lay till 3 o'clock next morning. We then weighed and put to sea with a light breeze at south, but did not get clear of the land till the morning of the 3rd, when, with a fresh gale at west-northwest, we stood to the southeast to get more into the way of these winds. On the 5th, a sudden squall of wind carried away the Resolution's mizzen topmast. Having another to replace it, the loss was not felt, especially as it was a bad stick, and had often complained. On the 6th, in the evening, being then in the latitude of 39 degrees 14 minutes south, and in the longitude of 23 degrees 56 minutes east, we passed through several small spots of water of a reddish colour. Some of this was taken up, and it was found to abound with a small animal, which the microscope discovered to be like a crayfish of a reddish hue. We continued our course to the southeast, with a very strong gale from the westward, followed by a mountainous sea, which made the ship roll and tumble exceedingly, and gave us a great deal of trouble to preserve the cattle we had on board. Notwithstanding all our care, several goats, especially the males, died, and some sheep. This misfortune was, in a great measure, owing to the cold, which we now began most sensibly to seal. On the 12th at noon, we saw land extending from southeast by south to southeast by east. Upon a nearer approach, we found it to be 2 islands. That which lies most to the south, and is also the largest, I judged to be about 15 leagues in circuit, and to be in the latitude of 46 degrees 53 minutes south, and in the longitude of 37 degrees 46 minutes east. The most northerly one is about 9 leagues in circuit and lies in the latitude of 46 degrees 40 minutes south and in 38 degrees 8 minutes east longitude. The distance from the one to the other is about 5 leagues. We passed through this channel at equal distance from both islands and could not discover, with the assistance of our best glasses, either tree or shrub on either of them. They seemed to have a rocky and bold shore. And, excepting the southeast parts, where the land is rather low and flat, a surface composed of barren mountains, which rise to a considerable height and whose summits and sides were covered with snow, which in many places seemed to be of a considerable depth. The southeast parts had a much greater quantity on them than the rest, owing probably to the sun acting for a less space of time on these than on the north and northwest parts. The ground, where it was not hid by the snow from the various shades it exhibited, may be supposed to be covered with moss, or perhaps such a coarse grass as is found in some parts of Falklands Islands. On the north side of each of the islands is a detached rock that near the South Island is shaped like a tower and seemed to be at some distance from the shore. As we passed along, a quantity of seaweed was seen, and the colour of the water indicated soundings. But there was no appearance of an inlet unless near the rock just mentioned, and that, from its smallness, did not promise a good anchoring place. These 2 islands, as also 4 others which lie from 9 to 12 degrees of longitude more to the east, and nearly in the same latitude, were discovered, as I have mentioned in my late voyage d'Arc, by Captains Marion Dufresne and Crozet, French navigators, in January 1772 on their passage in 2 ships from the Cape of Good Hope to the Philippine Islands. As they have no names in the French chart of the Southern Hemisphere, which Captain Crozet communicated to me in 1775 plus, I shall distinguish the 2 we now saw by calling them Prince Edward's Islands, after His Majesty's 4th son, and the other 4 by the name of Marion's and Crozet's Islands, to commemorate their discoverers. We had now, for the most part, strong gales between the north and west, and but very indifferent weather, not better indeed than we generally have in England in the very depth of winter, though it was now the middle of summer in this hemisphere. Not discouraged, however, by this, after leaving Prince Edward's Islands, I shaped our course to pass to the southward of the others, that I might get into the latitude of the land discovered by Monsieur de Kerguelen. I had applied to the Chevalier de Borda, whom, as I have mentioned, I found at Teneriffe, requesting that if he knew anything of the island discovered by Monsieur de Kerguelen, between the Cape of Good Hope and New Holland, he would be so obliging as to communicate it to me. Accordingly, just before we failed from Santa Cruz Bay, he sent me the following account of it, viz. That the pilot of the Boussole, who was in the voyage with Monsieur de Kerguelen, had given him the latitude and longitude of a little island, which Monsieur de Kerguelen called the Isle of Rendezvous, and which lies not far from the great island which he saw. Latitude of the little isle, by 7 observations, 48 degrees 26 minutes south. Longitude, by 7 observations of the distance of the sun and moon, 64 degrees 57 minutes east from Paris. I was very sorry I had not sooner known that there was on board the frigate at Teneriffe an officer who had been with Monsieur de Kerguelen, especially the pilot, because from him I might have obtained more interesting information about this land than the situation alone, of which I was not before entirely ignorant. My instructions directing me to examine it with a view to discover a good harbour, I proceeded in the search, and on the 16th, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 45 minutes and in the longitude of 52 degrees east, we saw penguins and divers, and December. Rockweed floating in the sea. We continued to meet with Monday the 16th of these every day as we proceeded to the eastward. And on the 21st, in the latitude of 48 degrees 27 minutes south, and in the longitude of 65 degrees east, a very large seal was seen. We had now much foggy weather, and as we expected to fall in with the land every hour, our navigation became both tedious and dangerous. At length, on the 24th at 6 o'clock in the morning, as we were steering to the eastward, the fog clearing away a little, we saw land, bearing south-southeast, which, upon a nearer approach, we found to be an island of considerable height and about 3 leagues in circuit. Soon after, we saw another of the same magnitude, 1 league to the eastward plus, and between these two, in the direction of southeast, some smaller ones, plus. In the direction of south by east and a half east, from the east end of the first island, a third high island was seen. At times, as the fog broke away, we had the appearance of land over the small islands, and I had thoughts of fleeing for it by running in between them. But on drawing nearer, I found this would be a dangerous attempt while the weather continued foggy. For if there should be no passage, or if we should meet with any sudden danger, it would have been impossible for us to get off, the wind being right astern and a prodigious sea running that broke on all the shores in a frightful surf. At the same time, seeing another island in the northeast direction, and not knowing but that there might be more, I judged it prudent to haul off and wait for clearer weather, lest we should get entangled amongst unknown lands in a thick fog. We did but just weather the island last mentioned. It is a high round rock, which was named Bligh's Cap. Perhaps this is the same that Monsieur de Kerguelen called the Isle of Rendezvous. But I know nothing that can rendezvous at it but fowls of the air, for it is certainly inaccessible to every other animal. At 11 o'clock, the weather began to clear up, and we immediately tacked and steered in for the land. At noon, we had a pretty good observation, which enabled us to determine the latitude of Bligh's Cap, which is the northernmost island, to be 48 degrees 29 minutes south, and its longitude 68 degrees 40 minutes east. We passed it at 3 o'clock, standing to the south-southeast, with a fresh gale at west. Soon after we saw the land, of which we had a faint view in the morning, and at 4 o'clock it extended from southeast half-east to southwest by south, distant about 4 miles. The left extreme, which I judged to be the northern point of this land, called, in the French chart of the southern hemisphere, Cape St. Louis, terminated in a perpendicular rock of a considerable height, and the right one, near which is a detached rock, in a high indented point. From this point, the coast seemed to turn short round to the southward, for we could see no land to the westward of the direction in which it now bore to us, but the islands we had observed in the morning, the most southerly plus of them lying nearly west from the point, about 2 or 3 leagues distant. About the middle of the land there appeared to be an inlet for which we steered, but on approaching found it was only a bending in the coast, and therefore bore up to go round Cape St. Louis section. Soon after, land opened off the cape in the direction of south 53 degrees east, and appeared to be a point at a considerable distance, for the trending of the coast from the cape was more southerly. We also saw several rocks and islands to the eastward of the above directions, the most distant of which was about 7 leagues from the cape, bearing south 88 degrees east. We had no sooner got off the cape than we observed the coast to the southward to be much indented by projecting points and bays, so that we now made sure of soon finding a good harbour. Accordingly, we had not run a mile farther before we discovered one behind the cape, into which we began to ply. But after making one board, it fell calm, and we anchored at the entrance in 45 fathoms water, the bottom black sand. As did the Discovery soon after. I immediately dispatched Mr. Bligh, the mailer, in a boat to found the harbour, who, on his return, reported it to be safe and commodious, with good anchorage in every part, and great plenty of fresh water, seals, penguins, and other birds on the shore, but not a flick of wood. While we lay at anchor, we observed that the flood tide came from the southeast, running 2 knots at least in an hour. At daybreak in the morning of the 25th, we weighed with a gentle breeze at west, and having wrought into the harbour to within 1/4 of a mile of the sandy beach at its head, We anchored in 8 fathoms water, the bottom, a fine dark sand. The Discovery did not get in till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Captain Clark informed me that he had narrowly escaped being driven on the south. Point of the harbour, his anchor having started before they had time to shorten in the cable. This obliged them to set sail and drag the anchor after them till they had room to heave it up, and then they found one of its palms was broken off. As soon as we had anchored, I ordered all the boats to be hoisted out, the ship to be moored with a kedge anchor, and the water casks to be got ready to fend on shore. In the meantime, I landed, to look for the most convenient spot where they might be filled, and to fee what else the place afforded. I found the shore in a manner covered with penguins, and other birds and seals. These latter were not numerous, but so insensible of fear, which plainly indicated that they were unaccustomed to such visitors, that we killed as many as we chose, for the fake of their fat or blubber, to make oil for our lamps and other uses. Fresh water was in no less plenty than were birds, for every gully afforded a large stream, but not a single tree or shrub, nor the least sign of any, was to be discovered, and but very little herb age of any fort. The appearances, as we failed into the harbour, had flattered us with the hope of meeting with something considerable growing here, as we observed the sides of many of the hills to be of a lively green. But I now found that this was occasioned by a single plant, which, with the other natural productions, shall be described in another place. Before I returned to my ship, I ascended the first ridge of rocks, which rife in a kind of amphitheatre above one another. I was in hopes, by this means, of obtaining a view of the country. But before I reached the top, there came on so thick a fog that I could hardly find my way down again. In the evening, we hauled the Seine 1776 at the head of the harbour, but caught only 6 small fish. We had no better success next day when we tried with hook and line, so that our only resource here for fresh provisions were birds, of which there was an inexhaustible store. The morning of the 26th proved foggy, with rain. However, we went to work to fill water and to cut grass for our cattle, which we found in small spots near the head of the harbour. The rain which fell swelled all the rivulets to such a degree that the sides of the hills bounding the harbour seemed to be covered with a sheet of water. For the rain, as it fell, run into the fissures and crags of the rocks that composed the interior parts of the hills, and was precipitated down their sides in prodigious torrents. The people, having wrought hard the 2 preceding days, and nearly completed our water, which we filled from a brook at the left corner of the beach, I allowed them the 27th as a day of rest, to celebrate Christmas. Upon this indulgence, many of them went on shore, and made excursions in different directions into the country, which they found barren and desolate in the highest degree. In the evening, one of them brought to me a quart bottle which he had found, fastened with some wire to a projecting rock on the north side of the harbour. This bottle contained a piece of parchment on which was written the following inscription: A Voyage to December 1776. Ludovico XV Galliarum, Rege Edi, de Boynes, Regi a secretis ad res, maritimas annis 1772 et, Eirat. From this inscription it is clear that we were not the first Europeans who had been in this harbour. I supposed it to be left by Monsieur de Boisguehenneux, who went on shore in a boat on the 13th of February 1772, the same day that Monsieur de Kerguelen discovered this land, as appears by a note in the French chart of the Southern Hemisphere, published the following year. As a memorial of our having been in this harbour, I wrote on the other side of the parchment, A Voyage to December 1776, Nave's Resolution, et Discovery. De Rege Magneux Britannieux, Decembris 1760. I then put it again into a bottle, together with a silver 2-penny piece of 1772, and having covered the mouth of the bottle with a leaden cap, I placed it the next morning in a pile of stones erected for the purpose upon a little eminence on the north shore of the harbour and near to the place where it was first found, in which position it cannot escape the notice of any European whom chance or design may bring into this port. Here I displayed the British flag and named the place Christmas Harbour, from our having arrived in it on that festival. It is the first or northernmost inlet that we meet with on the southeast side of Cape St. Louis, which forms the north side of the harbour and is also the northern point of this land. The situation alone is sufficient to distinguish it from any of the other inlets, and to make it more remarkable, its south point terminates in a high rock which is perforated quite through, so as to appear like the arch of a bridge. We saw none like this upon the whole coast. Plus, the harbour has another distinguishing mark within, from a single stone or rock of a vast size, which lies on the top of a hill on the south side near its bottom, and opposite this, on the north side, there is another hill, much like it, but smaller. There is a small beach at its bottom, where we commonly landed, and behind it some gently rising ground, on the top of which is a large pool of fresh water. The land on both sides of the inlet is high, and it runs in west and west-northwest about 2 miles. Its breadth is 1 mile and a quarter for more than half its length, above which it is only half a mile. The depth of water, which is 45 fathoms at the entrance, varies as we proceed farther in, from 30 to 5 and 4 fathoms, as marked upon the plan. The shores are steep, and the bottom is everywhere a fine dark sand, except in some places close to the shore, where there are beds of seaweed, which always grows on rocky ground. The head of the harbour lies open only to 2 points of the compass, and even these are covered by islands in the offing, so that no sea can fall in to hurt a ship. The appearances on shore confirmed this, for we found grass growing close to high water mark, which is a sure sign of a Pacific harbour. It is high water here at the full and change days about tea o'clock, and the tide rises and falls about 4 feet. After I had finished this business of the inscription, I went in my boat round the harbour and landed in several places to examine what the shore afforded, and particularly to look for driftwood. For although the land here was totally destitute of trees, this might not be the café in other parts, and if there were any, the torrents would force some, or at least some branches, into the sea, which would afterward throw them upon the shores, as in all other countries where there is wood, and in many where there is none. But throughout the whole extent of the harbour, I found not a single piece. In the afternoon, I went upon Cape St. Louis de Machis, accompanied by Mr. King, my second lieutenant. I was in hopes, from this elevation, to have had a view of the sea coast and of the islands lying off it. But when I got up, I found every distant object below me hid in a thick fog. The land on the same plain, or of a greater height, was visible enough, and appeared naked and desolate in the highest degree, except some hills to the southward, which were covered with snow. When I got on board, I found the launch hoisted in, the ships unmoored, and ready to put to sea. But our sailing was deferred till 5 o'clock the next morning, when we weighed anchor. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 5. Departure from Christmas Harbour. Range along the Const to discover its position and extent, several promontories and bays, and a peninsula described and named, danger from shoals, another harbour and a sound. Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural production, animals, soil and sea of Kerguelen's land. As soon as the ships were out of Christmas Harbour, we steered southeast and a half south along the coast with a fine breeze at north-northwest and clear weather. This we thought the more fortunate, as for some time past fogs had prevailed more or less every day, and the continuance of them would have defeated our plan of extending Kerguelen's discovery. We kept the lead constantly going, but seldom struck ground with a line of 50 or 60 fathoms. About 7 or 8 o'clock, we were off a promontory, which I called Cape Cumberland. It lies 1.5 leagues from the south point of Christmas Harbour, in the direction of southeast half south. Between them is a bay with 2 arms, both of which seem to afford good shelter for shipping. Off Cape Cumberland is a small but pretty high island, on the summit of which is a rock like a sentry box, which occasioned our giving that name to the island. 2 miles farther to the eastward lies a group of small islands and rocks with broken ground about them. We failed between these and Sentry Box Island, the channel being a full mile broad and more than 40 fathoms deep, for we found no bottom with that length of line. Being through this channel, we discovered, on the south side of Cape Cumberland, a bay running in 3 leagues to the westward. It is formed by this cape to the north and by a promontory to the south, which I named Point Pringle, after my good friend Sir John Pringle, President of the Royal Society. The bottom of this bay was called Cumberland Bay, and it seemed to be disjoined from the sea, which washes the northwest coast of this country by a narrow neck of land. Appearances at least favoured such a conjecture. To the southward of Point Pringle, the coast is formed into a 5th bay, of which this point is the northern extreme, and from it to the southern extreme is about 4 miles in the direction of south-southeast and 1/4 east. In this bay, which obtained the name of White Bay on account of some white spots of land or rocks in the bottom of it, are several lesser bays or coves, which seem to be sheltered from all winds. Off the south point are several rocks which raise their heads above water, and probably many more that do not. Thus far, our course was in a direction parallel to the coast, and not more than 2 miles from it. Thither our glasses were continually pointed, and we could easily see that, except the bottoms of the bays and coves, which for the most part terminated in sandy beaches, the shores were rocky and, in many places, swarmed with birds. But the country had the same barren and naked appearance as in the neighbourhood of Christmas Harbour. We had kept on our larboard bow the land which first opened off Cape St. Louis Saxe, in the direction of south 53 degrees east, thinking that it was an island and that we should find a passage between it and the main. We now discovered this to be a mistake, and found that it was a peninsula joined to the rest of the coast by a low isthmus. I called the bay, formed by this peninsula, Repulse Bay, and a branch of it seemed to run a good way island towards the south-southwest. Leaving this, we steered for the northern point of the peninsula, which we named Howe's Foreland, in honour of Admiral Lord Howe. As we drew near it, we perceived some rocks and breakers near the northwest part, and 2 islands 1.5 leagues to the eastward of it, which at first appeared as one. I steered between them and the Foreland Plus, and was in the middle of the channel by noon. At that time, our latitude by observation was 48 degrees 51 minutes south, and we had made 26 miles of east longitude from Cape St. Louis. From this situation, the most advanced land to the southward bore southeast, but the trending of the coast from the foreland was more southerly. The islands which lie off Christmas Harbour bore north, and the north point of the foreland, north 60 degrees west, distant 3 miles. The land of this peninsula, or foreland, is of a moderate height and of a hilly and rocky substance. The coast is low, with rocky points shooting out from it, between which points are little coves with sandy beaches, and these at this time were mostly covered with seabirds. We also saw upon them some seals. As soon as we were clear of the rocks and islands before mentioned, I gave orders to steer southeast by south along the coast. But before these orders could be carried into execution, we discovered the whole sea before us to be checkered with large beds of rockweed, which we knew to be fast to the bottom and to grow on rocky shoals. I had often found a great depth of water on such shoals, and I had, as often, found rocks that have raised their heads nearly to the surface of the water. It is always dangerous, therefore, to fail over them before they are well examined, but more especially when there is no surge of the sea to discover the danger. This was the café at present, for the sea was as smooth as a mill pond. Consequently, we endeavoured to avoid them by steering through the winding channels by which they were separated. We kept the lead continually going, but never struck ground with a line of 60 fathoms. This circumstance increased the danger, as we could not anchor, whatever necessity there might be for it. After running in this manner above an hour, we discovered a lurking rock, just even with the surface of the sea. It bore northeast half-east, distant 3 or 4 miles, and lay in the middle of one of these large beds of weeds. This was a sufficient warning to make us use every precaution to prevent our coming upon them. We were now crossed the mouth of a large bay that lies about 8 miles to the southward of Howe's Foreland. In and before the entrance of this bay are several low islands, rocks, and those beds of seaweed. But there seemed to be winding channels between them. After continuing our course half an hour longer, we were so much embarrassed with these shoals that I resolved to haul off to the eastward as the likeliest means of extricating ourselves from the danger that threatened us. But so far was this from answering the intended purpose that it brought us into more. I therefore found it absolutely necessary to secure the ships, if possible, in some place before night, especially as the weather had now become hazy and a fog was apprehended. And seeing some inlets to the southwest of us, I ordered Captain Clark, as the Discovery drew less water than the Resolution, to lead in for the shore, which was accordingly done. In standing in, it was not possible to avoid running over the edges of some of the shoals, on which we found from 10 to 20 fathoms water, and the moment we were over, had no ground at the depth of 50 fathoms. After making a few boards to weather a spit that ran out from an island on our lee, Captain Clark made the signal for having discovered an harbour, in which, about 5 o'clock, we anchored in 15 fathoms water over a bottom of fine dark sand about 3/4 of a mile from the shore. The north point of the harbour bearing north by east half-east 1 mile distant, and the small islands in the entrance within which we anchored extending from east to southeast. Scarcely were the ships secured when it began to blow very strong, so that we thought it prudent to strike top-gallant yards. The weather, however, continued fair, and 1776, the wind dispersing the fog that had settled on the hills, it was tolerably clear also. The moment, therefore, we had anchored, I hoisted out 2 boats, in one of which I sent Mr. Bligh, the master, to survey the upper part of the harbour and look for wood, for not a shrub was to be seen from the ship. I also desired Captain Clark to fend his mailer to found the channel that is on the south side of the small isles, between them and a pretty large island which lies near the south point of the harbour. Having given these directions, I went myself, in my other boat, accompanied by Mr. Gore, my first lieutenant, and Mr. Bailey, and landed on the north point to see what one could discover from thence. From the highest hill over the point, we had a pretty good view of the sea coast as far as Howe's Foreland. It is much indented, and several rocky points seem to shoot out from it, with coves and inlets of unequal extent. One of the latter, the end of which I could not see, was disjoined from that in which the ships were at anchor by the point we then stood upon. A great many small islands, rocks and breakers appeared scattered along the coast, as well to the southward as northward. And I saw no better channel to get out of the harbour than by the one through which we had entered it. While Mr. Bailey and I were making the observations, Mr. Gore encompassed the hill and joined us by a different route at the place where I had ordered the boat to wait for us. Except the craggy precipices, we met with nothing to obstruct our walk, for the country was, if possible, more barren and desolate than about Christmas Harbour. And yet, if there be the least fertility in any part of this land, we ought to have found it in this, which is completely sheltered from the predominating bleak southerly and westerly winds. I observed with regret that there was neither food nor covering for cattle of any sort, and that, If I left any, they must inevitably perish. In the little cove where the boat waited for us, which I called Penguin Cove, as the beach was covered with these birds, is a fine rivulet of fresh water that may be easily come at. Here were also some large seals, shags, and a few ducks, and Mr. Bailey had a transient fight of a very small land bird, but it flew amongst the rocks and we lost it. About 9 o'clock we got on board. Soon after, Mr. Bligh returned and reported that he had been 4 miles up the harbour, and, as he judged, not far from the head of it. He found that its direction was west-southwest, and that its breadth, a little above the ships, did not exceed a mile, but grew narrower towards the head. The soundings were very irregular, being from 37 to 10 fathoms, and, except under the beds of seaweed, which in many places extended from the shore near half channel over, the bottom was a fine sand. He landed on both shores, which he found barren and rocky, without the least signs of tree or shrub, and with very little verdure of any kind. Penguins and other oceanic birds and seals occupied part of the coast, but not in such numbers as at Christmas Harbour. Finding no encouragement to continue our researches, and the next morning, both wind and weather being favourable, I weighed anchor and put to sea. To this harbour I gave the name of Port Palliser, in honour of my worthy friend Admiral Sir Hugh Palliser. It is situated in the latitude of 49 degrees 3 minutes south, in the longitude of 69 degrees 37 minutes east, and 5 leagues from Howe's Foreland in the direction of south 25 degrees east. There are several islands, rocks and breakers lying in and without the entrance, for which the annexed chart of the coast and sketch of the harbour may be consulted. We went in and out between them and the North Head, but I have no doubt that there are other channels. As we were standing out of Port Palliser, we discovered a round hill, like a sugar loaf, in the direction of south 72 degrees east, about 9 leagues distant. It had the appearance of an island lying at some distance from the coast, but we afterwards found it was upon the main land. In getting out to sea, we had to steer through the winding channels amongst the shoals. However, we ventured to run over some of them, on which we never found less than 18 fathoms, and often did not strike ground with 24. So that, had it not been for the seaweed growing upon all of them, they would not have been discovered. After we had got about 3 or 4 leagues from the coast, we found a clear sea, and then steered east till 9 o'clock, when the Sugarloaf Hill, above mentioned, which I named Mount Campbell, bore southeast, and a small island that lies to the northward of it, south-southeast, distant 4 leagues. I now steered more southerly in order to get in with the land. At noon, the latitude by double altitudes was 49 degrees 8 minutes south, and we had made 80 miles of east longitude from Cape St. Louis *. Mount Campbell bore south 47 degrees west, distant about 4 leagues. A low point, beyond which no land was to be seen, bore south. Southeast at the distance of about 20 miles, and we were about 2 leagues from the shore. The land here is low and level. The mountains ending about 5 leagues from the low point, a great extent of low land is left, on which Mount Campbell is situated, about 4 miles from the foot of the mountains and 1 from the sea coast. These mountains have a considerable elevation, as also most of the island ones. They seem to be composed of naked rocks whose summits were capped with snow. Nor did the valleys appear to greater advantage. To whatever quarter we directed our glasses, nothing but sterility was to be seen. We had scarcely finished taking the bearings at noon before we observed low land opening off the low point just mentioned in the direction of south-southeast and 8 miles beyond it. This new point proved to be the very eastern extremity of this land, and it was named Cape Digby. It is situated in the latitude of 49 degrees 23 minutes south, and in the longitude of 70 degrees 34 minutes east. Between Howe's Foreland and Cape Digby, the shore forms, besides the several lesser bays and harbours, one great bay that extends several leagues to the southwest, where it seemed to lose itself in various arms running in between the mountains. A prodigious quantity of seaweed grows all over it, which seemed to be the same fort of weed that Mr. Banks distinguished by the name of fucus, giganteus asterisk. Some of this weed is of a most enormous length, though the stem is not much thicker than a man's thumb. I have mentioned that on some of the shoals upon which it grows, we did not strike ground with a line of 24 fathoms. The depth of water, therefore, must have been greater. And as this weed does not grow in a perpendicular direction, but makes a very acute angle with the bottom, and much of it afterwards spreads many fathoms on the surface of the sea, I am well warranted to say that some of it grows to the length of 60 fathoms and upward. At 1 o'clock, having run 2 leagues upon a southeast half-east course from noon, we found 18 fathoms water and a bottom of fine sand. Seeing a small bending in the coast on the north side of Cape Digby, L steered for it. It was my intention to anchor there if I should find it might be done with safety, and to land on the cape to examine what the low land within it produced. After running in 1 league, we found it again and found 13 fathoms, and immediately after saw a shoal right before us that seemed to extend off from the shore, from which we were distant about 2 miles. This discovery obliged us to haul off, east by south 1 league, where our depth of water increased to 25 fathoms. We then steered along shore and continued in the same depth, over a bottom of fine sand, till Cape Digby bore west, 2 leagues distant, when we found 26 fathoms. After this we did not strike ground, though we tried several times, but the ship, having a good deal of way, ran the line out before the lead could reach the bottom. And being disappointed in my views both of anchoring and of landing, I would not shorten fail, but pushed forward in order to see as much of the coast as possible before night. From Cape Digby, it trends nearly southwest by south for about 4 or 5 leagues, or to a low point, to which, in honour of Her Majesty, I gave the name of Point Charlotte, and it is the southernmost on the low coast. 6 leagues from Cape Digby, in the direction of south-southwest half. West is a pretty high projecting point, which was called Prince of Wales's Foreland, and 6 leagues beyond that, in the same direction, and in the latitude of 49 degrees 54 minutes south, and the longitude of 70 degrees 13 minutes east, is the most southerly point of the whole coast, which I distinguished by the name of Cape George, in honour of His Majesty. Between Point Charlotte and Prince of Wales's Foreland, where the country to the southwest began again to be hilly, is a deep inlet, which was called Royal Sound. It runs in west, quite to the foot of the mountains which bound it on the southwest, as the low land before mentioned does on the north. There are islands lying in the entrance, and others higher up, as far as we could distinguish. As we advanced to the south, we observed, on the southwest side of Prince of Wales's Foreland, another inlet into Royal Sound, and it then appeared that the Foreland was the east point of a large island, lying in the mouth of it. There are several small islands in this inlet, and one about a league to the southward of Prince of Wales's Foreland. All the land on the southwest side of Royal Sound, quite to Cape George, is composed of elevated hills that rise directly from the sea, one behind another, to a considerable height. Most of the summits were capped with snow, and they appeared as naked and barren as any we had seen. The smallest vestige of a tree or shrub was not discoverable either island or on the coast, and I think I may venture to pronounce that the country produces none. The low land about Cape Digby, when examined through our glasses, resembled the rest of the low land we had before met with. That is, it appeared to be partly naked and partly covered with a green turf, a description of which shall be given in its proper place. The shore is composed of sandy beaches, on which were many penguins and other oceanic birds, and an immense number of shags kept perpetually flying about the ships as we failed along. Being desirous of getting the length of Cape George, to be assured whether or no it was the most southerly point of the whole land, I continued to stretch to the south, under all the fail we could carry, till half an hour past 7 o'clock. When, seeing no likelihood of accomplishing my design, as the wind had, by this time, shifted to west-southwest, the very direction in which we wanted to go, I took the advantage of the shifting of the wind and fled away from the coast. At this time, Cape George bore south 53 degrees west, distant, about 7 leagues. A small island that lies off the pitch of the cape was the only land we could see to the south of it, and we were farther confirmed that there was no more in that quarter by a southwest swell, which we met as soon as we brought the cape to bear in this direction. But we have still a stronger proof that no part of this land can extend much, if at all, to the southward of Cape George, and that is Captain Furneaux's track in February 1773, after his reparation from me during my late voyage. His logbook is now lying before me, and I find from it that he crossed the meridian of this land only about 17 leagues to the southward of Cape George, a distance at which it may very well be seen in clear weather. This seems to have been the café when Captain Furneaux passed it, for his logbook makes no mention of fogs or hazy weather. On the contrary, it expressly tells us that when in this situation they had it in their power to make observations, both for latitude and longitude, on board his ship. So that if this land extends farther south than Cape George, it would have been scarcely possible that he should have passed without seeing it. From these circumstances we are able to determine, within a very few miles, the quantity of latitude that this land occupies, which does not much exceed 1 degree and a quarter. As to its extent from east to west, that still remains undecided. We only know that no part of it can reach so far to the west as the meridian of 65 degrees, because in 1773, under that meridian, I searched for it in vain. The French discoverers, with some reason, imagined Cape St. Louis to be the projecting point of a southern continent. The English have since proved that no such continent exists, and that the land in question is an island of no great extent, which, from its sclerility, I should, with great propriety, call the Island of Desolation, but that I would not rob Monsieur de Kerguelen of the honour of its bearing his name. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, who, as I have already mentioned, had made natural history a part of his studies, lost no opportunity, during the short time we lay in Christmas Harbour, of searching the country in every direction. He afterwards communicated to me the observations he made on its natural productions, and I shall insert them here in his own words. Perhaps no place, hitherto discovered in either hemisphere, under the same parallel of latitude, affords so scanty a field for the naturalist as this barren spot. The verdure which appears, when at a little distance from the shore, would flatter one with the expectation of meeting with some herbage. But in this we were much deceived, for on landing we saw that this lively colour was occasioned only by one small plant, not much unlike some sorts of saxifrage, which grows in large spreading tufts to a considerable way up the hills. It forms a surface of a pretty large texture and grows on a kind of rotten turf, into which one finks a foot or two at every step. This turf dried might, in cases of necessity, serve for fuel, and is the only thing we met with here that could possibly be applied to this use. There is another plant, plentifully enough scattered about the boggy declivities, which grows to near the height of 2 feet, and not much unlike a small cabbage, when it has shot into seeds. The leaves about the root are numerous, large and rounded, narrower at the base and ending in a small point. Those on the stalks arc much smaller, oblong and pointed. The stalks, which are often 3 or 4, all rife separately from the root, and run into long cylindrical heads composed of small flowers. It has not only the appearance, but the watery, acrid taste of the antiscorbutic plants, and yet differs materially from the whole tribe, so that we looked upon it as a production entirely peculiar to the place. We eat it frequently raw, and found it almost like the New Zealand scurvy grass, but it seemed to acquire a rank flavour by being boiled, which, however, some of our people did not perceive and esteemed it good. If it could be introduced into our kitchen gardens, it would, in all probability, improve so far by cultivation as to be an excellent pot herb. At this time, none of its seeds were ripe enough to be preferred and brought home to try the experiment. 2 other small plants were found near the brooks and boggy places, which were eaten as fallad. The one almost like garden cresses and very fiery, and the other very mild. This last, though but small, is in itself a curiosity, having not only male and female, but what the botanists call androgynous plants.
A coarse grass, which we cut down for the cattle, grows pretty plentifully in a few small spots about the sides of the harbour, with a smaller fort which is rarer, and, upon the flat ground, a fort of goosegrass, and another small plant much like it. In short, the whole catalogue of plants does not exceed 16 or 18, including some sorts of moss and a beautiful species of lichen, which grows upon the rocks, higher up than the rest of the vegetable productions. Nor is there even the least appearance of a shrub in the whole country.
Nature has rather been more bountiful in furnishing it with animals, though, strictly speaking, they are not inhabitants of the place, being all of the marine kind, and, in general, only using the land for breeding and for a resting place. The most considerable are seals, or, as we used to call them, sea bears, being that fort called the Ursine seal. These come ashore to rest or breed, but they were not very numerous, which is not to be wondered at, as it is known that these animals rather frequent outrocks and little islands lying off coasts than bays or inlets. They were, at this time, shedding their hair, and so tame that we killed what number we chose. No other quadruped either of. The sea or of the land kind was seen, but a great number of birds, viz. Ducks, petrels, albatrosses, shags, gulls, and sea swallows. The ducks are about the size of a teal or widgeon, but somewhat different in colour from either. They were in tolerable plenty about the sides of the hills, or even lower, and we killed a considerable number which were good, and without the least fishy taste. We met with some of the same fort at the island of Georgia in our late voyage. The Cape petrel, or pintado bird, the small blue one, which is always seen at sea, and the small black one, or Mother Carey's chicken, are not here in great numbers. But we found a nest of the first with an egg in it, about the size of a pullet's, and the second, though scarce, was met with in some holes like rabbit burrows. Another sort, which is the largest of all the petrels, and called by the seamen Mother Carey's goose, is in greater numbers, and so tame that at first we could kill them with a stick upon the beach. They are not inferior in size to an albatross, and are carnivorous, feeding on the dead carcasses of seals or birds that were thrown into the sea. Their colour is a sooty brown, with a greenish bill and feet, and, doubtless, they are the same that the Spaniards call quebrantahuesos, whose head is figured in Pernetty's Voyage. To Falkland Islands. Of the albatrosses, none were found on shore except the grey one, which is commonly met with at sea in the higher southern latitudes. Once I saw one of these sitting in the cliff of a rock, but they were frequently flying about the harbour, and the common large sort, as well as a smaller with a black face, were seen farther out. Penguins form by far the greatest number of birds here, and are of 3 sorts. The first, or largest, I have seen formerly at the island of Georgia. It is also mentioned by Bougainville ++, but it does not seem to be so solitary as he represents it, for we found considerable numbers flocking together. The head is black, the upper part of the body a leaden grey, and the under part white, with black feet. It has 2 broad stripes of fine yellow that begin on the sides of the head and descending by each side of the neck, meet above its breast. The bill is partly reddish and longer than in the other sorts. The second fort of penguin scarcely exceeds half the size of the former. The upper part of the body is a blackish grey, with a white spot on the upper part of the head, growing broader at each side. The bill and feet are yellowish. A very accurate figure and description, both of this and of the preceding, is given by Mr. Sonorat. The third sort of penguin met with here had never been seen by any of us before. Its length is 24 inches and its breadth 20. The upper part of the body and throat are black, the rest white, except the upper part of the head, which has a fine yellow arch, looking backward and ending on each side in long soft feathers, which it can erect as two crefts. The two first sorts were found together on the beach, the large ones keeping by themselves and walking in small flocks amongst the others, which were more numerous and were sometimes seen a considerable way up the sides of the hills. The third fort were only found by themselves, but in great numbers, on the outer shores of the harbour. They were breeding at this time, and they lay, on the bare stones, only one white egg, larger than that of a duck. All the three sorts of penguins were so tame that we took as many as we pleased with our hands. The shags of this place are of two sorts. The lesser cormorant or water crow, and another, which is black above, with a white belly. The same that is found in New Zealand, Terra del Fuego, and the island of Georgia. We also met with here the common seagull, sea swallow, tern, and Port Egmont hen, the last of which were tame and numerous. Another sort of white bird, flocks of which flew about the bay, is very singular jay having the base of the bill covered with a horny crust. It is larger than a pigeon, with the bill black and the feet white made like those of a curlew. Some of our people put it in competition with the duck as food. The seine was hauled once, but we found only a few fish about the size of a small haddock, though quite different from any we knew. The snout is lengthened, the head armed with some strong spines. The rays of the back fin long and very strong, the belly is large, and the body without scales. The only shellfish are a few limpets and mussels, and amongst the stones a few small starfish and sea anemones were found. The hills are of a moderate height, yet many of their tops were covered with snow at this time, though answering to our June. Some of them have large quantities of stones, irregularly heaped together at their foot or on their sides. The sides of others, which form steep cliffs towards the sea, are rent from the top downward and seem ready to fall off, having stones of a considerable size lying in the fissures. Some were of opinion that frost might be the cause of these fissures, which I shall not dispute. But how others of the appearances could be affected but by earthquakes or some such severe shocks, I cannot say. It appears that rain must be almost constant here, not only from the marks of large torrents having rushed down, but from the disposition of the country, which, even on the hills, is almost an entire bog or swamp, the ground finking at every step. The rocks or foundations of the hills are composed chiefly of a dark blue and very hard stone, intermixed with small panicles of glimmer or quartz. This seems to be one of the most universal productions of nature, as it constitutes whole mountains in Sweden, in Scotland, at the Canary Islands, the Cape of Good Hope, and at this place another brownish brittle stone forms here some considerable rocks, and one which is blacker and found in detached pieces encloses bits of coarse quartz. A red, a dull yellow, and a purplish sandstone are also found in small pieces, and pretty large lumps of semi-transparent quartz disposed irregularly in polyedral pyramidal crystals of long shining cybers. Some small pieces of the common fort are met with in the brooks made round by attrition, but none hard enough to re-sift a file. Nor were any of the other stones acted on by aqua fortis or attracted by the magnet. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 6. Passage from Kerguelen's to Van Diemen's Land, arrival in Adventure Bay, incidents there, interviews with the natives, their persons and dress described, Account of their behaviour. Table of the longitude, latitude and variation. Mr. Anderson's observations on the natural productions of the country, on the inhabitants and their language. After leaving Kerguelen's land, I steered east by north, intending, in obedience to my instructions, to touch next at New Zealand, to recruit our water, to take in wood, and to make hay for the cattle. Their number, by this time, had been considerably diminished, 2 young bulls, 1 of the heifers, 2 rams, and several of the goats having of late died, while we were employed in exploring this desolate coast. The 31st, in the morning, being the day after we stood out to sea, we had several observations of the sun and moon. Their results gave the longitude 72 degrees 33 minutes 36 seconds east. The timekeeper, in this situation, gave 72 degrees 38 minutes 15 seconds. These observations were the more useful, as we had not been able to get any for some time before, and they now served to assure us that no material error had crept into the timekeeper. On the 1st of January, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 41 minutes south, longitude 76 degrees 50 minutes east, the variation was 30 degrees 39 minutes east, and the next day, in the latitude of 48 degrees 22 minutes south, longitude 8 degrees 22 minutes east, it was 30 degrees 47 minutes 18 seconds west. This was the greatest variation we found in this passage. For afterward, it began to decrease, but so slowly that on the 3rd, in the evening, being then in the latitude of 48 degrees 16 minutes south, longitude 85 degrees east, it was 29 degrees 38 minutes west. Thus far, we had fresh gales from the west and southwest, and tolerably clear weather. But now the wind veered to the north, where it continued 8 days, and was attended with a thick fog. During this time, we ran above 300 leagues in the dark. Now and then the weather would clear up and give us a fight of the sun. But this happened very seldom, and was always of short continuance. On the 7th, I hoisted out a boat, and sent an order to Captain Clark appointing Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land as our place of rendezvous in Cafe of Reparation before we arrived in the meridian of that land. But we were fortunate enough, amidst all this foggy weather, by frequently firing guns as signals, though we seldom saw each other, not to lose company. On the 12th, being in the latitude of 48 degrees 40 minutes south, longitude 110 degrees 26 minutes east, the northerly winds ended in a calm, which, after a few hours, was succeeded by a wind from the southward. This, with rain, continued for 24 hours, when it freshened and veered to the west and northwest and brought on fair and clear weather. We continued our course to the eastward, without meeting with anything worthy of notice, till 4 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, when, in a sudden squall of wind, though the Discovery received no damage, our foretopmast went by the board and carried the main-top gallant mast with it. This occasioned some delay, as it took us up the whole day to clear the wreck and to fit another topmast. The former was accomplished without losing any part of it, except a few fathoms of small rope. Not having a spare main-top gallant mast on board, the foretop gallant mast was converted into one for our immediate use. The wind continued westerly, blew a fresh gale, and was attended with clear weather, so that scarcely a day passed without being able to get observations for fixing the longitude and the variation of the compass. The latter decreased in such a manner that in the latitude of 44 degrees 18 minutes south, longitude 132 degrees 2 minutes east, it was no more than 34 degrees 18 minutes west, and on the 22nd, being then in the latitude of 43 degrees 27 minutes south, longitude 141 degrees 50 feet east, it was 1 degree 24 minutes 15 seconds east, so that we had crossed the line where the compass has no variation. On the 24th, at 3 o'clock in the morning, we discovered the coast of Van Diemen's Land, bearing north 4 west. At 4 o'clock, the southwest cape bore north-northwest half-west, and the Mewstone, northeast by east, 3 leagues distant. There are several islands and high rocks lying scattered along this part of the coast, the southernmost of which is the Mewstone. It is a round, elevated rock, 5 or 6 leagues distant from the southwest cape, in the direction of south 55 degrees east. At noon, our latitude was 43 degrees 47 minutes south, longitude 147 degrees east, and the situation of the lands round us as follows. An elevated round-topped hill bore north 17 degrees west, the southwest cape north 74 degrees west, the Mewstone west half north, Swilly Isle or Rock south 49 degrees east, and the southeast or South Cape north 40 degrees east, distant near 3 leagues. The land between the southwest and the South Capes is broken and hilly, the coast winding with points shooting out from it, but we were too far off to be able to judge whether the bays formed by these points were sheltered from the sea winds. The bay, which appeared to be the largest and deepest, lies to the westward of the peaked hill above mentioned. The variation of the compass here was 5 degrees 15 minutes east. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon we found 60 fathoms water over a bottom of broken coral and shells. The South Cape then bore north 75 degrees west, 2 or 3 leagues distant. Tasman's Head northeast and Swilly Rock south by west half-west. About a league to the eastward of Swilly is another elevated rock that is not taken notice of by Captain Furneaux. I called it the Eddystone, from its very great resemblance to that lighthouse. Nature seems to have left these 2 rocks here for the same purpose that the Eddystone lighthouse was built by man, viz. to give navigators notice of the dangers around them, for they are the conspicuous summits of a ledge of rocks under water on which the sea, in many places, breaks very high. Their surface is white with the dung of seafowls, so that they may be seen at some distance, even in the night. On the northeast side of Storm Bay, which lies between the South Cape and Tasman's Head, there are some coves or creeks that seem to be sheltered from the sea winds, and I am of opinion that, were this coast examined, there would be found some good harbours. Soon after we had fight of land, the westerly winds left us, and were succeeded by variable light airs and alternate calms, till the 26th at noon. At that time, a breeze sprung, up and freshened at southeast, which put it in my power 1777 to carry into execution the design I had, upon due consideration formed, of carrying the ships into Adventure Bay, where I might expect to get a supply of wood and of grass for the cattle. Of both which articles we should, as I now found, have been in great want if I had waited till our arrival in New Zealand. We therefore stood for the bay and anchored in it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in 12 fathoms water over a bottom of sand and ouse. Penguin Island, which lies close to the east point of the bay, bore north 84 degrees east. The southernmost point of Maria's Islands bore north 76 degrees and a half east, and Cape Frederick Henry, or the north point of the bay, bore north 33 degrees east. Our distance from the nearest shore was about 3/4 of a mile. As soon as we had anchored, I ordered the boats to be hoisted out. In one of them I went myself, to look for the most commodious place for furnishing ourselves with the necessary supplies, and Captain Clark went in his boat upon the same service. Wood and water we found in plenty, and in situations convenient enough, especially the first. But grass, of which we stood most in need, was scarce, and also very coarse. Necessity, however, obliged us to take such as we could get. Next morning early, I sent Lieutenant King to the east side of the bay with 2 parties, one to cut wood and the other to cut grass, under the protection of the Marines, whom I judged it prudent to land as a guard. For although as yet none of the natives had appeared, there could be no doubt that some were in our neighbourhood, as we had seen columns of smoke from the time of our approaching the coast, and some now was observed at no great distance. Up in the woods, I also sent the launch for water, and afterwards visited all the parties myself. In the evening, we drew the seine at the head of the bay, and at one haul caught a great quantity of fish. We should have got many more, had not the net broken in drawing it ashore. Most of them were of that fort known to seamen by the name of elephant fish. After this, everyone repaired on board with what wood and grass we had cut, that we might be ready to sail whenever the wind should serve. This not happening next morning, the people were sent on shore again, on the same duty as the day before. I also employed the carpenter, with part of his crew, to cut some spars for the use of the ship, and dispatched Mr. Roberts, one of the mates, in a small boat to survey the bay. In the afternoon we were agreeably surprised at the place where we were cutting wood with a visit from some of the natives, 8 men and a boy. They approached us from the woods without betraying any marks of fear, or rather with the greatest confidence imaginable, for none of them had any weapons, except one, who held in his hand a flick about 2 feet long and pointed at one end. They were quite naked and wore no ornaments, unless we consider as such, and as a proof of their love of finery, some large punctures or ridges raised on different parts of their bodies, some in straight and others in curved lines. They were of the common stature, but rather slender. Their skin was black, and also their hair, which was as woolly as that of any native of Guinea, but they were not distinguished by remarkably thick lips, nor slack noses. On the contrary, their features were far from being disagreeable. They had pretty good eyes, and their teeth were tolerably even but very dirty. Most of them had their hair and beards smeared with a red ointment, and some had their faces also painted with the same composition. They received every present we made to them without the least appearance of satisfaction. When some bread was given, as soon as they understood that it was to be eaten, they either returned it or threw it away without even tailing it. They also refused some elephant fish, both raw and dressed, which we offered to them. But upon giving some birds to them, they did not return these, and easily made us comprehend that they were fond of such food. I had brought 2 pigs ashore with a view to leave them in the woods. The instant these came within their reach, they seized them, as a dog would have done, by the ears, and were for carrying them off immediately, with no other intention, as we could perceive, but to kill them. Being desirous of knowing the use of the stick which one of our visitors carried in his hand, I made signs to them to show me, and so far succeeded that one of them set up a piece of wood as a mark, and threw at it, at the distance of about 20 yards. But we had little reason to commend his dexterity, for after repeated trials, he was still very wide from the object. Omai, to show them how much superior our weapons were to theirs, then fired his musket at it, which alarmed them so much that notwithstanding all we could do or say, they ran instantly into the woods. One of them was so frightened that he let drop an axe and 2 knives that had been given to him. From us, however, they went to the place where some of the Discovery's people were employed in taking water into their bore. The officer of that party, not knowing that they had paid us so friendly a visit, nor what their intent might be, fired a musket in the air, which sent them off with the greatest precipitation. Thus ended our first interview with the natives, immediately after their final retreat, judging that their fears would prevent their remaining near enough to observe what was passing. I ordered the 2 pigs, being a boar and sow, to be carried about a mile within the woods, at the head of the bay. I saw them left there by the side of a freshwater brook. A young bull and a cow, and some sheep and goats, were also at first intended to have been left by me as an additional present to Van Diemen's Land. But I soon laid aside all thought of this, from a persuasion that the natives, incapable of entering into my views of improving their country, would destroy them. If ever they should meet with the pigs, I have no doubt this will be their fate. But as that race of animals soon becomes wild and is fond of the thickest cover of the woods, there is great probability of their being preserved. An open place must have been chosen for the accommodation of the other cattle, and in such a situation they could not possibly have remained concealed many days. The morning of the 29th was ushered in with a dead calm, which continued all day and effectually prevented our failing. I therefore sent a party over to the east point of the bay to cut grass, having been informed that some of a superior quality grew there. Another party, to cut wood, was ordered to go to the usual place, and I accompanied them myself. We had observed several of the natives this morning, sauntering along the shore, which assured us that though their consternation had made them leave us so abruptly the day before, they were convinced that we intended them no mischief and were desirous of renewing the intercourse. It was natural that I should wish to be present on the occasion. We had not been long landed before about 20 of them, men and boys, joined us without expressing the least sign of fear or distrust. There was one of this company conspicuously deformed, and who was not more distinguishable by the hump upon his back than by the drollery of his gestures and the seeming humour of his speeches, which he was very fond of exhibiting, as we supposed, for our entertainment. But, unfortunately, we could not understand him, the language spoken here being wholly unintelligible to us. It appeared to me to be different from that spoken by the inhabitants of the more northern parts of this country, whom I met with in my first voyage, which is not extraordinary since those we now saw, and those we then visited, differ in many other respects. Nor did they seem to be such miserable wretches as the natives whom Dampier mentions to have seen on its western coast. Some of our present group wore, loose round their necks, 3 or 4 folds of small cord made of the fur of some animal, and others of them had a narrow flip of the kangaroo skin tied round their ankles. I gave to each of them a string of beads and a medal, which I thought they received with some satisfaction. They seemed to set no value on iron or on iron tools. They were even ignorant of the use of fishhooks, if we might judge from their manner of looking at some of ours which we showed to them. We cannot, however, suppose it to be possible that a people who inhabit a sea coast, and who seem to derive no part of their sustenance from the productions of the ground, should not be acquainted with some mode of catching fish, though we did not happen to see any of them thus employed, nor observe any canoe or vessel in which they could go upon the water. Though they absolutely rejected the fort of fish that we offered to them, it was evident that shellfish at least made a part of their food, from the many heaps of mussel shells we saw in different parts near the shore, and about some deserted habitations near the head of the bay. These were little sheds or hovels built of sticks and covered with bark. We could also perceive evident signs of their sometimes taking up their abode in the trunks of large trees, which had been hollowed out by fire, most probably for this very purpose. In or near all these habitations, and wherever there was a heap of shells, there remained the marks of fire, an indubitable proof that they do not eat their food raw. After staying about an hour with the wooding party and the natives, as I could now be pretty confident that the latter were not likely to give the former any disturbance, I left them and went over to the grass cutters on the east point of the bay, and found that they had met with a fine patch. Having seen the boats loaded, I left that party and returned on board to dinner, where, some time after, Lieutenant King arrived. From him I learnt that I had but just left the shore when several women and children made their appearance, and were introduced to him by some of the men who attended them. He gave presents to all of them, of such trifles as he had about him. These females wore a kangaroo skin, in the same shape as it came from the animal, tied over the shoulders and round the waist. But its only use seemed to be to support their children when carried on their backs, for it did not cover those parts which mod nations conceal, being, in all other respects, as naked as the men, and as black, and their bodies marked with sears in the same manner. But in this they differed from the men, that though. Their hair was of the same colour and texture. Some of them had their heads completely shorn or shaved, In others, this operation had been performed only on one side, while the rest of them had all the upper part of the head shorn close, leaving a circle of hair all round, somewhat like the tonsure of the Romsey ecclesiastics. Many of the children had fine features and were thought pretty, but of the persons of the women, especially those advanced in years, a less favourable report was made. However, some of the gentlemen belonging to the Discovery, I was told, paid their addresses and made liberal offers of presents, which were rejected with great disdain. Whether from a sense of virtue or the fear of displeasing their men, I shall not pretend to determine. That this gallantry was not very agreeable to the latter is certain, for an elderly man, as soon as he observed it, ordered all the women and children to retire, which they obeyed, though some of them showed a little reluctance. This conduit of Europeans amongst savages to their women is highly blamable, as it creates a jealousy in their men that may be attended with consequences fatal to the success of the common enterprise and to the whole body. Of adventurers, without advancing the private purpose of the individual or enabling him to gain the object of his wishes. I believe it has been generally found amongst uncivilized people that where the women are easy of access, the men are the first to offer them to strangers. And that, where this is not the café, neither the allurement of presence nor the opportunity of privacy will be likely to have the desired effect. This observation, I am sure, will hold good throughout all the parts of the South Sea where I have been. Why then should men act so absurd a part as to risk their own safety and that of all their companions in pursuit of a gratification which they have no probability of obtaining? In the afternoon I went again to the grass cutters to forward their work. I found them then upon Penguin Island, where they had met with a plentiful crop of excellent grass. We laboured hard till sunset, and then repaired on board, satisfied with the quantity we had collected, and which I judged sufficient to last till our arrival in New Zealand. During our whole stay, we had either calms or light airs from the eastward. Little or no time, therefore, was lost by my putting in at this place. For if I had kept the sea, we should not have been 20 leagues advanced farther on our voyage, and, short as our continuance was here, it has enabled me to add somewhat to the imperfect acquaintance that hath hitherto been acquired with this part of the globe. Van Diemen's Land has been twice visited before. It was so named by Tasman, who discovered it in November 1642. From that time, it had escaped all farther notice by European navigators, till Captain Furneaux touched at it in March 1773. I hardly need say that it is the southern point of New Holland, which, if it doth not deserve the name of a continent, is by far the largest island in the world. The land is, for the most part, of a good height, diversified with hills and valleys, and everywhere of a greenish hue. It is well wooded, and, if one may judge from appearances, and from what we met with in Adventure Bay, is not ill supplied with water. We found plenty of it in 3 or 4 places in this bay. The best, or what is most convenient for ships that touch here, is a rivulet, which is one of several that fall into a pond that lies behind the beach at the head of the bay. It there mixes with the sea-water, so that it must be taken up above this pond, which may be done without any great trouble. Firewood is to be got with great ease in several places. The only wind to which this bay is exposed is the northeast. But as this wind blows from Maria's Islands, it can bring no very great sea along with it. And therefore, upon the whole, this may be accounted a very safe road. The bottom is clean, good holding ground, and the depth of water from 12 to 5 and 4 fathoms. But the annexed chart will convey a better idea of everything necessary to be known about Adventure Bay than any description. Captain Furneaux's sketch of Van Diemen's Land, published with the narrative of my last voyage, appears to me to be without any material error, except with regard to Maria's Islands, which have a different situation from what is there represented. What my idea of them is, will be seen in the sketch of that coast here inserted, and I insert it, not as the result of a more faithful, but merely of a second examination. The longitude was determined by a great number of lunar observations, which we had before we made the land, while we were in fight of it, and after we had left it, and reduced to Adventure Bay and the several principal points by the timekeeper. The following table will exhibit both the longitude and latitude at one view, table omitted. We had high water on the 29th, being 2 days before the last quarter of the moon, at 9 in the morning. The perpendicular rife then was 18 inches, and there was no appearance of its having ever exceeded 2.5 feet. These are all the memorials useful to navigation, which my short stay has enabled me to preserve with respect to Van Diemen's Land. Mr. Anderson, my surgeon, with his usual diligence, spent the few days we remained in Adventure Bay in examining the country. His account of its natural productions, with which he favoured me, will more than compensate for my silence about them. Some of his remarks on the inhabitants will supply what I may have omitted or represented imperfectly, and his specimen of their language, however short, will be thought worth attending to by those who wish to collect materials for tracing the origin of nations. I shall only premise that the tall, straight sorris trees, which Mr. Anderson describes in the following account, are of a different fort from those which are found in the more northern parts of this coast. The wood is very long and close-grained, extremely tough, fit for spars, oars and many other uses, and would, on occasion, make good masts, perhaps none better, if a method could be found to lighten it. At the bottom of Adventure Bay is a beautiful sandy beach, which seems to be wholly formed by the particles washed by the sea from a very fine white sandstone that in many places bounds the shore, and of which Fluted Cape, in the neighbourhood from its appearance, seems to be composed. This beach is about 2 miles long, and is excellently adapted for hauling a seine, which both ships did repeatedly with success. Behind this is a plain or slat, with a salt, or rather brackish lake, running in length parallel with the beach, out of which we caught with angling rods many whitish bream and some small trout. The other parts of the country adjoining the bay are quite hilly, and both those and the flat are an entire forest of very tall trees, rendered almost impassable by shrubs, brakes of fern and fallen trees, except on the sides of some of the hills, where the trees are but thin and a coarse grass is the only interruption. To the northward of the bay there is low land, stretching farther than the eye can reach, which is only covered with wood in certain spots. But we had no opportunity to examine in what respects it differed from the hilly country. The soil on the flat land is either sandy or consists of a yellowish mould and, in some places, of a reddish clay. The same is found on the lower part of the hills, but farther up, especially where there are few trees, it is of a grey tough cast, to appearance very poor. In the valleys between the hills, the water drains down from their sides, and at last, in some places, forms small brooks, such indeed as were sufficient to supply us with water, but by no means of that size we might expect in so extensive a country, especially as it is both hilly and well wooded. Upon the whole, it has many marks of being naturally a very dry country, and perhaps might, independent of its wood, be compared to Africa about the Cape of Good Hope, though that lies 10 degrees farther northward rather than to New Zealand, on its other side, in the same latitude, where we find every valley, however small, furnished with a considerable stream of water. The heat too appears to be great, as the thermometer stood at 64, 70, and once at 74. And it was remarked that birds were seldom killed an hour or two before they were almost covered with small maggots, which I would rather attribute merely to the heat, as we had not any reason to suppose there is a peculiar disposition in the climate to render substances soon putrid. No mineral bodies, nor indeed stones of any other fort, but the white sand one already mentioned, were observed. Amongst the vegetable productions there is not one that we could find which afforded the smallest subsistence for man. The forest trees are all of one fort, growing to a great height, and in general quite straight, branching but little till towards the top. The bark is white, which makes them appear at a distance as if they had been peeled. It is also thick, and within it are sometimes collected pieces of a reddish transparent gum or resin, which has an astringent taste. The leaves of this tree are long, narrow and pointed, and it bears clusters of small white flowers whose cups were, at this time, plentifully scattered about the ground, with another sort resembling them somewhat in shape but much larger, which makes it probable that there are two species of this tree. The bark of the smaller branches, fruit and leaves have an agreeable pungent taste and aromatic smell, not unlike peppermint, and in its nature it has some affinity to the myrtus of botanists. The most common tree next to this is a small one about 10 feet high, branching pretty much, with narrow leaves and a large yellow cylindrical flower consisting only of a vast number of filaments, which, being shed, leave a fruit like a pine top. Both the above-mentioned trees are unknown in Europe. The underwood consists chiefly of a shrub somewhat resembling a myrtle, and which seems to be the Leptospermum scoparium mentioned in Dr. Forster's char. General plant, and in some places of another, rather smaller, which is a new species of the Melaleuca of Linnaeus. Of other plants, which are by no means numerous, there is a species of gladiolus, rush, bellflower, samphire, a small sort of wood sorrel, milkwort, cudweed, and Job's tears, with a few others peculiar to the place. There are several kinds of fern, as polypody, spleenwort, female fern, and some mosses, but the species are either common or at least found in some other countries, especially New Zealand. The only animal of the quadruped kind we got was a sort of opossum, about twice the size of a large rat, and is, most probably, the male of that species found at Endeavour River, as mentioned in Hawkesworth's Collection of Voyages. It is of a dusky colour above, tinged with a brown or rusty cast, and whitish below. About a third of the tail, towards its tip, is white and bare underneath, by which it probably hangs on the branches of trees as it climbs these and lives on berries. Mr. Webber's drawing will give a better idea of it than any description. The kangaroo, another animal found farther northward in New Holland, as described in the same Voyage Plus, without all doubt also inhabits here, as the natives we met with had some pieces of their skins, and we several times saw animals, though indistinctly, run from the thickets when we walked in the woods, which, from the size, could be no other. It should seem also that they are in considerable numbers, from the dung we saw almost everywhere, and from the narrow tracks or paths they have made amongst the shrubbery. There are several sorts of birds, but all so scarce and shy that they are evidently harassed by the natives, who perhaps draw much of their subsistence from them. In the woods, the principal sorts are large brown hawks or eagles, crows nearly the same as ours in England, yellowish paroquets, and large pigeons. There are also 3 or 4 small birds, one of which is of the thrush kind, and another small one, with a pretty long tail, has part of the head and neck of a most beautiful azure colour, from whence we named it Motacilla cyanea. On the shore were several common and seagulls, a sow black oyster catchers, or sea pies, and a pretty plover of a stone colour with a black hood. About the pond or lake behind the beach, a few wild ducks were seen, and some shags used to perch upon the high leafless trees near the shore. Some pretty large blackish snakes were seen in the woods, and we killed a large, hitherto unknown lizard, 15 inches long and 6 round, elegantly clouded with black and yellow, besides a small fort of a brown gilded colour above and rusty below. The sea affords a much greater plenty, and at least as great a variety as the land. Of these, the elephant fish, or pejergallo, mentioned in Frezia's Voyage, are the most numerous, and though inferior to many other fish, were very palatable food. Several large rays, nurses and small leather jackets were caught, with some small white bream, which were firmer and better than those caught in the lake. We likewise got a few soles and flounders, 2 sorts of gurnards, one of them a new species, some small spotted mullet, and very unexpectedly, the small fish with a silver band on its side, called Atherina hepsatus by Hafelquift Plus. But that next in number and superior in goodness to the elephant fish was a fort none of us recollected to have seen before. It partakes of the nature both of a round and of a flat fish, having the eyes placed very near each other. The forepart of the body much flattened or depressed, and the rest rounded. It is of a brownish sandy colour, with spots on the upper part, and whitish below. From the quantity of slime it was always covered with, it seems to live after the manner of flat fish, at the bottom. Upon the rocks are plenty of mussels, and some other small shellfish. There are also great numbers of sea stars, some small limpets, and large quantities of sponge, one fort of which, that is thrown on shore by the sea, but not very common, has a most delicate texture, and another is the Spongia dichotoma. Many pretty Medusa's heads were found upon the beach, and the stinking Laplisia, or sea hare, which, as mentioned by some authors, has the property of taking off the hair by the acrimony of its juice. But this fort was deficient in this respect. Insects, though not numerous, are here in considerable variety. Amongst them are grasshoppers, butterflies, and several sorts of small moths, finely variegated. There are 2 forts of dragonflies, gadflies, camelflies, several sorts of spiders, and some scorpions, but the last are rather rare. The most troublesome, though not very numerous tribe of insects, are the mosquitoes, and a large black ant, the pain of whose bite is almost intolerable during the short time it lasts. The mosquitoes also make up the deficiency of their number by the severity of their venomous proboscis. The inhabitants whom we met with here had little of that fierce or wild appearance common to people in their situation, but on the contrary seemed mild and cheerful, without reserve or jealousy of strangers. This, however, may arise from their having little to lose or care for. With respect to personal activity or genius, we can say but little of either. They do not seem to possess the first in any remarkable degree, and as for the last, they have to appearance less than even the half-animated inhabitants of Terra del Fuego, who have not invention sufficient to make clothing for defending themselves from the rigour of their climate, though furnished with the materials. The small slick, rudely pointed, which one of them carried in his hand, was the only thing we saw that required any mechanical exertion, if we except the fixing on the feet of some of them pieces of kangaroo skin tied with thongs. Though it could not be learnt whether these were in use as shoes, or only to defend some four. It must be owned, however, they are matters of some contrivance, in the manner of cutting their arms and bodies, in lines of different lengths and directions, which are raised considerably above the surface of the skin, so that it is difficult to guess the method they use in executing this embroidery of their persons. Their not expressing that surprise which one might have expected from their seeing men so much unlike themselves, and things to which we were well assured they had been hitherto utter strangers. Their indifference for our presence, and their general inattention, were sufficient proofs of their not possessing any acuteness of understanding. Their colour is a dull black, and not quite so deep as that of the African Negroes. It should seem also that they sometimes heightened their black colour by smutting their bodies, as a mark was left behind on any clean substance, such as white paper when they handled it. Their hair, however, is perfectly woolly, and it is clotted or divided into small parcels, like that of the Hottentots, with the use of some sort of grease mixed with a red paint or ochre, which they smear in great abundance over their heads. This practice, as some might imagine, has not the effect of changing their hair into the frizzling texture we observed, for on examining the head of a boy, which appeared never to have been smeared, I found the hair to be of the same kind. Their noses, though not flat, are broad and full. The lower part of the face projects a good deal, as is the café of most Indians I have seen, so that a line let fall from the forehead would cut off a much larger portion than it would in Europeans. Their eyes are of a middling size, with the white less clear than in us. And though not remarkably quick or piercing, such as give a frank, cheerful cast to the whole countenance. Their teeth are broad but not equal, nor well set, and either from nature or from dirt, not of so true a white as is usual among people of a black colour. Their mouths are rather wide, but this appearance seems heightened by wearing their beards long and clotted with paint, in the same manner as the hair on their heads. In other respects they are well proportioned, though the belly seems rather projecting. This may be owing to the want of compression there, which few nations do not use more or less. The posture of which they seem fondest is to stand with one side forward, or the upper part of the body gently reclined, and one hand grasping, across the back, the opposite arm, which hangs down by the projecting side. What the ancient poets tell us of fauns and satyrs living in hollow trees is here realized. Some wretched constructions of sticks, covered with bark, which do not even deserve the name of huts, were indeed found near the shore in the bay. But these seemed only to have been erected for temporary purpose, and many of their largest trees were converted into more comfortable habitations. These had their trunks hollowed out by fire to the height of 6 or 7 feet, and that they take up their abode in them sometimes was evident from the hearths, made of clay, to contain the fire in the middle, leaving room for 4 or 5 persons to fit round it. At the same time, these places of shelter are durable, for they take care to leave one side of the tree found, which is sufficient to keep it growing as luxuriantly as those which remain untouched. The inhabitants of this place are, doubtless, from the same stock with those of the northern parts of New Holland. Though some of the circumstances mentioned by Dampier relative to those he met with on the western coast of this country, such as their defective fight and want of foreteeth, are not found here. And though Hawkerworth's account of those met with by Captain Cook on the east side shows also that they differ in many respects, yet still, upon the whole, I am persuaded that distance of place, entire separation, diversity of climate, and length of time, all concurring to operate, will account for greater differences, both as to their persons and as to their customs, than really exist between our Van Diemen's Land natives and those described by Dampier, and in Captain Cook's first voyage. This is certain, that the figure of one of those seen in Endeavour River, and represented in Sidney Parkinson's journal of that voyage, very much resembles our visitors in Adventure Bay. That there is not the like resemblance in their language is a circumstance that need not create any difficulty. For though the agreement of the languages of people living distant from each other may be assumed as a strong argument for their having sprung from one common source, disagreement of language is by no means a proof of the contrary. However, we must have a far more intimate acquaintance with the languages spoken here and in the more northern parts of New Holland before we can be warranted to pronounce that they are totally different. Nay, we have good grounds for the opposite opinion, for we found that the animal called kangaroo at Endeavour River was known under the same name here, and I need not observe that it is scarcely possible to suppose that this was not transmitted from one another, but accidentally adopted by two nations differing in language and extraction. Besides, as it seems very improbable that the Van Diemen's Land inhabitants should have ever lost the use of canoes or failing vessels, if they had been originally conveyed thither by sea, we must necessarily admit that they, as well as the kangaroo itself, have been stragglers by land from the more northern parts of the country. And if there be any force in this observation, while it traces the origin of the people, it will, at the same time, serve to fix another point, if Captain Cook and Captain Fourneau have not already decided it, that New Holland is nowhere totally divided by the sea into islands, as some have imagined. As the New Hollanders seem all to be of the same extraction, neither do I think there is anything peculiar in them. On the contrary, they much resemble many of the inhabitants whom I have seen at the islands Tanna and Manicola. Nay, there is even some foundation for hazarding a supposition that they may have originally come from the same place with all the inhabitants of the South Sea. For, of only about 10 words which we could get from them, that which expresses cold differs little from that of New Zealand and Tahiti, the first being Malareed, the second Macareed, and the third Mareed. The rest of our very scanty Van Diemen's Land vocabulary is as follows. Quadne, a woman. Ivarai, the eye. Muije, the nose. Kami, the teeth, mouth or tongue. Learen, a small bird, a native of the woods hears. Koigi, the ear. Noonga, elevated scars on the body. Tigera, to eat. Togarago, I must be gone, or I will go. Their pronunciation is not disagreeable, but rather quick, though not more so than is that of other nations of the South Sea. And, if we may depend upon the affinity of languages as a clue to guide us in discovering the origin of nations, I have no doubt but we shall find on a diligent inquiry, and when opportunities offer to collect accurately a sufficient number of these words and to compare them, that all the people from New Holland eastward to Easter Island have been derived from the same common root. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook, Book 1, Chapter 7, The Passage from Van Diemen's Hand to New Zealand. Employments in Queen Charlotte S. Sound, transactions with the natives there. Intelligence about the massacre of the adventurer's boat's crew. Account of the chief who headed the party on that occasion. Of the 2 young men who embarked to attend Omai. Various remarks on the inhabitants. Astronomical and nautical observations. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the 30th of January, a light breeze springing up at west, we weighed anchor, oar and put to sea from Adventure Bay. Soon after, the wind veered to the southward and increased to a perfect storm. Its fury abated in the evening, when it veered to the east and northeast. This gale was indicated by the barometer, for the wind no sooner began to blow than the mercury in the tube began to fall. Another remarkable thing attended the coming on of this wind, which was very faint at first. It brought with it a degree of heat that was almost intolerable. The mercury in the thermometer rose, as it were instantaneously, from about 70 degrees to near 90 degrees. This heat was of so short a continuance that it seemed to be wafted away before the breeze that brought it, so that some on board did not perceive it. We pursued our course to the eastward, without meeting 1777 with anything worthy of note, till the night between the 6th and 7th of February, when a marine belonging to the Discovery fell overboard and was never seen afterward. This was the second misfortune of the kind that had happened to Captain Gierke since he left England. On the 10th, at 4 in the afternoon, we discovered the land of New Zealand. The part we saw proved to be Rock's Point and bore southeast by south, about 8 or 9 leagues distant. During this run from Van Diemen's Land, the wind for the first 4 or 5 days was at northeast-north and north-northwest and blew for the most part. A gentle breeze. It afterward veered to southeast, where it remained 24 hours. It then came to west and southwest, in which points it continued with very little deviation till we reached New Zealand. After making the land, I steered for Cape Farewell, which at daybreak the next morning bore south by west, distant Tuesday 11 about 4 leagues. At 8 o'clock it bore southwest by south, about 5 leagues distant, and in this situation we had 45 fathoms water over a sandy bottom. In rounding the cape we had 50 fathoms and the same fort of bottom. I now steered for Stevens's Island, which we came up with at 9 o'clock at night, and at 10 next morning anchored in our old station in Queen Charlotte's Sound. Unwilling to lose any time, our operations commenced that very afternoon, when we landed a number of empty water casks and began to clear a place where we might set up. The 2 observatories and tents for the reception of a guard and of such of our people whose business might make it necessary for them to remain on shore. We had not been long at anchor before several canoes filled with natives came alongside of the ships, but very few of them would venture on board, which appeared the more extraordinary, as I was well known to them all. There was one man in particular amongst them whom I had treated with remarkable kindness during the whole of my stay when I was last here. Yet now, neither professions of friendship nor presence could prevail upon him to come into the ship. This shyness was to be accounted for only upon this supposition, that they were apprehensive we had revisited their country in order to revenge the death of Captain Furneaux's people. Seeing Omai on board my ship now, whom they must have remembered to have seen on board the Adventure when the melancholy affair happened, and whose first conversation with them, as they approached, generally turned on that subject, they must be well assured that I was no longer a stranger to it. I thought it necessary, therefore, to use every endeavour to assure them of the continuance of my friendship, and that I should not disturb them on that account. I do not know whether this had any weight with them, but certain it is that they very soon laid aside all manner of restraint and distrust. On the 13th, we get up 2 teats, 1 from each ship, on the same spot where we had pitched them formerly. The observatories were at the same time erected, and Messrs. King and Bailey began their operations immediately to find the rate of the timekeeper and to make other observations. The remainder of the empty water casks were also sent on shore with the cooper to trim and a sufficient number of sailors to fill them. 2 men were appointed to brew spruce beer, and the carpenter and his crew were ordered to cut wood. A boat, with a party of men, under the direction of one of the mates, was sent to collect grass for our cattle, and the people that remained on board were employed in refitting the ship and arranging the provisions. In this manner, we were all profitably busied during our flay. For the protection of the party on shore, I appointed a guard of 10 marines and ordered arms for all the workmen, and Mr. King and 2 or 3 petty officers constantly remained with them. A boat was never sent to any considerable distance from the ships without being armed, and under the direction of such officers as I could depend upon, and who were well acquainted with the natives. During my former visits to this country, I had never taken some of these precautions, nor were they, I firmly believe, more necessary now than they had been formerly. But after the tragical fate of the Adventure's boat's crew in this Found, and of Captain Marion Dufresne, and of some of his people in the Bay of Islands, it was impossible totally to divest ourselves of all apprehension of experiencing a similar calamity. If the natives entertained any suspicion of our revenging these acts of barbarity, they very soon laid it aside. For during the course of this day, a great number of families came from different parts of the coast and took up their residence close to us, so that there was not a spot in the cove where a hut could be put up that was not occupied by them, except the place where we had fixed our little encampment. This they left us in quiet possession of, but they came and took away the ruins of some old huts that were there as materials for their new erections. It is curious to observe with what facility they build these occasional places of abode. I have seen above 20 of them erected on a spot of ground that, not an hour before, was covered with shrubs and plants. They generally bring some part of the materials with them. The rest they find upon the premises. I was present when a number of people landed and built one of these villages. The moment the canoes reached the shore, the men leaped out and at once took possession of a piece of ground, by tearing up the planter and shrubs, or sticking up some part of the framing of a hut. They then returned to their canoes and secured their weapons, by setting them up against a tree or placing them in such a position that they could be laid hold of in an instant. I took particular notice that no one neglected this precaution. While the men were employed in raising the huts, the women were not idle. Some were stationed to take care of the canoes, others to secure the provisions and the few utensils in their possession, and the rest went to gather dry sticks that a fire might be prepared for dressing their victuals. As to the children, I kept them, as also some of the more aged, sufficiently occupied in scrambling for beads, till I had emptied my pockets, and then I left them. These temporary habitations are abundantly sufficient to afford shelter from the wind and rain, which is the only purpose they are meant to answer. I observed that, generally, if not always, the same tribe or family, though it were ever so large, associated and built together, so that we frequently saw a village, as well as their larger towns, divided into different districts by low palisades or some similar mode of separation. The advantage we received from the natives coming to live with us was not inconsiderable. For every day when the weather would permit, some of them went out to catch fish, and we generally got, by exchanges, a good share of the produce of their labours. This supply, and what our own nets and lines afforded us, was so ample that we seldom were in want of fish, nor was there any deficiency of other refreshments. Celery, scurvy grass and portable soup were boiled with the peas and wheat for both ships' companies every day during our whole flay, and they had spruce beer for their drink. So that, if any of our people had contracted the seeds of the scurvy, such a regimen soon removed them. But the truth is, when we arrived here, there were only 2 invalids, and these on board the Resolution, upon the sick lifts in both ships. Besides the natives who took up their abode close to us, we were occasionally visited by others of them whose residence was not far off, and by some who lived more remote. Their articles of commerce were curiosities, fish, and women. The 2 first always came to a good market, which the latter did not. The seamen had taken a kind of dislike to these people, and were either unwilling or afraid to associate with them, which produced this good effect that I knew no instance of a man's quitting his station to go to their habitations. A connection with women I allow because I cannot prevent it, but never encourage because I always dread its consequences. I know, indeed, that many men are of opinion that such an intercourse is one of our greatest securities amongst savages, and perhaps they who, either from necessity or choice, are to remain and fettle with them may find it so. But with travellers and transient visitors such as we were, it is generally otherwise, and in our situation, a connection with their women betrays more men than it saves. What else can be reasonably expected, since all their views are selfish, without the least mixture of regard or attachment? My own experience, at least, which hath been pretty extensive, hath not pointed out to me one instance to the contrary. Amongst our occasional visitors was a chief named Kahura, who, as I was informed, headed the party that cut off Captain Furneaux's people, and himself killed Mr. Rowe, the officer who commanded. To judge of the character of Kahura by what I heard from many of his countrymen, he seemed to be more feared than beloved amongst them. Not satisfied with telling me that he was a very bad man, some of them even importuned me to kill him, and I believe they were not a little surprised that I did not listen to them, for according to their ideas of equity, this ought to have been done. But if I had followed the advice of all our pretended friends, I might have extirpated the whole race, for the people of each hamlet or village by turns applied to me to destroy the other. One would have almost thought it impossible that so striking a proof of the divided state in which this miserable people live could have been assigned. And yet I was sure that I did not misconceive the meaning of those who made these strange applications to me, for Omai, whose language was a dialect of their own, and perfectly understood all that they said, was our interpreter. On the 15th, I made an excursion in my boat to look for grass, and visited the Hippa, or fortified village at the southwest point of Motuara, and the places where our gardens had been planted on that island. There were no people at the former, but the houses and palisades had been rebuilt, and were now in a siete of good repair, and there were other evident marks of its having been inhabited not long before. It would be unnecessary at present to give a particular account of this Hippa, sufficient notice having been taken of it in the account of my first voyage, to which I refer, and to the annexed drawing, which represents part of the inside of the village and will convey a better idea of it than any written description. When the adventure arrived first at Queen Charlotte's Sound in 1773, Mr. Bailey fixed upon this place for making his observations, and he and the people with him, at their leisure hours, planted several spots with English garden seeds. Not the least vestige of these now remained. It is probable that they had been all rooted out to make room for buildings when the village was re-inhabited, for at all the other gardens then planted by Captain Furneaux, although now wholly overrun with the weeds of the country, we found cabbages, onions, leeks, purslane, radishes, mustard, and and a few potatoes. Their potatoes, which were first brought from the Cape of Good Hope, had been greatly improved by change of soil and, with proper cultivation, would be superior to those produced in most other countries. Though the New Zealanders are fond of this root, it was evident that they had not taken the trouble to plant a single one, much less any other of the articles which we had introduced. And if it were not for the difficulty of clearing ground where potatoes had been once planted, there would not have been any now remaining. On the 16th at daybreak, I set out with a party of men in 5 boats to collect food for our cattle. Captain Clark and several of the officers, and 2 of the natives, accompanied me. We proceeded about 3 leagues up the Found and then landed on the east side, at a place where I had formerly been. Here we cut as much grass as loaded the 2 launches. As we returned down the Found, we visited Grass Cove, the memorable scene of the massacre of Captain Furneaux's people. Here I met with my old friend Pedro, who was almost continually with me the last time I was in this Found, and is mentioned in my history of that voyage. He and another of his countrymen received us on the beach, armed with the pay-to and spear. Whether this form of reception was a mark of their courtesy or of their fear, I cannot say, but I thought they betrayed manifest signs of the latter. However, if they had any apprehensions, a few presents soon removed them, and brought down to the beach 2 or 3 more of the family, but the greatest part of them remained out of fight. Whilst we were at this place, our curiosity prompted us to inquire into the circumstances attending the melancholy fate of our countrymen, and Omai was made use of as our interpreter for this purpose. Pedro and the rest of the natives present answered all the questions that were put to them on the subject without reserve, and like men who are under no dread of punishment for a crime of which they are not guilty, for we already knew that none of them had been concerned in the unhappy transaction. They told us that while our people were fitting at dinner, fur-rounded by several of the natives, some of the latter etole, or snatched from them, some bread and fish, for which they were beat. This being resented, a quarrel ensued, and 2 New Zealanders were shot dead by the only 2 muskets that were fired. For before our people had time to discharge a third, or to load again those that had been fired, the natives rushed in upon them, overpowered them with their numbers, and put them all to death. Pedro and his companions, besides relating the history of the massacre, made us acquainted with the very spot that was the scene of it. It is at the corner of the cove on the right hand. They pointed to the place of the fun, to mark to us at what hour of the day it happened, and according to this, it must have been late in the afternoon. They also showed us the place where the boat lay, and it appeared to be about 200 yards distant from that where the crew were seated. One of their number, a black servant of Captain Furneaux, was left in the boat to take care of her. We were afterward told that this black was the cause of the quarrel, which was said to have happened thus. One of the natives stealing something out of the boat, the Negro gave him a severe blow with a stick. The cries of the fellow being heard by his countrymen at a distance, they imagined he was killed and immediately began the attack on our people, who, before they had time to reach the boat or to arm themselves against the unexpected impending danger, fell a sacrifice to the fury of their savage assailants. The first of these accounts, was confirmed by the testimony of many of the natives whom we conversed with at different times, and who, I think, could have no interest in deceiving us. The second manner of relating the transaction rests upon the authority of the young New Zealander, who chose to abandon his country and go away with us, and who, consequently, could have no possible view in disguising the truth. All agreeing that the quarrel happened when the boat's crew were sitting at their meal, it is highly probable that both the accounts are true, as they perfectly coincide. For we may very naturally suppose that while some of the natives were stealing from the man who had been left in the boat, others of them might take the same liberties with the property of our people who were on shore. Be this as it will, all agree that the quarrel first took its rife from some thefts, in the commission of which the natives were detected. All agree also that there was no premeditated plan of bloodshed, and that if these thefts had not been unfortunately too hastily resented, no mischief would have happened. For Kahura's greatest enemies, those who solicited his destruction most earnestly, at the same time confessed that he had no intention to quarrel, much less to kill, till the fray had actually commenced. It also appears that the unhappy victims were under no thought of apprehension of their fate. Otherwise, they never would have ventured to fit down to a repast at so considerable a distance from their boat, amongst people who were the next moment to be their murderers. What became of the boat, I never could learn. Some said she was pulled to pieces and burnt. Others told us that she was carried, they knew not whither, by a party of strangers. We stayed here till the evening, when, having loaded the rest of the boats with grass, celery, scurvy grass, etc., we embarked to return to the ships. We had prevailed upon Pedro to launch his canoe and accompany us, but we had scarcely put off from the shore when the wind began to blow very hard at northwest, which obliged him to put back. We proceeded ourselves, but it was with a good deal of difficulty that we could reach the ships, where some of the boats did not arrive till 1 o'clock the next morning. And it was fortunate that they got on board then, for it afterward blew a perfect storm with abundance of rain, so that no manner of work could go forward that day. In the evening the gale ceased, and the wind having veered to the east, brought with it fair weather. The next day we resumed our works. The natives ventured out to catch fish, and Pedro, with all his family, came and took up his abode near us. This chief's proper name is Matahua, the other being given him by some of my people during my last voyage, which I did not know till now. He was, however, equally well known amongst his countrymen, by both names. On the 20th, in the forenoon, we had another storm from the northwest. Though this was not of so long continuance as the former, the gusts of wind from the hills were far more violent, insomuch that we were obliged to strike the yards and topmasts to the very utmost. And even with all this precaution, it was with difficulty that we rode it out. These storms are very frequent here, and sometimes violent and troublesome. The neighbouring mountains, which at these times are always loaded with vapours, not only increase the force of the wind, but alter its direction in such a manner that no two blasts follow each other from the same quarter, and the nearer the shore, the more their effects are felt. The next day we were visited by a tribe or family, consisting of about 30 persons, men, women and children, who came from the upper part of the Sound. I had never seen them before. The name of their chief was Tomatongiu Oranak, a man of about 45 years of age, with a cheerful, open countenance, and indeed the rest of his tribe were, in general, the handsomest of the New Zealand race I had ever met with. By this time more than 2/3 of the inhabitants of the Sound had settled themselves about us. Great numbers of them daily frequented the ships and the encampment on shore, but the latter became, by far, the most favourite place of resort, while our people there were melting some seal blubber. No Greenlander was ever fonder of train oil than our friends here seemed to be. They relished the very skimmings of the kettle and dregs of the casks. But a little of the pure stinking oil was a delicious feast, so eagerly desired that I suppose it is seldom enjoyed. Having got on board as much hay and grass as we judged sufficient to serve the cattle till our arrival at Otaheite, and having completed the wood and water of both ships, on the 23rd we struck our tents and carried everything off from the shore, and next morning we weighed anchor and stood out of the cove. But the wind not being very fair, and finding that the tide of ebb would be spent before we could get out of the sound, we cast anchor again a little without the island Motuara, to wait for a more favourable opportunity of putting into the strait. While we were unmooring and getting under sail, Tomatongjawaranuk, Matahoa, and many more of the natives came to take their leave of us, or rather, to obtain, if they could, some additional presents from us before we left them. These two chiefs became suitors to me for some goats and hogs. Accordingly, I gave to Matahua 2 goats, a male and female with kid, and to Tomatongjawaranuk 2 pigs, a boar and a sow. They made me a promise not to kill them, though I must own I put no great faith in this. The animals which Captain Furneaux sent on shore here, and which soon after fell into the hands of the natives, I was now told were all dead. But I could get no intelligence about the fate of those I had left in West Bay and in Cannibal Cove when I was here in the course of my last voyage. However, all the natives whom I conversed with agreed that poultry are now to be met with wild in the woods behind Ship Cove, and I was afterward informed by the 2 youths who went away with us that Tiratu, a popular chief amongst them, had a great many cocks and hens in his separate possession, and one of the sows. On my present arrival at this place, I fully intended to have left not only goats and hogs, but sheep and a young bull with 2 heifers, if I could have found either a chief powerful enough to protect and keep them, or a place where there might be a probability of their being concealed from those who would ignorantly attempt to destroy them. But neither the one nor the other presented itself to me. Tiratu was now absent, and Tringabuhi, whom I had met with during my last voyage Quaxis, and who seemed to be a person of much consequence at that time, had been killed 5 months ago with about 70 persons of his tribe, and I could not learn that there now remained in our neighbourhood any tribe whose numbers could secure to them a superiority of power over the rest of their countrymen. To have given the animals to any of the natives who possessed no such power would not have answered the intention. For in a country like this, where no man's property is secure, they would soon have fallen a prey to different parties and been either separated or killed, but most likely both. This was so evident from what we had observed since our arrival that I had resolved to leave no kind of animal till Matahua and the other chief solicited me for the hogs and goats. As I could spare them, I let them go to take their chance. I have, at different times, left in New Zealand not less than 10 or a dozen hogs, besides those put on shore by Captain Furneaux. It will be a little extraordinary, therefore, if this race should not increase and be preserved here, either in a wild or in a domestic state, or in both. We had not been long at anchor near Motuara before 3 or 4 canoes, filled with natives, came off to us from the southeast side of the Sound, and a brisk trade was carried on with them for the curiosities of this place. In one of these canoes was Kahura, whom I've already mentioned as the leader of the party who cut off the crew of the Adventure's boat. This was the 3rd time he had visited us without betraying the smallest appearance of fear. I was ashore when he now arrived, but had got on board just as he was going away. Omai, who had returned with me, presently pointed him out and solicited me to shoot him. Not satisfied with this, he addressed himself to Kahura, threatening to be his executioner if ever he presumed to visit us again. The New Zealander paid so little regard to these threats that he returned the next morning with his whole family, men, women and children, to the number of 20 and upwards. Omai was the first who acquainted me with his being alongside the ship and desired to know if he should ask him to come on board. I told him he might, and accordingly he introduced the chief into the cabin, saying, "There is Kahura, kill him." But, As if he had forgot his former threats or were afraid that I should call upon him to perform them, he immediately retired. In a short time, however, he returned, and seeing the chief unhurt, he expostulated with me very earnestly, saying, "Why do you not kill him? You tell me, if a man kills another in England, that he is hanged for it. This man has killed 10, and yet you will not kill him, though many of his countrymen desire it, and it would be very good." Omai's arguments, though specious enough, having no weight with me, I desired him to ask the chief why he had killed Captain Furneaux's people. At this question, Kahura folded his arms, hung down his head, and looked like one caught in a trap. And I firmly believe he expected instant death. But no sooner was he assured of his safety than he became cheerful. He did not, however, seem willing to give me an answer to the question that had been put to him, till I had, again and again, repeated my promise that he should not be hurt. Then he ventured to tell us that one of his countrymen, having brought a stone hatchet to barter, the man, to whom it was offered, took it, and would neither return it nor give anything for it, on which the owner of it snatched up the bread as an equivalent, and then the quarrel began. The remainder of Kahura's account of this unhappy affair differed very little from what we had before learnt from the rest of his countrymen. He mentioned the narrow escape he had during the fray, a musket being levelled at him, which he avoided by skulking behind the boat, and another man, who fled close to him, was shot dead. As soon as the musket was discharged, he instantly seized the opportunity to attack Mr. Rowe, who commanded the party, and who defended himself with his hanger, with which he wounded Kahura in the arm, till he was overpowered by numbers. Mr. Burney, who was sent by Captain Furneaux the next day, with an armed party to look for his missing people, upon discovering the horrid proofs of their shocking fate, had fired several volleys amongst the crowds of natives who still remained assembled on the spot, and were probably partaking of the detestable banquet. It was natural to suppose that he had not fired in vain, and that, therefore, some of the murderers and devourers of our unhappy countrymen had suffered under our just resentment. Upon inquiry, however, into this matter, not only from Kahura, but from others who had opportunities of knowing, it appeared that our supposition was groundless, and that not one of the shot fired by Mr. Burney's people had taken effect, so as to kill, or even to hurt, a single person. It was evident that most of the natives we had met with since our arrival, as they knew I was fully acquainted with the history of the massacre, expected I should avenge it with the death of Kahura. And many of them seemed not only to wish it, but expressed their surprise at my forbearance. As he could not be ignorant of this, it was a matter of wonder to me that he put himself so often in my power. When he visited us while the ships lay in the cove, confiding in the number of his friends that accompanied him, he might think himself safe. But his 2 last visits had been made under such circumstances that he could no longer rely upon this. We were then at anchor in the entrance of the Sound, and at some distance from any shore, so that he could not have any assistance from thence, nor flatter himself he could have the means of making his escape, had I determined to detain him. And yet, after his first fears on being interrogated were over, he was so far from entertaining any uneasy sensations that on seeing a portrait of one of his countrymen hanging up in the cabin, he desired to have his own portrait drawn, and fat till Mr. Webber had finished it, without marking the least impatience. I must confess, I admired his courage, and was not a little pleased to observe the extent of the confidence he put in me. For he placed his whole safety in the declarations I had uniformly made to those who solicited his death, that I had always been a friend to them all, and would continue so, unless they gave me cause to act otherwise, that as to their inhuman treatment of our people, I should think no more of it, the transaction having happened long ago, and when I was not present, but that, if ever they made a second attempt of that kind, they might rest assured of sealing the weight of my resentment. For some time before we arrived at New Zealand, Omai had expressed a desire to take one of the natives with him to his own country. We had not been there many days before he had an opportunity of being gratified in this. for a youth about 17 or 18 years of age named Taweharua offered to accompany him and took up his residence on board. I paid little attention to this at first, imagining that he would leave us when we were about to depart and after he had got what he could from Omai. At length, finding that he was fixed in his resolution to go with us, and having learnt that he was the only son of a deceased chief, and that his mother, still living, was a woman much respected here, I was apprehensive that Omai had deceived him and his friends by giving them hopes and assurances of his being sent back. I therefore caused it to be made known to them all that if the young man went away with us, he would never return. But this declaration seemed to make no fort of impression. The afternoon before we left the cove, Tiratutu, his mother, came on board to receive her last present from Omai. The same evening, she and Taweharua parted with all the marks of tender affection that might be expected between a parent and a child who were never to meet again. But she said she would cry no more, and sure enough, she kept her word. For when she returned the next morning to take her last farewell of him, all the time she was on board, she remained quite cheerful and went away wholly unconcerned. That Taweharua might be sent away in a manner becoming his birth, another youth was to have gone with him as his servant. And, with this view, as we supposed, he remained on board till we were about to sail, when his friends took him ashore. However, his place was supplied next morning by another, a boy of about 9 or 10 years of age, named Kokoa. He was presented to me by his own father, who I believe would have parted with his dog with far less indifference. The very little clothing the boy had he stripped him of and left him as naked as he was born. It was to no purpose that I endeavoured to convince these people of the improbability, or rather of the impossibility, of these youths ever returning home. Not one, not even their nearest relations, seemed to trouble themselves about their future fate. Since this was the case, and I was well satisfied that the boys would be no losers by exchange of place, I the more readily gave my consent to their going. From my own observations, and from the information of Taweharua and others, it appears to me that the New Zealanders must live under perpetual apprehensions of being destroyed by each other, there being few of their tribes that have not, as they think, sustained wrongs from some other tribe, which they are continually upon the watch to revenge. And perhaps the desire of a good meal may be no small incitement. I am told that many years will sometimes elapse before a favourable opportunity happens, and that the son never loses sight of an injury that has been done to his father. Their method of executing their horrible designs is by stealing upon the adverse party in the night, and if they find them unguarded, which, however, I believe is very seldom the case, they kill everyone indiscriminately, not even sparing the women and children. When the massacre is completed, they either feast and gorge themselves on the spot, or carry off as many of the dead bodies as they can, and devour them at home, with acts of brutality too shocking to be described. If they are discovered before they can execute their bloody purpose, they generally steal off again, and sometimes are pursued and attacked by the other party in their turn. To give quarter, or to take prisoners, makes no part of their military law, so that the vanquished can only save their lives by flight. This perpetual state of war and destructive method of conducting it operates so strongly in producing habitual circumspection that one hardly ever finds a New Zealander off his guard, either by night or by day. Indeed, no other man can have such powerful motives to be vigilant, as the preservation both of body and of soul depends upon it. For according to their system of belief, the soul of the man whose flesh is devoured by the enemy is doomed to a perpetual fire, while the soul of the man whose body has been rescued from those who killed him, as well as the souls of all who die a natural death, ascend to the habitations of the gods. I asked whether they eat the flesh of such of their friends as had been killed in war, but whose bodies were saved from falling into the enemy's hands. They seemed surprised at the question, which they answered in the negative, expressing some abhorrence at the very idea. Their common method of disposing of their dead is by depositing their bodies in the earth, but if they have more of their slaughtered enemies than they can eat, they throw them into the sea. They have no such thing as maraes or other places of public worship, nor do they ever assemble together with this view. But they have priests who alone address the gods in prayers for the prosperity of their temporal affairs, such as an enterprise against a hostile tribe, a fishing party, or the like. Whatever the principles of their religion may be, of which we remain very ignorant, its instructions are very strongly inculcated into them from their very infancy. Of this I saw a remarkable instance in the youth who was first destined to accompany Taweharua. He refrained from eating the greatest part of the day on account of his hair being cut, though every method was tried to induce him to break his resolution. And he was tempted with the offer of such victuals as he was known to esteem the most. He said, if he eat anything that day, the Itua would kill him. However, towards evening, the cravings of nature got the better of the precepts of his religion, and he eat though but sparingly. I had often conjectured before this that they had some superstitious notions about their hair, having frequently observed quantities of it tied to the branches of trees near some of their habitations. But what these notions are, I never could learn. Notwithstanding the divided and hostile state in which the New Zealanders live, travelling strangers who come with no ill design are well received and entertained during their stay, which, however, it is expected, will be no longer than is requisite to transact the business they come upon. Thus it is that a trade for pounamu, or green talc, is carried on throughout the whole northern island. For they tell us that there is none of this stone to be found, but at a place which bears its name, somewhere about the head of Queen Charlotte's Sound, and not above 1 or 2 days' journey at most from the station of our ships. I regretted much that I could not spare time sufficient for paying a visit to the place, as we were told 100 fabulous stories about this stone, not one of which carried with it the least probability of truth, though some of their most sensible men would have us believe them. One of these stories is that this stone is originally a fish, which they strike with a gig in the water, tie a rope to it, and drag it to the shore, to which they fasten it, and it afterward becomes stone. As they all agree that it is fished out of a large lake or collection of waters, the most probable conjecture is that it is brought from the mountains and deposited in the water by the torrents. This lake is called by the natives Tawai Pounamu, that is, the water of green talc, and it is only the adjoining part of the country and not the whole southern island of New Zealand that is known to them by the name which hath been given to it on my chart. Polygamy is allowed amongst these people, and it is not uncommon for a man to have 2 or 3 wives. The women are marriageable at a very early age, and it should seem that one who is unmarried is but in a forlorn state. She can with difficulty get a subsistence. At least she is, in a great measure, without a protector, though in constant want of a powerful one. The New Zealanders seem to be a people perfectly satisfied with the little knowledge they are masters of, without attempting in the least to improve it. Nor are they remarkably curious, either in their observations or their inquiries. New objects do not strike them with such a degree of surprise as one would naturally expect, nor do they even fix their attention for a moment. Omai, indeed, who was a great favourite with them, would sometimes attract a circle about him, but they seemed to listen to his speeches like persons who neither understood nor wished to understand what they heard. One day, on our inquiring of Taweharua, how many ships, such as ours, had ever arrived in Queen Charlotte's Sound, or in any part of its neighbourhood, he began with giving an account of one absolutely unknown to us. This, he said, had put into a port on the northwest coast of Teneriffe, but a very few years before I arrived in the Sound in the endeavour which the New Zealanders distinguish by calling Tupia's ship. At first, I thought he might have been mistaken as to the time and place, and that the ship in question might be either Monsieur Surville's, who is said to have touched upon the northeast coast of Eahainumawe the fame year I was there in the Endeavour, or else Monsieur Marion Dufresne's on the Fame coast a few years after. But he assured us that he was not mistaken either as to the time or as to the place of this ship's arrival, and that it was well known to everybody about Queen Charlotte's Sound and Teneriffe. He said that the captain of her, during his stay here, cohabited with a woman of the country, and that she had a son by him still living, and about the age of Cocoa, who, though not born then, seemed to be equally well acquainted with the story. We were also informed by Taweharua that this ship first introduced the venereal disease amongst the New Zealanders. I wish that subsequent visitors from Europe may not have their share of guilt in leaving so dreadful a remembrance of them amongst this unhappy race. The disorder now is but too common here, though they do not seem to regard it, saying that its effects are not near so pernicious at present as they were at its first appearance. The only method, as far as I ever heard, that they make use of as a remedy is by giving the patient the use of a fort of hot bath, which they produce by the steam of certain green plants laid over hot stones. I regretted much that we did not hear of this ship while we were in the Sound, as by means of Omai we might have had full and correct information about her from eyewitnesses. For Taweharua's account was only from what we had been told, and therefore liable to many mistakes. I have not the least doubt, however, that his testimony may so far be depended upon as to induce us to believe that a ship really had been at Teneriffe prior to my arrival in the Endeavour, as it corresponds with what I had formerly heard. For in the latter end of 1773, the second time I visited New Zealand, during my last voyage, when we were continually making inquiries about the adventure after our separation, some of the natives informed us of a ship's having been in a port on the coast of Teneriffe. But at that time, we thought we must have misunderstood them, and took no notice of the intelligence. The arrival of this unknown ship has been marked by the New Zealanders with more causes of remembrance than the unhappy one just mentioned. Taweharua told us their country was indebted to her people for the present of an animal which they left behind them. But as he had not seen it himself, no fort of judgment could be formed from his description of what kind it was. We had another piece of intelligence from him, more correctly given, though not confirmed by our own observations, that there are snakes and lizards there of an enormous size. He described the latter as being 8 feet in length and as big round as a man's body. He said they sometimes seize and devour men, that they burrow in the ground, and that they are killed by making fires at the mouths of the holes. We could not be mistaken as to the animal, for with his own hand he drew a very good representation of a lizard on a piece of paper, as also of a snake, in order to show what he meant. Though much has been said in the narratives of my 2 former voyages about this country and its inhabitants, Mr. Anderson's remarks, as serving either to confirm or to correct our former accounts, may not be superfluous. He had been 3 times with me in Queen Charlotte's Sound during my last voyage, and after this 4th visit, what he thought proper to record may be considered as the result of sufficient observation. The reader will find it in the next chapter, and I have nothing farther to add before I quit New Zealand, but to give some account of the astronomical and nautical observations made during our stay there. Observations omitted. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 1, Chapter 8. Mr. Anderson's Remarks on the Country near Queen Charlotte's Sound, the soil, climate, weather, winds, trees, plants, birds, fish, other animes, of the inhabitants, description of their persons, their dress, ornaments, habitations, boats, food and cookery, arts, weapons, cruelty to prisoners, various customs, specimen of their language. The land everywhere about Queen Charlotte's Sound is uncommonly mountainous, rising immediately from the sea into large hills with blunted tops. At considerable distances are valleys, or rather impressions on the sides of the hills, which are not deep, each terminating toward the sea in a small cove with a pebbly or sandy beach, behind which are small flats, where the natives generally build their huts, at the same time hauling their canoes upon the beaches. This situation is the more convenient, as in every cove a brook of very fine water, in which are some small trout, empties itself into the sea. The bases of these mountains, at least toward the shore, are constituted of a brittle yellowish sandstone, which acquires a bluish cast where the sea washes it. It runs at some places in horizontal and at other places in oblique strata, being frequently divided at small distances by thin veins of coarse quartz which commonly follow the direction of the other, though they sometimes intersect it. The mould or soil which covers this is also of a yellowish cast, not unlike marl, and is commonly from a foot to 2 or more in thickness. The quality of this soil is best indicated by the luxuriant growth of its productions. For the hills, except a few toward the sea, which are covered with smaller bushes, are one continued forest of lofty trees, flourishing with a vigour almost superior to anything that imagination can conceive, and affording an august prospect to those who are delighted with the grand and beautiful works of nature. The agreeable temperature of the climate, no doubt, contributes much to this uncommon strength in vegetation. For at this time, though answering to our month of August, the weather was never disagreeably warm, nor did it raise the thermometer higher than 66 degrees. The winter also seems equally mild with respect to cold, for in June 1773, which corresponds to our December, the mercury never fell lower than 48 degrees, and the trees at that time retained their verdure, as if in the summer season, so that, I believe, their foliage is never shed till pushed off by the succeeding leaves in spring. The weather in general is good, but sometimes windy with heavy rain, which, however, never lasts above a day, nor does it appear that it is ever excessive. For there are no marks of torrents rushing down the hills, as in many countries, and the brooks, if we may judge from their channels, seem never to be greatly increased. I have observed, in the 4 different times of my being here, that the winds from the southeastward are commonly moderate, but attended with cloudy weather, or rain. The southwest winds blow very strong, and are also attended with rain, but they seldom last long. The northwest winds are the most prevailing, and though often pretty strong, are almost constantly connected with fine weather. In short, the only obstacle to this being one of the finest countries upon earth is its great hilliness, which, allowing the woods to be cleared away, would leave it less proper for pasturage than flat land, and still more improper for cultivation, which could never be effected here by the plough. The large trees which cover the hills are chiefly of 2 sorts. One of them, of the size of our largest firs, grows much after their manner, but the leaves and small berries on their points are much liker the yew. It was this which supplied the place of spruce in making beer, which we did with a strong decoction of its leaves, fermented with treacle or sugar. And this liquor, when well prepared, was acknowledged to be little inferior to the American spruce beer by those who had experience of both. The other fortive tree is not unlike a maple, and grows often to a great size, but it only served for fuel, as the wood, both of this and of the preceding, was found to be rather too heavy for masts, yards, and other similar repairs. There is a greater variety of trees on the small flat spots behind the beaches. Amongst these are 2 that bear a kind of plum of the size of prunes, the one yellow, called caraca, and the other black, called maitau, but neither of them of a very agreeable taste, though the natives eat both, and our people did the fame. Those of the first fort grow on small trees always facing the sea, but the others belong to larger trees that stand farther within the wood and which we frequently cut down for fuel. A species of Philadelphus grows on the eminences which jut out into the sea, and also a tree bearing flowers almost like myrtle, with roundish spotted leaves of a disagreeable smell. We drank the leaves of the Philadelphus as tea, and found that they had a pleasant taste and smell, and might make an excellent substitute for the Oriental fort. Among other plants that were useful to us may be reckoned wild celery, which grows plentifully in almost every cove, especially if the natives have ever resided there before, and one that we used to call scurvy grass, though entirely different from the plant to which we give that name. This, however, is far preferable to ours for common use, and may be known by its jagged leaves and small clusters of white flowers on the top. Both sorts were boiled every morning, with wheat ground in a mill, and with portable soup for the people's breakfast, and also amongst their peas soup for dinner. Sometimes they were used as salad or dressed as greens, in all which ways they are good, and together with the fish, with which we were constantly supplied, they formed a fort of refreshment, perhaps little inferior to what is to be met with in places most noted by navigators for plentiful supplies of animal and vegetable food. Amongst the known kinds of plants met with here are common and rough bindweed, nigant shade and nettles, both which grow to the size of small trees, a shrubby speedwell found near all the beaches, sow thistles, virgin's bower, vanello, French willow, euphorbia, and crane's bill. Also cudweed, rushes, bulrushes, flax, all heel, American nightshade, knotgrass, brambles, eyebright and groundsel, but the species of each are different from any we have in Europe. There is also polypody, spleenwort, and about 20 other different sorts of ferns entirely peculiar to the place, with several sorts of mosses, either rare or produced only here. Hesides a great number of other plants whose uses are not yet known, and subjects fit only for botanical books. Of these, however, there is one which deserves particular notice here, as the natives make their garments of it, and it produces a fine silky flax, superior in appearance to anything we have, and probably at least as strong. It grows everywhere near the sea, and in some places a considerable way up the hills, in bunches or tufts, with sedge-like leaves, bearing on a long stalk yellowish flowers, which are succeeded by a long roundish pod filled with very thin shining black seeds. A species of long pepper is found in great plenty, but it has little of the aromatic flavour that makes spices valuable, and a tree, much like a palm at a distance, is pretty frequent in the woods, though the deceit appears as you come near it. It is remarkable that, as the greatest part of the trees and plants had, at this time, lost their flowers, we perceived they were generally of the berry-bearing kind, of which and other seeds I brought away about 30 different sorts. Of these, one in particular, which bears a red berry, is much like the supplejack, and grows about the trees, stretching from one to another in such a manner as to render the woods almost wholly impassable. The birds, of which there is a tolerable stock, as well as the vegetable productions, are almost entirely peculiar to the place. And though it be difficult to follow them, on account of the quantity of underwood and the climbing plants that render travelling for pleasure alone uncommonly fatiguing, yet a person, by remaining in one place, may shoot as many in a day as would serve 6 or 8 others. The principal sorts are large brown parrots with white or greyish heads, green paroquets with red foreheads, large wood pigeons, brown above, with white bellies, the rest green, and the bill and feet red. 2 sorts of cuckoos, one as large as our common sort, of a brown colour variegated with black, the other not larger than a sparrow, of a splendid green cast above, and elegantly varied with waves of golden, green, brown and white colours below. Both these are scarce, but several others are in greater plenty, one of which, of a black colour with a greenish cast, is remarkable for having a tuft of white curled feathers hanging under the throat, and was called the poi bird, by our people. Another fort, rather smaller, is black, with a brown back and wings, and 2 small gills under the root of the bill. This we called the small wattle bird, to distinguish it from another, which we called the large one, of the size of a common pigeon, with 2 large yellow and purple membranes also at the root of the bill. It is black, or rather blue, and has no resemblance of the other, but in name. For the bill is thick, short, and crooked, and has altogether an uncommon appearance. A gross beak, about the size of a thrush, of a brown colour, with a reddish tail, is frequent, as is also a small greenish bird, which is almost the only musical one here, but is sufficient by itself to fill the woods with a melody that is not only sweet, but so varied that one would imagine he was surrounded by 100 different sorts of birds when the little warbler is near. From this circumstance, we named it the mocking-bird. There are likewise 3 or 4 sorts of smaller birds, one of which, in figure and tameness, exactly resembles our robin, but is black where that is brown, and white where that is red. Another differs but little from this, except in being smaller. And a third sort has a long tail, which it expands as a fan on coming near and makes a chirping noise when it perches. Kingfishers are seen, though rare, and are about the size of our English ones, but with an inferior plumage. About the rocks are seen black sea pies with red bills and crested shags of a leaden colour, with small black spots on the wings and shoulders, and the rest of the upper part of a velvet black tinged with green. We frequently shot both these, and also a more common sort of shags, black above and white underneath, that build their nests upon trees, on which sometimes a dozen or more sit at once. There are also about the shore a few seagulls, some blue herons, and sometimes, though very rarely, wild ducks, a small sandy-coloured plover and some sandlarks, and small penguins black above with a white belly, as well as numbers of little black divers, swim often about the sound. We likewise killed 2 or 3 rails of a brown or yellowish colour, variegated with black, which feed about the small brooks, and are nearly as large as a common fowl. No other sort of game was seen except a single snipe, which was shot, and differs but little from that of Europe. The principal fish we caught by the Seine were mullets and elephant fish, with a few soles and flounders, but those that the natives mostly supplied us with were a sort of sea bream of a silver colour, with a black spot on the neck, large conger eels, and a fish in shape, much like the bream, but so large as to weigh 5, 6, or 7 pounds. It is blackish with thick lips, and called mogger by the natives. With hook and line we caught chiefly a blackish fish of the size of a haddock, called coalfish by the seamen, but differing much from that known by the same name in Europe, and another of the same size, of a reddish colour with a little beard, which we called night walkers, from the greatest number being caught in the night. Sometimes we got a fort of small salmon, gurnards, skate, and nurses, and the natives, now and then, brought hake, paracutas, a small fort of mackerel, parrotfish, and leather jackets, besides another fish which is very rare, shaped almost like a dolphin, of a black colour with strong bony jaws, and the back sin, as well as those opposite to it, much lengthened at the end. All these sorts, except the last, which we did not try, are excellent to eat, but the mogge, small salmon, and coalfish are superior to the rest. The rocks are abundantly furnished with great quantities of excellent mussels, one sort of which, that is not very common, measures above a foot in length. There are also cockles buried in the sand of the small beaches, and in some places oysters which, though very small, are well tasted. Of other shellfish, there are 10 or 12 sorts, such as periwinkles, wilks, limpets, and some very beautiful sea ears. Also another sort which stick to the weeds, with some other things, as sea eggs, starfish, etc., several of which are peculiar to the place. The natives likewise sometimes brought us very fine crayfish, equal to our largest lobsters, and cuttlefish, which they eat themselves. Insects are very rare. Of these, we only saw two sorts of dragonflies, some butterflies, small grasshoppers, several sorts of spiders, some small black ants, and vast numbers of scorpion flies, with whose chirping the woods resound. The only noxious one is the sandfly, very numerous here and almost as troublesome as the mosquito, for we found no reptile here except 2 or 3 sorts of small harmless lizards. It is remarkable that, in this extensive land, there should not even be the traces of any quadruped, only excepting a few rats and a sort of foxdog, which is a domestic animal with the natives. Neither is there any mineral worth notice, but a green jasper or serpent stone, of which the New Zealanders make their tools and ornaments. This is esteemed a precious article by them, and they have some superstitious notions about the method of its generation, which we could not perfectly understand. It is plain, however, that wherever it may be found, which, they say, is in the channel of a large river far to the southward, it is disposed in the earth in thin layers, or perhaps in detached pieces, like our flints. For the edges of those pieces, which have not been cut, are covered with a whitish crust like these. A piece of this sort was purchased about 18 inches long, a foot broad, and near 2 inches thick, which yet seemed to be only the fragment of a larger piece. The natives do not exceed the common stature of Europeans, and in general are not so well made, especially about the limbs. This is perhaps the effect of fitting, for the most part, on their hams, and of being confined by the hilly disposition of the country from using that sort of exercise which contributes to render the body straight and well proportioned. There are, however, several exceptions to this, and some are remarkable for their large bones and muscles, but few that I have seen are corpulent. Their colour is of different casts, from a pretty deep black to a yellowish or olive tinge, and their features also are various, some resembling Europeans. But, in general, their faces are round, with their lips full, and also their noses toward the point, though the first are not uncommonly thick, nor the last flat. I do not, however, recollect to have seen an instance of the true aquiline nose amongst them. Their teeth are commonly broad, white, and well set, and their eyes large, with a very free motion, which seems the effect of habit. Their hair is black, straight and strong, commonly cut short on the hind part, with the rest tied on the crown of the head, but some have it of a curling disposition or of a brown colour. In the young, the countenance is generally free or open, but in many of the men it has a serious cast, and sometimes a sullenness or reserve, especially if they are strangers. The women are, in general, smaller than the men, but have few peculiar graces, either in form or features, to distinguish them. The dress of both sexes is alike, and consists of an oblong garment about 5 feet long and 4 broad, made from the silky flax already mentioned. This seems to be their most material and complex manufacture, which is executed by knotting. And their work is often ornamented with pieces of dog skin or checkered at the corners. They bring 2 corners of this garment over the shoulders and fasten it on the breast with the other part, which covers the body, and about the belly it is again tied with a girdle made of mat. Sometimes they cover it with large feathers of birds, which seem to be wrought into the piece of cloth when it is made, or with dog skin, and that alone we have seen worn as a covering. Over this garment many of them wear mats, which reach from the shoulders to near the heels. But the most common outer covering is a quantity of the above sedgy plant, badly dressed, which they fasten on a string to a considerable length, and throwing it about the shoulders, let it fall down on all sides as far as the middle of the thighs. When they fit down with this upon them, either in their boats or upon the shore, it would be difficult to distinguish them from large grey stones, if their black heads, projecting beyond their coverings, did not engage one to a stricter examination. By way of ornament, they fix in their heads feathers, or combs of bone, or wood, adorned with pearl shell, or the thin inner skin of some leaf. And in the ears, both of men and women, which are pierced or rather slit, are hung small pieces of jasper, bits of cloth, or beads when they can get them. A few also have the septum of the nose bored in its lower part, but no ornament was worn there that we saw, though one man passed a twig through it to show us that it was sometimes used for that purpose. They wear long beards but are fond of having them shaved. Some are punctured or stained in the face with curious spiral and other figures of a black or deep blue colour, but it is doubtful whether this be ornamental or intended as a mark of particular distinction, and the women who are marked so have the puncture only on their lips or a small spot on their chins. Both sexes often besmear their faces and heads with a red paint, which seems to be a marital ochre mixed with grease, and the women sometimes wear necklaces of shark's teeth or bunches of long beads, which seem to be made of the leg bones of small birds or a particular shell. A few also have small triangular aprons adorned with the feathers of parrots or bits of pearl shells, furnished with a double or treble set of cords to fatten them about the waist. I have sometimes seen caps or bonnets made of the feathers of birds, which may be reckoned as ornaments, for it is not their custom to wear any covering on their heads. They live in the small coves formerly described, in companies of 40 or 50 or more, and sometimes in single families, building their huts contiguous to each other, which, in general, are miserable lodging places. The best I ever saw was about 30 feet long, 15 broad and 6 high, built exactly in the manner of one of our country barns. The inside was both strong and regularly made of supporters at the sides, alternately large and small, well fattened by means of withes and painted red and black. The ridgepole was strong, and the large bulrushes, which composed the inner part of the thatching, were laid with great exactness parallel to each other. At one end was a small square hole, which served as a door to creep in at, and near it another much smaller, seemingly for letting out the smoke, as no other vent for it could be seen. This, however, ought to be considered as one of the best, and the residence of some principal person, for the greatest part of. Them are not half the above size, and seldom exceed 4 feet in height, being besides indifferently built, though proof against wind and rain. No other furniture is to be seen in them than a few small baskets or bags, in which they put their fishing hooks and other trifles, and they sit down in the middle round a small fire, where they also probably sleep, without any other covering than what they wear in the day, or perhaps without that. As such, confined places must be very warm, though inhabited but by a few persons. They live chiefly by fishing, making use either of nets of different kinds or of wooden fish hooks pointed with bone, but so oddly made that a stranger is at a loss to know how they can answer such a purpose. It also appears that they remove their habitations from one place to another when the fish grow scarce, or for some other reason. For we found houses now built in several parts, where there had been none when we were here during our last voyage, and even these have been already deserted. Their boats are well built, of planks raised upon each other and fastened with strong withes, which also bind a long narrow piece on the outside of the seams to prevent their leaking. Some are 50 feet long, and so broad as to be able to sail without an outrigger, but the smaller sort commonly have one, and they often fasten 2 together by rafters, which we then call a double canoe. They carry from 5 to 30 men or more, and have often a large head ingeniously carved and painted with a figure at the point, which seems intended to represent a man with his features distorted by rage. Their paddles are about 4 or 5 feet long, narrow and pointed, with which, when they keep time, the boat is pushed along pretty swiftly. Their sail, which is seldom used, is made of a mat of a triangular shape, having the broadest part above. The only method of dressing their fish is by roasting, or rather baking, for they are entirely ignorant of the art of boiling. In the same manner they dress the root and part of the stalk of the large fern tree in a great hole dug for that purpose, which serves as an oven, after which they split it and find within a fine gelatinous substance like boiled sago powder, but firmer. They also use another smaller fern root, which seems to be their substitute for bread, as it is dried and carried about with them, together with dried fish in great quantities when they remove their families or go far from home. This they beat with a stick till it becomes pretty soft when they chew it sufficiently and spit out the hard fibrous part, the other having a sweetish, mealy taste, not at all disagreeable. When they dare not venture to sea, or perhaps from choice, they supply the place of other fish with mussels and sea ears, great quantities of the shells of which lie in heaps near their houses. And they sometimes, though rarely, find means to kill rails, penguins and shags, which help to vary their diet. They also breed considerable numbers of the dogs mentioned before for food, but these cannot be considered as a principal article of diet. From whence we may conclude that, as there is not the least sign of cultivation of land, they depend principally for their subsistence on the sea, which, indeed, is very bountiful in its supply. Their method of feeding corresponds with the nastiness of their persons, which often smell disagreeably from the quantity of grease about them, and their clothes never being washed. We have seen them eat the vermin with which their heads are sufficiently stocked. They also used to devour with the greatest eagerness large quantities of stinking train oil and blubber of seals, which we were melting at the tent and had kept near 2 months. And on board the ships they were not satisfied with emptying the lamps, but actually swallowed the cotton and fragrant wick with equal voracity. It is worthy of notice that though the inhabitants of Van Diemen's Land appear to have but a scanty subsistence, they would not even taste our bread, though they saw us eat it, whereas these people devoured it greedily when both mouldy and rotten. But this must not be imputed to any defect in their sensations, for I have observed them throw away things which we eat with evident disgust after only smelling to them. They show as much ingenuity, both in invention and execution, as any uncivilized nations under similar circumstances. For, without the use of any metal tools, they make everything by which they procure their subsistence, clothing, and warlike weapons, with a degree of neatness, strength, and convenience for accomplishing their several purposes. Their chief mechanical tool is formed exactly after the manner of our adzes, and is made, as are also the chisel and gouge, of the green serpent stone or jasper already mentioned, though sometimes they are composed of a black, smooth, and very solid stone. But their masterpiece seems to be carving, which is found upon the most trifling things, and, in particular, the heads. Of their canoes are sometimes ornamented with it in such a manner as not only shows much design, but is also an example of their great labour and patience in execution. Their cordage for fishing lines is equal in strength and evenness to that made by us, and their nets not at all inferior. But what must cost them more labour than any other article is the making the tools we have mentioned. For the stone is exceedingly hard, and the only method of fashioning it we can guess at is by rubbing one stone upon another, which can have but a slow effect. Their substitute for a knife is a shell, a bit of flint or jasper, and, as an auger, to bore holes, they fix a shark's tooth in the end of a small piece of wood. It is true, they have a small saw made of some jagged fish's teeth, fixed on the convex edge of a piece of wood nicely carved, but this, they say, is only used to cut up the bodies of their enemies whom they kill in battle. No people can have a quicker sense of an injury done to them, and none are more ready to resent it. But, at the same time, they will take an opportunity of being insolent when they think there is no danger of punishment, which is so contrary to the spirit of genuine bravery, that perhaps their eagerness to resent injuries is to be looked upon rather as an effect of a furious disposition than of great courage. They also appear to be of a suspicious or mistrustful temper, which, however, may rather be acquired than natural, for strangers never came to our ships immediately, but lay in their boats at a small distance, either to observe our motions, or consult whether or no they should risk their safety with us. To this they join a great degree of dishonesty, for they steal everything they can lay their hands on if there be the least hope of not being detected. And in trading, I have little doubt but they would take advantages if they thought it could be done with safety, as they not only refuse to trust a thing in one's hand for examination, but exult if they think they have tricked you in the bargain. Such conduct, however, is in some measure to be expected where there appears to be but little subordination, and consequently few, if any, laws to punish transgressions. For no man's authority seems to extend farther than his own family, and when at any time they join for mutual defence or any other purpose, those amongst them who are eminent for courage or prudence are directors. How their private quarrels are terminated is uncertain, but in the few we saw, which were of little consequence, the parties concerned were clamorous and disorderly. Their public contentions are frequent, or rather perpetual, for it appears, from their number of weapons and dexterity in using them, that war is their principal profession. These weapons are spears, patoos, and halberts, or sometimes stones. The first are made of hard wood pointed, of different lengths, from 5 to 20 or even 30 feet long. The short ones are used for throwing as darts. The patoo, or ameet, is of an elliptical shape, about 18 inches long, with a handle made of wood, stone, the bone of some sea animal, or green jasper, and seems to be their principal dependence in battle. The halbert, or long club, is about 5 or 6 feet long, tapering at one end with a carved head, and at the other, broad or flat, with sharp edges. Before they begin the onset, they join in a war song, to which they all keep the exactest time, and soon raise their passion to a degree of frantic fury, attended with the most horrid distortion of their eyes, mouths, and tongues, to strike terror into their enemies, which, to those who have not been accustomed to such a practice, makes them at pair more like demons than men, and would almost chill the boldest with fear. To this succeeds a circumstance almost foretold in their fierce demeanour, horrid, cruel, and disgraceful to human nature, which is cutting in pieces, even before being perfectly dead, the bodies of their enemies, and after dressing them on a fire, devouring the flesh not only without reluctance, but with peculiar satisfaction. One might be apt to suppose that people capable of such excess of cruelty must be destitute of every humane feeling, even amongst their own party. And yet we find them lamenting the loss of their friends with a violence of expression which argues the most tender remembrance of them. For both men and women, upon the death of those connected with them, whether in battle or otherwise, bewail them with the most doleful cries, at the same time cutting their foreheads and cheeks with shells or pieces of flint in large gashes until the blood flows plentifully and mixes with their tears. They also carve pieces of their green stone, rudely shaped as human figures, which they ornament with bright eyes of pearl shell, and hang them about their necks as memorials of those whom they held most dear. And their affections of this kind are so strong that they even perform the ceremony of cutting and lamenting for joy at the return of any of their friends who have been absent but for short time. The children are initiated at a very early age into all the practices, good or bad, of their fathers, so that you find a boy or girl, 9 or 10 years old, able to perform all the motions and to imitate the frightful gestures by which the more aged used to inspire their enemies with terror, keeping the strictest time in their song. They likewise sing, with some degree of melody, the traditions of their forefathers, their actions in war and other indifferent subjects, of all which they are immoderately fond and spend much of their time in these amusements and in playing on a sort of flute. Their language is far from being harsh or disagreeable, though the pronunciation is frequently guttural. And whatever qualities are requisite in any other language to make it musical certainly obtain to a considerable degree here, if we may judge from the melody of some sorts of their songs. It is also sufficiently comprehensive, though, in many respects, deficient, if compared with our European languages, which owe their perfection to long improvement. But a small specimen is here subjoined, from which some judgment may be formed. I collected a great many of their words both now and in the course of our former voyage, and being equally attentive, in my inquiries, about the languages of the other islands throughout the South Sea, I have the amplest proof of their wonderful agreement, or rather identity. This general observation has indeed been already made in the accounts of the former voyages. I shall be enabled, however, to confirm and strengthen it by a fresh list of words selected from a large vocabulary in my possession, and by placing, in the opposite column, the corresponding words as used at Tahiti. The curious reader will, at one view, be furnished with sufficient materials for judging by what subordinate changes the difference of dialect has been effected. Words omitted.